my chest, I'm giving my best, stepping on all of your necks. Can't give it a rest when put to the test. You know that I am the threat. I love when you taunt me, that's gonna cost ya. I'm about to take out your roster. Look out, I'm coming to haunt you, showing the whole world that you an imposter. We're here to set it off. We're here to settle the score. We're here to take off. We ain't here ready for war. We don't care what you think. We didn't come here for peace. You better watch how you speak. You about to wake up the beast. They say I'm crossing the line. Outside your box and I'm doing just fine. They say I'm out of my mind. I'm fueling the rage, it's growing with time. Beast out the cage, do not engage. You know I cannot control it. Shooting it straight like a bullet. I know this my moment, so I cannot cool it. Get out the way, better move it. Move it, move it. Pushing the limit, no cruising. Bring all you want, I'm not losing. Watch how I prove it, I need to let it go. Beast out the cage, I'm an animal. We're here to set it off. We're here to settle the score. We're here to take off. We ain't here ready for war. We don't care what you think. We didn't come here for peace. You better watch how you speak. You about to wake up the beast.
It feel good to be me, 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 me. It feel good to be me, 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 me. I got all that I need, 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 need. Now it feel good to be me, ooh. It feel good to be me, ooh. It feel good to be me, me, me. Now it feel good to be me, ooh. It feel good to be me, ooh. We got now, got no time to be waiting. I ain't going to no doctor, got no time to be patient. I can't pretend to like you, I'm too real to be faking. I don't got attitude, I got magnitude that I had a world really shaking. I got rings on my hand, from my index to pinky. Boy, my name ring bells, talking LA to Sydney. Boy, I'm out here watching, your whole move looking risky. Man, I heard of y'all, I ain't scared at all. If you ready for war, come and get me. It feel good to be me. It feel good to be me. Now it feel good to be me. Ooh, it feel good to be me. Ooh. I'm too cold to be hurting. I'm too up to be sleeping. Every day I've been working. I don't got me no weekend. Rumors say I've been slacking. Man, just give me a reason. You won't like my reaction. If I say it, I mean it. It feel good to be me, 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 me. It feel good to be me, 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 me. I got all that I need, 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 need. Now it feel good to be me, ooh. It feel good to be me, ooh. Me, 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 me. It feel good to be me, 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 ooh.
Yeah, be phenomenal or be for God. They fall like dominoes, soft as Kai. Mad I lost it, sick I'm toxic. I know I got it, ready I'm ready, come test my ride. Time is ticking, man, we ain't waiting all day. No politicking or ego tripping, you late. New day means new games. Leg day, how I move weights. With my crew like Wu-Tang, this Batman, not Bruce Wayne. You wanna be safe or stronger? I'm ready for war, I'm covered in armor. I'm ready for war, I'm covered in armor. Making them proud, I'm making them pay. I'm running the game, I'm running it up. Don't wanna get burnt, don't play with the flame. Too out to touch. Facing the storm, I fight through the pain. I go high, go think I'm going insane. Know it's a stake, do what you want, just stay out the way. Hey, get ready, I'm running. Oh yeah, we coming. Keeping the winds abundant. No pain, I numb it. Hard times, I love it. Don't duck when they coming. These legs ain't running. I'ma keep it 100. Never been a crash dummy. All I do is get money, dummy. They want me to stop, but I keep it going. Don't like to talk, so leave me alone. Yeah, you wanna be safe or strong? I'm ready for war, I'm covered in armor. I'm covered in armor. I'm ready for war, I'm covered in armor.
Hey, yeah, I'm about to shut it down. I'm about to shut it down. I'm about to shut it down. I walked in on a high note. I'm the one that everybody looking for. I just wanna see your body on the floor. You ain't gotta guess that I want more. These days I'm just trying to get it right. Top floor, sunbeam, high life. Add another round of my own tab. I don't see her leaving in her own cab. When I pull up with my gang, you know we out here. I got sparkles on my wrist, you know they sincere. Boy, don't get too comfortable around here. We out here. Yeah, I'm about to shut it down. 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 I got the numbers, I'm on the lineup, I rock designer. Girls on me, they blush when I'm in there, ooh, how I like it. Floor shake when I'm out here shut down. I'll be waiting on the bad ones to come around. Top bill on a high life, what now? I'm about to shut it down. Down, 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 down. Let's get it. I'm about to shut it down. 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 I'm about to shut it down.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Rebel Renegade Games here in South Africa, the official 2025 CrossFit Games qualifying event for our individual athletes. I'm Tiana.
And I am Natalie, and we are coming at you from Vanderbijlpark out here at the Emerald Casino. As you guys can see by the beautiful drone shot brought by our wonderful media team this weekend, you can see it's pretty chilly. I had to screen wipe the ice off of my car this morning. It was really cold getting here, but it's a beautiful day out here in Vanderbijlpark.
Yeah, I can definitely say, as someone who lives in the UAE, the cold has been a bit of a shock to the system, but a welcome shock to the system. It's currently summer at the moment.
Yeah.
Now, we're looking at event 1, or heat 1 for event 2, I should say, for our team athletes this morning. Now, currently, we have our top 3 teams: Uncontained Humble, Bounty Fantastic 4, and Juggernaut Unstoppable. They're 3 teams that came out hot yesterday in event number 1. Can you let us know a little bit more about these teams?
Yeah, so CrossFit Uncontained Humble is actually a new box. They've only been open a couple of years out in Pretoria by Janine Peniel. She's opened that gym. And they weren't a team that was really in contention, I don't think, or anybody was really watching them coming into this event this weekend. But they really made a name for themselves yesterday in this first event. So I'm looking forward to them smash it across the weekend. They've got a really strong team, especially going into this next workout. Then in second place we have Bounty Fantastic 4. Pretty cool. We have Barent on the team there. He was actually representative of our region last year in a team at the CrossFit Games. So it's really nice to see him and his wife and their friends competing. And then out of Cape Town we have our Juggernaut Unstoppable team as well, and very experienced athletes out on that team as well. So I think that these 3, and I think RTF Born is going to pop in there as well this weekend. I think these are going to be our teams to watch across the weekend. So it's going to be exciting to watch the team smash it for bragging rights at the end of the weekend.
That's awesome. Well, let's take a look at the schedule for the day. We're going to pop that up on our screens for those of you watching at home. So we've got event number 2. Our teams are going to be taking place from 9 a.m. We have 4 heats for our team athletes.
Yeah.
Then we have our men kicking off at 11:45 a.m. and our women will be at 1:05 p.m.
Yeah.
We're going to take a little break from there, and then we're going to be moving into event number 3. So while we're looking at this schedule, let's just talk through what event 2 is going to look like.
Yeah, so event 2 for our teams this morning is a nice little team workout, and it's very, very, very much like fitness, like aerobic focused. It's going to be a 3K run, which they'll complete as a team together. So they're all going to run out. We're not running indoors on the air run or anything like that. They're going to be running outside. And I think especially for our international athletes, even though we're not talking about them yet, that's more the individual side, it's going to be a bit of a shock to the system because it's dry. It's winter in Gauteng. So there's it's really, really dry. It's super dusty. So that's going to be a bit of an adjustment for our teams and our individuals later on. But the 3K run.
And I've heard that the last 200 meters of each 1K loop is actually uphill.
Oh, fun.
Just to add a little extra spice.
If it's not spice, it's not nice. So they're going to complete a 3K run together as a team of 4. And then when they come into when they come into the arena, they're going to split up into male-female pair number 1 and male-female pair number 2. In their male and female pair, they're going to each complete 300 double unders for male-female pair number 1 and male-female pair number 2. And they're going to be working at the same time. So they're not waiting for each other. It's not a Congo or a waterfall style. They're working at the same time. And as soon as they've completed their 300 double unders, which they can split however they want, they advance over to their rower. At the rower, they'll complete a 3K row. And that also can be split up however they see fit in their team of 2. And then if whoever finishes first goes across the line, but the time is actually determined by the team that finishes last or second. And the male-female pair that finishes last or second is going to determine the time for that team for the event. So it's a really nice one because they have to split the work in a team of 2, and then also they can't slow down because they have to wait for that final pair to finish to determine their time.
Mayhem Athlete doing a great job here with this programming. And the thing that I really like as well in this workout is that our athletes have to advance every 100 double unders, which for some people will be a blessing. They'll enjoy that little rest. But for others, it's actually going to feel like an inconvenience if they're comfortable with that double under.
I think it's nice because you can, depending on what your strengths and weaknesses are, you have to play to that in this workout, because you might have somebody that actually really struggles with double unders, who might be a little bit fatigued. So maybe the guy or the girl will pick up some extra double unders, and then their teammate will maybe pick up some more on the rower. Or maybe you have a bad double under day, and then, you know what they say, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face.
Absolutely.
So they might have a plan, and then that just goes out of the window depending on how they're feeling and how they're going during the workout. So,
I mean, that's the beauty of being on a team,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're going to kick our team event off at 9 a.m. So anyone watching at home, that's when that first heat is going to come out onto the floor. And we're looking forward to watching the event.
yeah, if you're home now, or if you're there at your office and you're sitting there behind like sneakily watching the live stream, join in. We are going to be live streaming all of our events across the day. We just want to mention some of our sponsors. Like, this event wouldn't be able to be brought to you without them. So yeah, just want to say firstly, thank you so much, Rebel Elite Fitness, who refused to be ordinary, that put together this amazing event. We also have got our Mayhem athletes who prepared all of the workouts for our teams and our individuals alike across the weekend. And then Discam Living Fit, partnered with Biogen, is fueling our athletes and our volunteers alike to help us keep nice and fresh and bringing you all the action across the weekend. Then our Rebel Safety Gear has sponsored a beautiful prize for our athletes across the weekend. And then we also have our Amaze Fit watchers, who are also doing the most this weekend.
You'll be hearing from us a little bit later in the day. We're looking forward to bringing you all the action from the floor at 10:20 when we come into our heat number 3 of our teams. Until then, we'll chat to you later.
Signala later.
Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Don't believe me, just
Strength isn't just muscle. It's precision, resilience, and control. On site, every move matters. Every decision shapes something greater. But strength doesn't clock out. Whether building structures or breaking limits, precision is everything. Rebel Safety Gear, built to work.
From us here at CrossFit Mayhem, we just want to let you know that we know. It's not just the classes you coach or the challenging moments that crop up. Dang it! Or helping those who lead your community. It's also the countless things that no one sees. We know your gym is not your job. And just like us, it's your way of life.
That way that contact point's all
We designed Mayhem Affiliate to free you, to focus on the real reason you started your gym. Building community, challenging each other, and watching lives improve every day. Not only do we provide you with CrossFit programming for every class you could offer, but we will be your partner, sharing everything that we've learned to run an effective gym. Yep, you can email us, you can even call us, and of course, you can always visit us here in Cookeville. We're here to help. Find out why thousands of gyms are Mayhem affiliates. Together, let's continue to change one life at a time.
Every moment is a chance to redefine your limits. It's a decision to grow. Every drop of sweat, every beat of your heart. So let us remind you of you. Your pain, your sweat, and every goal you've already met. Workout completed. Amazfit T-Rex 3.
All right, we're standing here with Dane. Dane is a veteran of CrossFit. Tell us a little bit about your story.
A young veteran. Jeez, that's long. Well, this is my 10th year of doing CrossFit. I was a CrossFit teen. And then in my 3rd year of doing semi-finals. But yeah, I don't know what else there is.
How are you feeling coming into the competition?
Good, excited. Obviously got nerves, which is normal, but I'm excited for this year, yeah.
Amazing. Yeah. And I met your dad last night,
yeah.
And I have it on good authority. He is your biggest supporter. He's come to pretty much every competition, is that correct?
Yeah, he has, yeah.
And what got you into CrossFit?
School, actually. One of the owners of the gym was a coach at the school, and he brought it across to the school as like a subject, or like PE. And we ended up just signing up and doing it through that. And then I joined the gym after school as well. Once I'd stopped doing it through the school and just continued doing CrossFit classes.
And here you are 10 years later.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Basically.
Thanks so much for your time.
Thank
and good
you.
luck this weekend.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm here with Christina, one of the favourites this weekend. How are you feeling going into the Renegade Games 2025?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, good. Last year I was sick, so I'm not sick this year. I'm feeling good, feeling acclimatised. Yeah, ready to crush it. Big weekend.
You had the opportunity to go to Turin as well, right? So what made the decision to come here as opposed to going there?
I think my chances of winning here is a bit higher than Turin. And I love coming home, like to Africa. It's a good vibe. The vibe here at Rebel is always so good. So, yeah.
Any event that you're particularly looking forward to?
They're all pretty challenging, hey, this year. I think the handstand walk one will be fun. Be cool to see how that one goes.
For sure, the elimination style. Well, all the best for the rest of this weekend.
Thank you.
And let's see how you get on.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'm standing here in the warm-up area with Jake Hendry, another Australian. Jake, how are you enjoying South Africa so far?
Yeah, it's been so good. We've been here for about 10 days now. First few days were a bit weird with the altitude, but all good. The food's great, the steak's good, so I'm happy.
Happy boy with good food, right?
Yeah, you know it.
And what's been the highlight of the trip so far?
Honestly, we've had prep like in Dubai, and then coming and bringing that prep here with Sarah has been really good. Been super enjoyable, and it's just good to have someone to train with that you're not directly competing with. That along with like just the hospitality we've had here as well. Like everyone at all the gyms is super nice and super helpful, and the arena and stuff looks awesome. So yeah, I can't wait to get out there.
Amazing. Anyone in particular looking forward to throwing down with?
Big bad Toby Buckland.
Big bad Toby Buckland.
Give him a run for his money.
And you guys are under the same training?
Yeah, we've got the same
program.
coach.
Amazing.
Yeah,
so that's really cool as well.
Yeah, it should be fun.
Nice. All right, amazing. Good luck this weekend, and thank you so much for your time.
Cheers.
Thank you. Here with MVT, Mike Van Tonder. Mike, welcome back to South Africa.
Yeah,
You've been living in the UAE. How is it to be back in the cold, I would say?
Yeah, I must say it's quite tough. I've been in the UAE for almost 2 years now, so sort of acclimatized to the heat.
Yep.
So coming back was quite cold. It hit my immunity a little bit, but yeah, I'm good now.
Happy to be back?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's always good to be back in South Africa. seeing friends and family, and yeah, just be in the motherland.
In the motherland. Good steak. So I've seen your fiance is here to support you.
Of course, always.
And were you engaged last year, or was this
Yes,
after?
we
Oh, so
were.
this is her second time
Yes.
supporting you as your fiance.
Yes.
How does it feel to have her here with you at the event?
We've been together since I started CrossFit, so I mean, she's been my #1 supporter from my first semi-finals, and yeah, it would just not feel the same not to have her here.
Yeah.
It takes off a lot of stress, like small things like cooking rice and making sure there's enough clothes to wear, and like all the small things.
Yep.
But she also knows to give me my space. You know, when things get a little bit nervous and stuff, when I get a bit nervous, she knows to back off. Yeah, she takes a lot of videos and photos.
Yes, she's better than the media team, I think. And I mean, last year you were both on the floor together. She said she's really happy to be here and support for you. Does that feel nice to know that she's there 100% invested?
Honestly, I told her whatever she wants to do,
Yep.
I'm happy. If she wants to compete, she can. I would love to be here as two athletes. And if she doesn't want to compete and she just wants to have fun and support me and like be there for me, that's what she chose this year. So
yeah, amazing.
Yeah, very
and
happy.
how does it feel? Obviously, you've been in a team environment here. This is your second time individual at the moment. Like in the last 2 years, you've been here as an individual.
Yes, yeah, last 2 years individual.
Yeah.
And then 2 years before the team year was also individual. So
Yeah.
I've only gone team once.
Oh, you've
Yeah.
really gone team one?
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
what do you prefer?
Sure, that's a good question. I would say team.
You prefer team?
Oh my man, it's such a hard one.
Yeah.
Team hurts more because you go much harder.
Yeah, you've got other people relying on you to a degree.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I must say, training in a team is much more fun than competing. Training in a team is much more fun than training as an individual.
Yeah. And you've got a really good training crew back in the UAE. Do you want to give a shout out to anyone back home?
Of course, the Irish crew, you know, those guys got me through some dark months. I wasn't sure if I wanted to compete or not, but yeah, I started training with them. I trained with Gemma a little bit. I trained with Evie a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just jumped to people's programs like back and forth, and I found what's the Irish the training again?
Irish training?
Yeah. What's Emma's training?
Oh, the daily grind.
Daily grind. So I jumped in that for a couple of months, and that was really fun. Yeah.
And you're enjoying it?
Oh, it was awesome.
And
Yeah.
you're training with some pretty strong people as well.
I know. It's training
Yeah.
with Mark and Katie. That was really good for like pushing and training and stuff, and actually getting a little bit better. Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
amazing.
Yeah. I'm back with my old coach now.
Yep.
So I've been since training for semis. I started back with him
Yep.
just for that little bit more individualized approach.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he's been there for me since 2022. So
Oh,
he knows me
perfect.
very well. Yeah.
Amazing. And anything you're looking forward to, not fitness related, at the end of the weekend when all's done and dusted, what's the one thing you're really looking forward to?
I would say not to stress. It all depends on what happens at the end of the weekend, you know, but not to stress about training and just going into training and having like whatever, just doing whatever, having fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually quite keen to get back to work, believe it or not. I've been in Joburg for 2 weeks now.
Yeah.
And we're going to Cape Town for a week, so I'm also excited for that to see because I'm from Cape Town.
Yeah.
To see some friends and family from there, my brother. And yeah, then back to UAE. I'm really excited to get back to work, believe it or not. So yeah.
And the fitness community in the UAE is
It's
absolutely
awesome. Yeah. It's
incredible.
amazing, yeah.
Amazing. Well, good luck this weekend. I'm sure
Thanks,
you're going to be
Anna.
amazing. And
Thank you
thanks
so
so much for taking the time to chat to us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
you.
That's crazy. I could do this on a daily. Ooh, that's crazy. I could do this on a daily. In the kitchen cooking up like your grandma. Gonna hit the rodeo, yeehaw. Get the boys, gonna take them to the strip mall. Got range, I don't play, seesaw. smile, say cheese. Wow. 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 Big smile, say cheese. Wow. 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 Big smile, say cheese. Wow. What I got, make your head turn round. Big crowd, I'ma still stand out. Don't think, just say it out loud. Ooh, that's crazy.
Keep 'em on the outskirts like Metro. Jumping out the box, VVS is on my wrist though. I hear them talking loud until I walk straight up the middle. Everything on hush, you can hear the cannon whistle. Can I be contained? Pretty simple, and I run the game like at the range, never on dismissal. I'ma stay right here, claim the throne, build a kingdom of my own. In the zone, if you thought I could be stopped, then you wrong. Going hard every day, nothing less. I'm a beast ripping out of my vest. Going hard every day, nothing less. Checkmate, I'ma take my respect. Going hard every day, nothing less. Run it all, never break in a sweat. Going hard every day, nothing less. What you expect? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at? I shut the whole game down. Where my crown at? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at? Built it from the ground up with the same crew. Grandma always told me never let the fame change you. Frame who? Coming with an appetite of beef stew. Everybody safe until I see you. Been at the top so long, everything below is twisted. Trying to find a safe place, homie, you just missed it. Pinky ring, kiss it. I ain't one of your fears. You can add me to the list. Always crush the competition. You know I'ma bring it. Going hard every day, nothing less. I'm a beast ripping out of my vest. Going hard every day, nothing less.
CrossFit
Checkmate.
Montage Assassins in lane 2. Where are they? There they are. NCC. Cape CrossFit Werewolves. Plot Box CrossFit. The Josie Underdogs gonna put on a show again. Uncontained Brave. Crowd favorite. Vibe Warriors. CrossFit Blue Sky, Colbo Crew. And Lions Bay CrossFit. Teams, you have 1 minute.
Time.
30 seconds, 30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. And they're off. Okay, so as our teams exit the floor, they're going to work their way through a 3-kilometer run. They'll then come back onto the floor and work through 300 double lunges between each pair, and then 3K row between each pair as well. Hopefully they see some of the wildlife they drove past this morning. And now we just stand around. It's definitely a fresh morning. These teams have got a nice cold run to work through. I think it was roughly around about 3 degrees this morning. So nice and cold, nice and fresh. Get that fresh air in the lungs as they run through this 3 kilometers. We've got the best seat in the house here. We can just watch them from screen and we don't have to run. Yeah. Male individual. Yeah. Male individual start with for amazing. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You better give me some room. You about to kill my vibe. People saying I'm a beast. Don't wake the monster inside. You don't want that whole place, gonna throw a ride. I can tell from the look in your eyes, you don't really want the fire. I see through the smoke, can't bring the pain. I'm like a phoenix, I rise from the flame. When you lost everything, what is the gain? I'm like a juggernaut in my own lane. This is just my state of mind, I'm coming to finish. If it's me against the whole world, then I'm coming out winning. Just when you thought it was finished, we came back with a rage inside like an Avenger. Celebration going gather round 'cause I'm ready for
laps. So they'll be coming back into the arena and then back out again 3 times. We're going to see some rosy cheeks as the guys come in from that cold morning. And here they come, the first team through. Make some noise. That's it, make some noise for your favourite teams as they finish their first lap and move on to their second. Moustache power.
Hey, yeah, I'm about to shut it down. I'm about to shut it down.
That's our last team, Vibe Warriors, moving out onto their second lap. Good thing to know here with this run lap, there's a decent bit of incline and decline, which completely changes the way you're going to approach your run. And Mike, we're going to start seeing some teams make some moves on this round, I think. And it's always funny to see the guys that have neglected their running over the year. You're in a team and you're all working together, holding that strap. Obviously, you're only as fast as your slowest runner. Also, a bit more challenging to get your rhythm with one arm tucked onto that ring muscle-up strap. So the guys are really struggling to get that rhythm. Then we've got a team walking, a little bit of a change of position to try and keep their speed up. Could be that elevation playing a factor here at 1,500 meters above sea level. That air is nice and fresh, gets a little bit dry on the throat as you're running outside. And you can see by the vegetation in the background how dry it is. These guys are searching for air this morning.
about to shut it down. I'm 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 about to shut it down.
Like I talk, everything I face is a walk in the park. Look how I move, it's not my fault. I do what I want, I'm a rebel with a cause. Facing myself, I'm the only competition. I got the heat, energy, and the vision. Push it to the max, turn up the system. You was on a roll, I must have missed it. I'm in control, better than you know. Tell me whenever they wanna go, I can let it show. I do what I want, I do what I want, yeah. I do what I want, I do what I want, yeah, yeah. I do what I want, I do what I want, yeah. I do what I want. I do what I want, I do what I want, yeah. I do what I want, I do what I want, yeah, yeah. I do what I want, I do what I want, yeah. I do what I want. I am the illest, watch how I move. I'm not like them, I don't try to be cool. I let them sleep, I I let them snooze. We are the brand new, we don't know you. I started up and I left it on cruise. It's only me, so you don't have to choose. Race to the top, lace up my shoes. I am the only one with nothing to prove. Really, I run it up.
And here we go, we've got a team coming in.
Run around, I'm in amazement. I get the tone set, you have to face it. Do what I want, I am not being patient.
Plot Box CrossFit coming in first. Look at that team pushing each other through. Lions Bay hot on their heels with the moustache power pulling them through. This is where it's going to start hurting. They're going to try and chase the team ahead of you. This is what's so much fun about a running race. You get to run a bit quicker, some noise. Blue sky coming through. Let's make some noise for them. Okay, CrossFit Werewolves making their way around the stadium for their last lap. CrossFit Josie coming through. It's the man that put on a show on the bike yesterday. Truck and trailer, I believe we call that, and we've got the team pulling them through. She's not gonna walk, don't let her walk, everybody, make some noise. So 5 warriors are going to close out the teams going on to their last lap on the run. They'll then come in and work through. Mike, I like that you call it fresh air. You've got such a positive outlook. These coastal teams really taking strain out here in this Joburg. As a coastal boy myself, I think this is the one I would be most scared of this weekend. Judges making their way to their positions for the teams getting ready to get after the double unders. Who's going to get through first? CrossFit making their way on the return leg of this last lap. And Mike, we've seen some moves on this last lap. A couple of teams going up and down in the order. They've just overtaken the Lions Bay team there. Yeah, it seems like some teams have worked out their tactics and paced the run pretty well. Not going out too hot on laps 1 and 2, but making a little bit of move on that third lap as they come in for their double unders. And when you've got one athlete struggling with the run, not only are they struggling to get through, but the rest of the team then slightly suffers as they've got to sort of drag their teammate with them.
And as you know, with running, there's nothing worse than running at someone else's pace. And in the team of 4, you're always going to be running at someone else's pace. And here we got the first team coming through. Mike, let's see how they tackle their double unders. They look excited to get onto the floor.
These teams have worked really hard to run through their 3K, so anyone in the crowd, let's make some noise for these teams as they build through their 300 double unders.
And all the warm tops from the cold run outside coming off, and these guys are getting ready for action.
So the first 3 teams, we've got Lions Bay CrossFit, Plot Box CrossFit, and MCC.
The team with the biggest crowd contingent making some noise, Uncontained Brave.
Closely followed by CrossFit Blue Sky Cobalt crew. Important to know that these double unders aren't synchro. Each athlete has their own judge to count through the reps. So 5 teams have made it back from the run. They're working through their double unders.
Here come another lot of teams from the run as some of the teams move to their next lot of double unders 200. Team from Lions Bay pushing hard.
As well as Plot Box CrossFit. Josie Underdogs have made it through their run. They're going to start their double unders. And Cape CrossFit Werewolves have also returned from their 3K and they're about to start their 300 reps.
Looks like we're waiting for one team to come off the run still. And I think we might be in for a little bit of a race on these rowers, Mike. A couple of the teams moving at the same time through their double under reps. Artax is in from their run.
And that's 5 warriors. They're our last team to make it from the run as they crack down on their first set of 100 double unders. Got a few teams moving through to the next part, 250 double unders, and we've got Plotvics CrossFox. They're working on their set of 300.
Female athlete making light work of these double unders as they start to get towards that rower. Hard to tell exactly who's in front here, but Lions Bay making a push. Looks like NCC making a push too. And here we've got someone on the rower. Plot Box. Here we go, Lions Bay and Plot Box pulling that rower. And here we go, Mike. We got Uncontained Brave with both their teammates on the rowing machine. And Lions Bay with both their teammates on the rowing machine. So now we've got Uncontained Brave and Lions Bay. Edwin obviously not rowing hard enough with a big smile on his face. You turn your attention to the screen, you can see we've got the monitors up, which will show which team is in the lead and how far behind the teams are that are chasing. What a cool setup from the Rebel team here, connecting all the rowers onto the screen so they can really start racing each other. So Lions Bay holding a pretty fast average pace of 144 there on their rower. You'll probably find a lot of the athletes rely on a bit more pull here than leg drive. There's been a lot of bounding. Those legs are probably a little bit fried from the running, from the bounding, from the jumping of the double unders. Those calves have taken a lot of the brunt. Probably a little bit of a hangover from yesterday's bike too. We saw some of these guys struggling to run across the finish line. So those legs are now kicking in after that run and now the rower. So an important standard to note is that the teams are only allowed to change once on the rower. So that means each athlete will complete 1,500 meters each. Which when you add into consideration the run and the double unders, the heart rate is already up. So they've got to manage their capacity in order to hold their fastest average pace and get through their 1,500 meters. So Lions Bay still holding a nice average pace of 147. CrossFit Blue bringing up the rear, but they're still holding a pace of 149 as well. Everyone else roughly around the 150 to 2 minute mark. And Mike, if you look at the screen, the Lions Bay guys are ahead, but if the plot box and the Uncontained, both their teams are in similar positions. So Lions Bay has to be wary of their second team being overtaken by that Uncontained team.
It'll be interesting to see who's put their males first, who's put their females first, and which tactic is going to pay off the most.
We are in for a race here, Mike. If you look at Lions Bay's second pair and Uncontained second pair, they are neck and neck. It's going to be fun. I think there's 68 meters difference.
I've been going hard from the night into the daylight, telling them all that yesterday's price is not the same price.
Yeah, lane 19, Lions Bay still in the lead. They're around about 170 meters ahead of the next closest competitors. But remember, this isn't just about one of their rowers, it's about how fast both of their rows can be completed.
Baby, I'm a go-getter, go-getter. Yeah, you better go figure, go figure. Baby, I'm a go-getter, go-getter. Yeah, you better go figure, go figure. Try and get a best back in my bag. Boy, you know I'm getting to it, it's like that. Try and get a best back in my bag. Yeah, you know I'm getting to it, it's like that, like that. Hey, never feeling the pressure, please not at all. I walk in when it's crunch time, leaves in the fall. Woman on me, only hit my name on the roll call. It's like there is no ground beneath my feet, I got no flaws.
Okay, so Mike, if you have a look at the the leaderboard there, you can see both uncontained teams ahead of the second Lions Bay team. So we are neck and neck again. We are going to go down to the wire. It's going to be an extremely close race between Lions Bay and Uncontained. As you can see, the second rower from Lions Bay is only 3 meters behind both Uncontained rowers. Ed finished his work. He's in the Baywatch pose, just trying to get his team to push as hard as they can for that last piece. And the whole team has to cross the line to finish. Teams, make sure you get your whole team across the line onto the finishing platform at the end. So we really have a race on our hands here in this first heat. Uncontained Brave have both teams close to each other, and it's neck and neck between Lions Bay CrossFit's second rower, only 4 meters between them. And the Uncontained with their 2 male athletes really leaning into their row. Their girls are done, they're on the platform. So now we've got to see if the girls in the Lions Bay team can dig deep. So the fact that all 4 athletes have to cross the line, the workout isn't done when the row finishes, the workout is done when all 4 athletes are over the line. So this is going to be neck and neck and could come down to who gets out of the rower first. So make sure those feet don't get stuck when you're about to cross that finish line. Lions Bay 4 meters back from the second pair of Uncontained. Literally 3 meters now. It is gonna be fun. So we've got Lions Bay. Their first rower is inside their last 500 meters. So they've got the judges' hand up in lane 19. This really is going to come down to the wire as the Lions Bay second rower is only 5 meters behind Uncontained Braves second rower.
Judges' hand up for the final 500 meters for Uncontained Brave.
Watch for this. We might get a synchronized hand up. There we go. Now it's getting close. Both hands up at the same time here. Now we get some noise from the crowd.
We can see Uncontained Brave really have the crowd behind them. That noise is going to help, guys, so keep it up, keep it going. Get behind your team and let's see who crosses this finish line first. Both hands up for Lions Bay, both hands up for Uncontained Brave. 2 meters between the teams.
And it doesn't matter if you've got a team on the field or not. You're all CrossFitters, you know how this feels. Let's make some noise. A little bit of a sprint to finish here. Come on, guys.
Rex, ask him how much Nathan has left.
Lions Bay, 50 meters.
They've just overtaken them. They're going blow for blow. 1 meter now.
Nate, let's go, come Nate. You can, Nate, let's go.
200.
You've got 2 meters between the teams. This really is going to come down to the wire.
They've got to cross the line. They have to cross the line too.
Lions Bay, 120 meters remaining.
$40 meters.
You've got to cross the line. You've got to cross the line.
And we got a race. He's over. Second rower for Lions Bay is over the line.
Uncontained Brave take the second spot in this first heat. An amazing race.
Those guys need to buy each other a beer after this.
We've got a few more judges. Hands up now. CrossFit Blue Sky Cobalt crew, current leaders on the floor. Just under 150 meters on both rowers left for Josie Underdogs.
NCC finishing up. They got 100 meters here.
Last 100 meters for both rowers on Josie Underdogs.
Josie Underdogs almost in sync. And they cross the line, both teammates.
NCC, they finished theirs.
It's like that. Just like that.
Last few rowers on the floor. There's literally 100 meters between them. Last 50 meters for CrossFit R-Taxis. Cape CrossFit Werewolves cross the finish line. Plotbox CrossFit cross the finish line.
R-Taxis over the line.
Inside the last 100 meters for CrossFit Blue Sky.
Okay, now we've got one athlete on the floor. You know what to do, guys. Everyone that is here has to help her across the line.
Inside the last 200 meters for Vibe Warriors. Guys, we've got a 35-minute cap, so 30 seconds remaining. Let's make some noise for this final athlete. Let's see if we can get her through. She's got less than 100 meters to go. Big pull. Drive those legs. Let's see her across the finish line. 15 seconds remaining.
50 meters.
10 seconds. 10. 5. 3, 2, 1, time.
It's a whole lot of us, that's my family. Wanna go higher, turn up the tempo, increase the BPM, okay. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Raise the roof, we got dogs in here, got God on our side, yeah. All smiles like new veneers, got favor all on our life, yeah. Many doors, we bustin' now. Team getting bigger, need a bust now. We bustin' now. You gon' fail. Wait, when I do this for my mama, daddy, brother, sister, wife, and kids, this is celebration, me and my squad, yeah, we doing this. This is elevation, homegrown, yeah, we really brewing this. See, we souped up in the word, go and sit and stew on this. It's a whole lot of us, that's my family. Wanna go higher, turn up the tempo, increase the BPM, okay. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BP, they got the flow on repeat. S don't take it too easy, grow like CC, grind like Riri. Fiji, that's that simile 3P.
Okay, I'm here with Lions Bay CrossFit. They are our heat #1 winners. So really tough workout to work through. 3K run, 300 double unders and 3K row. How did you plan that? Obviously the run, you have to run together. There's a lot of tactics on how you hold the strap, who runs first. But how are you feeling working through that 3K?
So every weekend for the past 4 weeks, before we did our team training, this was our warm-up. So we had quite a few runs through the workout, so we kind of knew our pace and we did a squat.
And with the double unders, it's pretty tactical on who goes first, because whoever finishes first starts on the row first. So what were your tactics?
Yeah, so we went with the split strategy. One guy and one goal shot in the rower. Jameis can knock out 300 double unders quite easily, so it was obvious Jace is going to start on the rower. And again, other Jace, we're quite similar on the double unders, and I told her if she gives me half the reps, I'll pull as hard as I can on the rower.
And the last question, guys, you had a real close finish there between you and Uncontained Brave. There was literally 5 meters between you. How are you feeling going through that last row?
Yeah, the first K goes quite quick, and then 500 meters is just hold on for dear life. You can literally pull as hard as you can, and that's it.
Guys, amazing work. Obviously, there's loads more events to come. All the best for the weekend. Ladies and gents, Lions Bay CrossFit.
Okay, guys. Hello. We're going to get straight into the next heat. And in lane 10, we have Top Gun Fitness. We've got Juggernaut Triumph. Give them some noise. Honey Badgers. Acre Stud Bomb Squad. Artax's Avengers. Taniwa Car. Kaima Send It. Packlath CrossFit Center. CrossFit Bloberg Units. RTF Misfits. and Top Gun Fitness.
Athletes, 1 minute. "30 seconds. "10 seconds. Stand by.
And they're off. It's starting to feel bullying in the stadium. There's more people around. Guys.
They want me to stop, but I keep it going. Don't like to talk, so leave me alone. Yeah, you wanna be safe or strong? I'm ready for war, I'm covered in arms. I'm covered in arms. I'm ready for war, I'm covered in arms.
Okay, so our teams have exited the floor. They're off on their first lap on that 3K row. Remember, they've got 3 laps to complete before they move on to their 300 double unders.
Those of you watching at home, it looks like a beautiful day outside, but what you tell on the screen is that it is 5 degrees outside, then it is thin. Couple of the cardio bunnies in the teams really pushing hard to just get some space between them and their other competitors. And the guys that are looking forward to smash that later in the week, just holding on with the LR.
Real diamonds on my neck, there's groupies, flashing lights. All these things come to me, dressed in prize. All my wings got weight to it. You feel that? You feel that? Already it's a classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic, classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. Only do classics. I spit fire through the matches. You can call me Mr. Fantastic. I be hitting all the spots like that's it. Hey, that's the motive. Rockin' 23, that's golden. Your girl spinning my bond, that thing golden. That's the memory of it that she holding. Flashing lights. All these things come to me. Dressed in prize. All my wings got weight to it. You feel that? You feel that? Already it's a classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic, classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. I'm on top, yeah, I'm on the move. Watch your step when I'm coming through. Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through. I'm on top, yeah, I'm on the move. Watch your step when I'm coming through. Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through. Classic, classic.
And look at this. These guys look like they know how to run. Nice, relaxed breathing, good stride, the arms are working, and then in unison. It's a nice little clump over there. People trying to get past each other. There's the Juggernaut team coming through, the Pack Life team.
Yeah, buddy. Rolling like a big shot. Got cleaned up and I only serve a big guy. Fresh start time, fresh new mind. Free on the inside, free on the outside. Why you worry when you know that he gon' make a way? I just see him see blessed like 100 ways. Everybody got a time to dog on every day. Only running to the door, I never run away. Swerving in the green, try to get me, but I'm swerving. I'm swerving. Target in my flesh, I had to murder him. Sitting on the cover, still George like a burglar. Working on my green, got it covered like a burglar. We go ahead and knock it out the park and turn the bases. You was walking away, just started running out of patience. I sat at the table with my plate, I'm saying gracious. We cast all the care, forget the past, turn the day. I say, yeah, buddy.
There we go. First team coming back through on their first lap. And like I say, they're looking relaxed, breathing comfortably.
Okay, so we've got Keimer, Send It. They're currently in the lead, coming through, finishing off their first lap. Closely followed by a few other teams. So again, we'll see how these tactics pay off. Have they paced it well? Have they gone out too hot? Or will there be a push on the third round?
Artax is in second place, just trying to hunt down that team in front. But looks like they're going up a few notches on their way out for round 2.
Got cleaned up and I only serve a big guy. Fresh start time, fresh new mind. Free on the inside, free on the outside. 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 Free on the inside, free on the outside.
Blowbird team coming through.
So this is a long workout, guys. It's a 35-minute cap to finish all the workload. Now, it's not necessarily won on this run. If a teammate has a problem with their double unders, if they keep tripping, if they can't get them done, it opens the door for the other teams to catch up and take over. And then not only that, with the double unders, there's then the road to finish. And I think the great thing to notice is that these teams will know where they are due to the fact that all the rowers are linked up. They can see who's ahead, they can see who's behind, and they can see how many meters they've got to catch up to take that #1 spot in the heat.
And as with all simple CrossFit workouts, you could probably do a 3K, no problem. You could do some skipping by itself, you could do a row by itself, but then how do they keep time? How can you keep your rhythm with those double unders while those legs are tired?
Absolutely. I think the thing to note with the run, it is fresh, it is cold, it is bitter outside. So those legs are going to be feeling it. After they've run 3K, they've got 300 doublers to work through. So it's a lot of bounding, a lot of jumping. The legs are taking a lot of the brunt before they even get to the rower.
And we've had some studies done, not really, that it's at least 20% harder on those skips when they come back from those runs. Here we go, round 2. This CrossFit Climber team can definitely run. They are looking very strong. That's a big piece of meat that's pulling them in the front. And we've got someone that would have qualified as an individual female athlete. So these guys are ready.
Looks like Climber have actually increased their lead on this second lap. They're slowly pulling away more and more. They're obviously turning up the heat. They've taken off some layers, keeping themselves regulated as they move through to start their third lap of this run.
Laura's looking way too happy, smiling on her little Sunday stroll. Pack cloud coming through, some gang signs being thrown for their fans. That juggernaut team getting through their running.
Checkmate, I'ma take my respect. Going hard every day, nothing less. Run it all, never break in a sweat. Going hard every day, nothing less. What you expect? Better kneel in my presence with my crown at. Better kneel in my presence with my crown at.
We got the RTF Misfits working their way out of the door for their final lap on this run. All teams in and out onto their last 1,000-meter lap before they come in and start to tackle their double unders. So their double unders is 300 double unders between each pair. So essentially 600 double unders total for the team.
Going hard every day, nothing less. I'm a beast ripping out of my vest. Going hard every day, nothing less. Checkmate, I'ma take my respect. Going hard every day, nothing less. Run it all, never break in a sweat. Going hard every day, nothing less. What you expect? Better kneel in my presence with my crown at. Better kneel in my presence with my crown at. Better kneel in my presence with my crown at. I shut the whole game down. With my crown at.
Blow move units coming through, finishing off their second lap, about to take on their last one.
Eats, this is all your stuff.
You can see on screen now, Climber Sandy, they're on the last leg of their last 1K run. They really have built up a nice, comfortable lead here. If they can get onto their double unders and be consistent, they're looking for a great time in this second heat.
And here in the arena, we've got all the judges prepped and ready in their superhero poses, ready to start counting those double unders.
And here we have our first team making our way onto the floor They're going to come in line with their lane and move through to their double unders. Strap down. First two athletes to pick up their ropes. It's Kaimer, Send It. Each athlete has their own judge to count their double unders.
Something tells me these guys are not too worried about their heat. They are looking to make moves to get into that main heat later on today.
Second and third teams to arrive. We've got CrossFit Artax's Avengers. They're going to start their double unders, closely followed by CrossFit Taniwa Kaha.
Something tells me this Sender team enjoys a bit of cardio and they are flying through these double unders.
We're here to settle the score. We're here to take off. We ain't here ready for war. We don't care what you think. We didn't come here for peace.
So we've got more teams on the floor now. CrossFit, Ike Stand, Bomb Squad, Artax's Avengers, PFC, Honey Badgers, CrossFit, Juggernaut, Triumph, Life, Cross Santhan, and Top Gun Fitness are our teams on the floor at the moment. RTF Misfits just finishing off their run. They're going to start their set of double unders. And at the moment, it's still Kaimer, Send It, moving through their double unders effortlessly. Again, it'll be interesting to see the tactics here. Does one of the pair do more double unders than the other? Who starts the rower first? Who starts the rower last?
They say I'm crossing the line. Outside your box and I'm doing just fine. They say I'm out of my mind. I'm fueling the rage, it's growing with time.
Kaimer, Send It, moving through to their 300. Extremely fast cadence rate on these double unders for Kaimer, Send It in lane number 6.
Watch how I prove it. I need to let it go. Beast out the cage, I'm an animal. We're here to set it off. We're here to settle the score.
First athlete on the rower from Kaimer.
We ain't here ready for war. We don't care what you think. We didn't come here for peace.
And that's where some of the tactics shown through there. We had the male athlete finish the double unders off for the female to start first. Looks like Kaimer, Send It are going to send both their female athletes off first. They're going to tackle 1,500 meters each, which will then leave another 1,500 meters for the boys to bring it home.
And the Packlap team have come from behind and they are nearly both onto the rower. Artax is with both their athletes on the rower too. We could end up with a bit of a fight for second place here.
In comes our last team from the run, CrossFit Blueberg Units. They're going to start their double unders. And at the moment, if you take a look at the screen, Kaimer, Send It are around about 80 meters ahead of their closest rivals.
but we're in a similar position to the previous heat where the second climber team is behind the second Artax's team. So it looks like we are going to go down to the wire again.
However, if you notice, both athletes for Khyma Sendit are their female athletes, whereas Artaxis have one male, one female. So how is this tactics going to play out as we move through the final 3K row? We can see the male athlete from CrossFit Artaxis Avengers catching up on the leaders from Khyma Sendit. You can see his average pace is 1:51 at the moment, where Khyma's is 2:09 and 2:07. Pack Life CrossFit Santon, they're making their way up the leaderboard. Currently 90 meters behind the leaders. Remember, these athletes have to complete 1,500 meters and then they will switch with their partner. There is only one switch allowed, and that is at the halfway mark of each 3K.
Pack Life just getting in between the teams here, just trying to make themselves a little bit inconvenient, and Artaxis and Khyma going neck and neck too.
And there you see CrossFit Artaxis have taken the lead with that faster average pace from their male athlete. So they're in the lead at the moment, but how long are they going to stay there for, as Khyma Sendit have both male athletes still to come on their row?
Mike, we haven't spoken much about the tunnel, but they are making their way up the leaderboard. Both their teams are actually ahead of the other second team. So we could end up with 3 teams vying for that #1 spot here.
Okay, so that's all our teams now onto their row. CrossFit Blueberg units, they move through their double unders extremely quickly. Let's see if they can catch up any ground on this row.
Khyma's first male athlete getting now. It's going to get very interesting on that leaderboard. What happens next?
Around 50 meters between our top 2 rows. That's CrossFit Artaxis and Khyma Sendit. Artaxis have got second athlete around, about to start in about 40 meters time. And as you can see, Kaima Sendi now have both athletes onto the second half of the row, both male athletes. Let's see what average pace they hold of this. They've had a nice rest leading up while the females work through their 1500 meters. It should be nice and fresh. Average pace of both rows at the moment, 138 and 153. Final two athletes for our taxis as well. Average pace 139, average pace 204. So we'll see how that plays out as we go through this final 1500 meters.
And to be holding sub 140 rows after the work they've already done is pretty impressive. This climber team has some big units that are really working that chain.
The second Kaima row has just overtaken the second Taniwa row as well. They've got both their female athletes working through the final 1500 meters. So our top four teams at the moment, CrossFit, R-Taxis, Kaima Sendi, Pack Life and Taniwa, they're your teams to look out for. They're the teams that are on their last half of the row. These are the teams that we want you to get behind at the moment and make this race as close as possible.
And Kaima Sendi climbing that leaderboard. Now their two teams are in the second and third spot, chasing down R-Taxis.
They're definitely living up to their team name. They are both sending it on the road, finishing off strong. Average pace at the moment, 149 and 141.
Watch how I move. I'm not like them. I don't try to be cool. I let them sleep. I let them snooze. We are the brand new. We don't know you. I started up and I left it on cruise. It's only me, so you don't have to choose. Race to the top. Lace up my shoes. I am the only one with nothing to prove. Really, I run it up. I have to.
Amazing to see on the row here, the second athlete on Kaima Sendi. Very low stroke rate, 22 strokes per minute. But he's powerful, he's strong, he's holding that average pace around the 143 mark. Taking a nice breath at the end of every pull, composing himself before really driving through those legs, having a nice long stroke with each pull on this row. We've got the judge's hand up for the first athlete. We send it. He's inside his last 500. Second athlete inside the final 500. Our taxis judge has their hand up inside their 500.
I want to see these two Kaima athletes start chasing each other here for bragging rights. They are about 60 meters off of each other. And now I've just said it, now they're paying attention to each other's times and they're going to have some friendly competition on those rows with each other.
Few more hands up. Taniwa has a hand up. Pack Life has a hand up. Sendi both inside their last 500, 200 meters to go, 300 meters to go. Remember, they both have to cross the finish line for their time to stop.
R-Tax is right behind them with both of their athletes also getting through their rower. 50 meters off.
Inside the final 200 meters for the first athlete on our taxis, and their second athlete also coming into the final 200 meters.
And as they're finishing off, they must remember they have to cross the line for that score to count.
Last 20 meters for the second athlete, Ascendi. He's got to get off the rower, make it across the finish line. And that's an unofficial
pace on the rower.
Unofficial time, 29:34 for Kaim Ascendi. Inside the last 100 meters for both Artax's team members. Remember, all 4 of them have to cross the line. And there we've got all 4 athletes across, unofficial time, 30 minutes and 5 seconds. So around about 30 seconds off the leaders.
And the Pack Club guys have made up some valuable ground here. If you know anyone from Pack Club, make some noise. They need some help.
Taniwa inside their last 100 meters. 1 athlete is done, final athlete remaining. They've got to cross that finish line to finish.
This is going to be a foot race, Mike. They're on the same numbers here.
50 meters for Taniwa.
30 meters for Pack Club.
30 meters.
And Pack Club gets it.
That's Taniwa coming across the finish line. Little mishap with the foot. Off she goes. She's going to cross the finish line. 31 minutes flat.
Acre Start teams here with 2 of their athletes on the home stretch. Honeybed is getting over the line. Having a rower mishap. Get out, get out. And they're across the line.
Making them proud or making them pay. I'm running the game, I'm running it up. The one that get burnt, don't play with the flame. Too out the touch. Facing the storm, I fight through the pain. I go high, go think I'm going insane.
Top Gun CrossFit.
Do what you want, just stay out the way. Hey, get ready, I'm running. Oh yeah, we
Inside their last 100 meters.
Don't duck when they coming. These legs ain't running. I'ma keep it 100. Never been a crash dummy.
Same for Juggernaut Triumph. They're both inside their last 100 as well.
But I keep it going. Don't like to talk.
1 athlete done for Triumph. 2 athletes done for Triumph. That's them finished.
3 minutes left of this cap. RTF Misfits with their last few meters. They need to get over the line for their score to count. And now we've got 2.5 minutes for these Blowberg teams to send it, to get as many meters as possible on that rower.
Athletes, you've got 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes. .500 and 600 meters respectively remaining for Team CrossFit Blueberg units.
Now it just becomes a race against each other. Get as many meters as possible for the last 90 seconds of this event.
90 seconds remaining. Guys, let's get behind this team. Let's work them through their final 90 seconds. Don't forget, this time matters. Reps matter. There's already been 1 heat. We've still got 2 heats to go. So all the reps count. 60 seconds remaining in this heat.
40 seconds. Let's go, guys. Help them. They're hurting. Let's make some noise. 30 seconds remaining on the time. Let's get behind this team. All the reps count.
Freely.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time. And here we are with the heat winners, Kaima Sendit. What a performance, guys. What was your strategy going into that run?
Honestly, just send it. Be uncomfortable on the run, be uncomfortable on the dirt, be very uncomfortable.
You could tell. And then we knew what your teammate was once you got onto that rower, you were really pulling hard. Do you guys race often against each other on the range?
Yes, sometimes.
You could tell. Okay, so you got some burpees. Guys, fantastic effort out there. It was really impressive watching you take that workout on. Give yourself a round of applause. Give them a big shout out, guys. And got Valley May in lane 10, lane 1, come through. MCC higher. ATG, the guys. CrossFit Artax's Assassins. Uncontained Strong. That's more like it. CrossFit Bloberg Pumas. Willoway Mavericks.
Hey, yeah, I'm about to shut it down.
Next we have REF CrossFit Josie. Look at that profile picture. Sub 6.
I'm the one that everybody looking for. I just want to see your body on the floor. You ain't got
And RTF Bigger.
I'm just trying to get it right. Top floor, sunbeam, high life. Add another round of my own tab. I don't see her leaving in her own cab. When I pull up with my gang, you know.
Athletes, 1 minute. Make your way to the start line. Pop your ropes down.
Day number 2 of Rebel Renegade Games. We are here with our team lane startup for event 2, heat number 3. I'm going to pass over to Natalie to read out our team lists.
Yeah, welcome if you're just joining. This is the Rebel Renegade Games. This is day number 2. We have our event 2, heat 3 coming up. In lane number 1, we have Valley Maid. Lane number 2, MCC Yeah. Lane number 3, ATG The Guys. Lane number 4, CrossFit Artax's Assassins. Lane number 5, Uncontained Strong. Lane number 6, CrossFit Bloberg Pumas. Lane number 7, Willoway Mavericks. Lane number 8, REF, CrossFit Josie, lane number 9, sub 6, and then out in lane number 10, we have RTF Vigor rounding out this heat.
And the buzzer has gone off. Our athletes are starting the first loop of their 3K run. The run is set into 3 1K loops, so you'll be seeing them come back into the arena after each kilometre they are finishing. There's a 200-metre uphill to finish that kilometre loop, which sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun for our athletes.
Thank you, Nats. Yeah, so you'll also see that the athletes aren't running separate from each other. Thank you. On running separate from each other, they're actually tethered by having to hold a strap. That's going to ensure that the team stays together and runs together. Nobody runs off on their own. And if one person breaks away, they will not be eligible to complete the run. So they have to stay together as a team. It's also nice because you can put your strongest runner in front because they can actually pull the team. And you can have your weaker runner almost running a little bit behind.
And I know that I'd be that person.
And they can actually assist each other on the run depending on how they're feeling and how they go during the workout.
Now, looking at these teams, there's one team in particular that really stands out to me. That is the Jacobs couples team, RTF Vigor.
Yeah.
Now, they had a bit of a rough start last night. If anyone was watching on the live stream, we have it on good authority. Everyone is okay.
Oh, you're talking about the RTF Born team.
Oh,
yes. Yeah, that's the other RTF team. It's okay. It's really, really cool to see multiple teams coming out of the same affiliates as well. So I think it's
have many teams.
Yeah, I see there's like multiple teams like Juggernaut. We have got our Uncontained, RTF. There's loads of teams that have actually got multiple teams here, affiliates that are competing. But you're talking about the RTF Born team, and that's Brandon Jacobs that you're referring to, who actually had a bit of an episode last night on the bike. So I did speak to him and check with him this morning. He is okay. He was sick 2 weeks ago. He had like a really bad chest infection. And he is very competent and very comfortable on the assault bike.
Absolutely, he is.
And he had tasted this workout beforehand, so he knew exactly what he was doing by gunning that bike that way. But I didn't think he factored in the fact that he was so sick, and that affected him on that bike last night. So yeah, he was in the struggle bus. He actually had to get admitted to the medic tent. He was on oxygen. He had he passed out. But yeah, I have it on good authority now after speaking to him this morning that he's okay. He's going to gauge the rest of the weekend based off of how the run's going to feel today.
And he's there with his wife on the team as well.
Yeah.
And they have a young son.
Yeah.
So it's awesome to see people here, families with kids, representing their CrossFit affiliate in this event.
Yeah.
Really cool to see so many mums as well.
Yeah, and breastfeeding mamas as well. I've got like loads of respect, been there, done that. But yeah, there's like loads of moms that are actually competing and dads. And it's just really cool because I think as well, like you're setting up the example and the precedent for your kids that being fit is healthy. And it's not just a given thing, it's something that you work on, but like you're setting the example for your kids, and that's really cool to see. I'm a mom of 3 myself, so I know like that carry over and the impact that has on my kids being active. But yeah, we have here, let me see, take a look here who these athletes are coming in. Yeah, looks like the Motley Crew team coming in here. That was Eleanor. Just in case you didn't know, Eleanor is like she's world-renowned underwater hockey player.
That's really cool.
So this run event's going to be really good for her because her capacity is really, really high. I was watching on those bar muscle ups last night and she also looked so comfortable. She's worked so much on those. She lived out in Pretoria, but she's moved to the Cape now. She's now joined the MCC team that side.
And watching here, our athletes look pretty comfortable at the moment. I mean, this is the first of the 3K loop.
Yeah.
And a beautiful scenery to be running in as well.
Yeah. I did mention earlier on this morning as well that it's really, really dry in Gauteng during the winters. This is our Willoway team on the screen right now. And then we've got our Josie team that's passing the screen now as well. But yeah, it's really dry in the winters here. So the course is going to be dusty. And you want to be out in front so that you're not catching what do you call it, like the dust and the backspill of the athletes in front of you. So it'll be good. And they also, for the indies, going to be a little bit sucky because they're loosening up the ground. But it's okay. It's going to be the same for everybody, like the same playing field.
Yeah, well, they were saying the ground is a little bit gravelly. The turnaround point they were saying is going to be on grass, which is going to make it a little bit safer for our athletes, because nothing worse than trying to make a quick turn on some loose stone.
But also fun if you have allergies. So as you see, our teams are coming into the arena now. So they've completed their first 1K loop. They've still got 2 laps to go. And everybody's still looking really, really comfortable, really chilled on this run right now. Not really much to say. They're running.
Yeah, 3 laps of this. Then they're going to be moving into 300 double unders. And the double unders are going to be in split pairs. So it's a male-female pair. Each pair will complete 300 double unders between them. They can split it however they like, but they do have to advance every 100 reps.
Yeah. You were saying earlier on that can either be a blessing in disguise or it can be a bit of a hindrance. I think it's really good because it's nice to have a little bit of race. So you can do 50-50 advance, 50-50 advance, 50-50 advance to the rower. And play it up a feel on the row because you've got nothing to lose by giving it your all on the row. So it's just one of those things, like you got to pace it out a little bit. And that last K is just like, how do you plan on breaking it up? Can you stick to it? Do you have a game plan going into the workout? Or are you just going to manage it as you go?
Yeah, and because the score is taken from the slowest pair, you do need to make sure that we are playing to our strengths in this situation.
Absolutely. Especially if you are a team with, I want to say, shorter, smaller girls, the guys will probably end up picking up a couple of extra meters every time it's their turn to row. So you might be splitting it up like a 250 and a 200 meter row every time, or maybe a 500, 350 row, something like that. So the guys are doing the majority of the work. And then you have the other side of the coin. You have got teams with like really strong girls as well, where they can equal the amount of meters that the guys are rowing at the same pace, or maybe a couple of meters less, just to give each other a little bit of a break. Because it's nice when you have team workouts like this where you can work, rest, because you naturally tend to go a little bit harder when it's your turn to go.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So that's the Willoway team, the Willoway Mavericks on the screen right now. They're just completing their second loop. Tia running in front for the girls with Lendl. Looking very comfortable, very chill, but we all know a workout like this, a 35-minute time cap, you're not going to win it on your first run or on the run. It's about that row and how much you're prepared to hurt at the end there. So with 7 minutes in, I mean, there's still 25 minutes to go on the workout. It's still a long workout to go.
I also think the good thing about something like this is anyone can win this event. It does not matter what heat you're in. This is a capacity workout. Very low skill. Double unders for some people we saw in the earlier heats were a bit of a challenge, but you're not going to be winning or losing this workout through those double unders. It's going to come down to that row.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just done the turnaround.
Yeah, so this is our MCC team that's coming in. They're currently in the lead, our MCC RYAF team, and they're currently in the lead. Looking very, very comfortable on this run, super relaxed. They don't look like they're breathing heavy at all. And they're actually coming from sea level a little bit higher up. Eleanor giving her watch a little peek there to see what their pace is and if they're on pace. But I think a workout like this as well, it's going to be very dependent on how the athletes are feeling as the workout goes. And if you have a plan A, a plan B, and then if everything like goes out of the window, what is your plan C, just to be able to cater? And we see it with that RTF team last night. They still managed to finish the workout, and they had to do that, like just to manage their athlete that was actually struggling to get everybody through. And right now on the screen, you see that we have Ruan Potgieter, last year's winner. Their team is currently sitting in third in this heat, looking very comfortable.
I think they've opted to have their less strong athletes on the run at the front.
Yeah, set the pace.
A really nice strategy as well, because as they get a little bit more tired, I think on that final loop, the stronger runners can kind of push those less competent runners that bit faster.
Yeah. And just as you say that now, the Motley Crue team has come in here, and previously it was the two male, female running in front. Now they've switched it out that the two ladies are running behind and the two gents are running in front.
I'll be interested to listen to the interviews at the end of the event to find out people's tactics approaching this workout.
Yeah.
I think we're going to hear a whole lot of different ones.
Yeah, for sure. But like we said, this is a 35-minute time cap on this workout. It's
We're not even 10 minutes in.
No. But it's pretty cool how the media team is set up this weekend as well, because we still have eyes on the run outside. So we can still experience a run with the athletes. We can see the scenery, we can see the terrain. And as you see, just like you were mentioning about the last 200 meter being a bit of a gradient going up, you can see these athletes leaning forward a little bit as they have to approach this uphill, going back into the arena. And that's going to jack the heart rate coming in, especially on that last loop going into the double unders.
Yeah, coming up in front of that Rebel van in the driveway.
Yeah.
It's nice and steep there.
Yeah, Rebel Elite Fitness is our title sponsor for this weekend, and they've put together like a phenomenal event so far. Everything running on time, everything running smoothly. We had a couple of appeals last night out of event 1, and everything was handled well. Like, it's just everything right now, Touchwood, is really running really nicely by our title sponsor.
Speaking of sponsors, I think if we get eyes on Brandon and Nicola's team, they are actually sponsored by Amazfit, and they've been kitted out with watches to help monitor their heart rates through this event in particular. And I think, safe to say, after yesterday, Brandon will really be appreciating that one.
Yeah, for sure.
We're starting to see that run take its toll on a few of our athletes.
Yeah. But still, even with that being said, everybody's still looking really relaxed. I normally, if I look at, I have a bit of a running background, so I'll look at the athlete's shoulders. I'm looking at their arms. Are they tensing up? Are they looking labored during their run? And everybody's looking really relaxed. But this is also the downhill portion as they come into their 1K run outside. So everybody should be looking pretty relaxed.
Don't show it hurts. That's the tough part.
Fake it till you make it. But I like a workout like this because, as you said, it's capacity, and a lot of the athletes have got like a longer background in terms of, got like a cool background in sports, where they actually have got like triathletes, like I said, just like underwater hockey players, stuff like that. So they have got that benefit in a workout like this with the capacity stuff, that'll play in their favor.
A lot of tall athletes in this heat as well, so it's going to be really exciting to see how they go on that row. We can see the row pace on the screen when they actually get onto the rower, so that's going to be a really interesting...
Yeah. Bruno at the back there just had ran past the screen a couple of seconds ago, giving us a shaka there. He's looking really comfortable. I'm looking forward to his vibes on Sunday. He brings the vibes there from CrossFit Josie. So it looks like this Motley Crue CrossFit, this MTC team, is still holding on to their lead on their final lap of the run. They're about to enter the arena where they're going to start chipping away at those 300 double unders. They're looking really relaxed. These guys look like twins running in front there.
Yeah. They're going to come straight in and onto their double unders, splitting in their male-female pairs. Moving up every 100 reps.
Yeah. So if you guys are watching our live stream, welcome. This is the Rebel Renegade Games Day number 2, the official qualifying CrossFit event for our individual athletes. Our team athletes are just here representing their affiliates, but they're not just here just to compete. They still want bragging rights, and they also have like a really, really awesome prize donated or sponsored by Rebel for equipment towards their gym. So even though they're doing it for the bragging rights, they're also doing it because they want to work for that prize.
And I was saying earlier, I think the awesome thing here with the team competition is that we have gone back to that grassroots, all 4 athletes coming from the same facility, training together under the same roof.
Yeah. So Eleanor taking the lead there, running up to the double unders. Looks like she's going to probably start for her team.
It was a nice quick transition there.
Already have a trip up there.
I'm actually really impressed he's doing double unders in a hat.
got to protect the moneymaker when you're running out in the sun, especially in the heat, yeah?
Yeah.
The individuals are going to have a little bit more tough because it's also going to be on the heat of the day, especially the girls. Our indie girls are going to be going, and it's, even though it's really cold in Gauteng, Vanderbijl in the mornings, it's really, really chilly. It warms up really beautifully throughout the day, and then it cools down as the evening approaches. So they're going to be hitting this workout in the heat of the day, but it's also about, it's not just these workouts, it's about the recovery as well. So how are they going to recover after a long workout going into the next events? Because we don't only have one event today, we have 3 events across today. This is our longest one for the day, but they have 3 events today. So how are they going to rest and recover for the teams and the indies going throughout the rest of the comp?
Yeah, and the girls have about 90 minutes between their events today, so it's not
a long time.
Yeah.
I was chatting to Sarah yesterday after the event, but I was interviewing her after the event, and the first thing she was saying that she needs after that workout was carbs and be able to rehydrate. So she's already focusing on her recovery after an event like that. So she's such an experienced athlete, like she's gonna know what she needs to do. It's about if that carries over for everybody else, what the recovery is gonna do. And this is a very long weekend, 9 workouts. I think this is the most workouts by any competition in South Africa ever before. I think the most that we've had is 6. And then maybe like a 7th, like a final event. But 9 events across the weekend is a lot of volume for a majority of these athletes.
Yeah, and you really have to know yourself in that situation. Know how you recover, know what works for you. Don't look at what anyone else is doing. Back yourself and back your body.
Yeah. So on the screen as well, we have our team from Artax's, CrossFit Artax's Assassins. We've got Yaku with the orange wristbands, chipping away there at his double unders. We're back to the ATG team.
These are our 2 teams in the lead, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, like you were saying just now, Tiana, when we move over to the rower, we'll actually be able to see whether the paces as well. We have like a little pacing boat that'll be on the screen.
You're going to be looking for the bottom boat on each team. So don't look at the boat that's going the fastest. You want to look at the boat that's going the slowest. That's going to be the team's finish time.
Yeah. Ruan taking a little look around.
Checking it out.
He's using this as a training weekend. So he was not actually supposed to be competing this weekend. He actually got injured earlier on this year at a local comp. He sprained his ankle really badly. I actually thought it was going to be a total break. If I was there emceeing that event, and I just was shocked by what his ankle looked like. So, but besides him getting injured earlier on, just before the Open, his wife is expecting a little girl. And her due date is right around the time of the game. So he was planning on, obviously trying to get back to the games this year, back-to-back qualifier. But due to his injury, he pulled out. But he said just more than anything else, he wants to be here for his wife and for the birth of their first child. And also, he's got a very strict plan with his coach, Ricky Heiser from Vivify U, to help build his strength. So that's what they're focusing on this year. So it's just got to note that he's not individual this year. He is helping out a team. One of his teammates got injured earlier on this week, actually. And now he's approaching this weekend as a bit of a training weekend just to gauge where he's at. And have fun. I mean, it's his team, it's his box that's competing. Like, he's there representing his box. How cool is that?
That's the beauty, like I said before, of having your affiliate as your team.
Yeah.
And what better person to have jump in on the team than the person that represented Africa last year.
But you also know, I mean, you've been in the game long enough to know as well how cool it is when you have your coach join you for a workout. Like, let's say it's their morning or their evening off, but they're coming to class to come and just do the class with you. I mean, that's so cool for me. I love that when I was still in a gym and stuff like that have the coach that join the class. After they're done coaching, they just want to do the class with you. Like, it's really cool to have the coach join. And now you have them on a team. I mean, that's really cool. I wouldn't complain.
No, I wouldn't be complaining either.
I'll do all the double unders, Ruan. You can do all of the rowing. So yeah, it looks like we've got a lot of our teams, if not most of them, have advanced now onto the rowers. So now again, they're chipping away at a 3K row in their male-female team.
There's some pretty impressive paces that we're seeing here up on the board right now. 137. I guess that's the beauty of being able to share the load and not having to do it all yourself.
Yeah. So on the screen right now, we have got Matt Holiday. He was actually here emceeing the event with me last year. You would have heard him on the broadcast quite a lot. He's got his 2 boxes out in Bloberg and Melkbos. So he's competing with his team this year, which is really, really cool. But you will hear his voice across the broadcast later on this weekend when they're done competing. He's going to come help us out a little bit with his knowledge and his fire as well.
On the floor in 2 different ways this week.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got almost all of our teams onto the row.
So I just want to mention that the male-female pair has to wait. Let's say, for example, the male has completed his portion of the double unders and his female is still double undering. He can't then get onto the rower and start rowing without her. He has to wait for her to finish his double unders, then they can both advance to their rower. But the 2 separate teams, like the male-female, male-female, don't have to wait for each other. It's just that pairing has to wait for each other on that movement before they can advance to the next.
And putting together people or pairs for those 2 movements is going to be an interesting tactic from each team, because you don't want to necessarily put 2 phenomenal rowers together or 2 phenomenal skippers together, because they may end up countering each other on the opposing movement.
Yeah. Yeah, there is some strategy, and I think in a workout like this, for lack of a better word, you want to always play to the weakest link strength. Yeah, just to help them get through a workout like this, because like we said, it's a minimum of 30 minutes that you're going to be working at least. Even though we have the 35-minute cap, we have got some teams that haven't finished, unfortunately, but we have a lot that have also finished. So you kind of want to play to the person that you feel, or that might put their hand up and say, listen guys, I might struggle in this workout. So how can we best assist that person and in our pairings and our strategy going into a workout like this?
Keep them confident and calm throughout that time cap. I was loving before seeing a couple of the guys on that row chucking a sneaky side eye person next to them, checking on the monitor, I'm sure.
I think as CrossFitters as well, the reason why so many people still do it, and I think why it's a lot of people that maybe did sport before, especially when they want to compete at a level like this, is because they miss that competitive edge that they might have had doing team sport or individual sport, but they've maybe outgrown it or they've moved past it and stuff like that. So this helps you to keep the competitive edge almost. And I think it's just a natural thing. I mean, I even do it in the gym. I'll be rowing and I look at the person next to me. I'm like, oh, I'm kicking his butt or whatever. It's like, or her butt. But it's just a natural thing.
Or I need to put my foot down a little bit more.
Yeah. And that's why I love the sport so much, just for myself and speaking for myself, but just because like I am a super competitive person and this just drives that. The sport drives that. So I love the community aspect. I love everything that it's given me in terms of just personal life. Let's not get too soppy here, but I mean, I met my husband through CrossFit. I've got a complete career change through CrossFit. I've had beautiful kids as a result of CrossFit. Like it's just, CrossFit has given me so much. So it's just cool to be here, to see these athletes competing and to be able to give back, even if it's from this side and not on the floor.
I think as well, the other beautiful thing about the sport is that you see so many different body types on the floor, and it's not what you look like, it's what you are physically capable of doing.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really awesome thing about the sport, is that we see if you lift the heaviest, you're going to get that event. If you are the fittest, you get that. It doesn't matter what your body looks like, how old you are, what your background is. And we're seeing that this weekend, you know, like we were saying earlier, you've got your mums, they're mum strong.
Yeah.
You've got your affiliate owners, you've got your everyday people that have full-time jobs, and here they are, have taken the weekend off to jump in and do the event.
Yeah. And also this is a big commitment as well, because it is a 4-day event. So it is a big commitment for a lot of the athletes to be here this weekend, but being able to be here to represent your affiliate, like that's really cool. And to be a part of, I want to say history in a way, because it's a new season and everything like that. So yeah, again, Ruan on the rower. In fact, they're finishing out their row.
It is starting to hurt. We can see on our screen a couple of athletes closing their eyes. I can definitely say if I was on the floor, I'd be one of those people.
Yeah, because now's not the time to hold back. If you've got like maybe 300 meters left, it's and a minute of rowing, then you're done.
And we're sitting here at the just under the 25-minute mark. So our athletes will be going for a little bit longer, at least 5 minutes.
Yeah. We still have a heat coming up after this. So as you said earlier on as well, like it's not just this one heat. They've got multiple heats that are vying for the top spot or taking the W in this event. So every minute, every second, every stroke is going to count on a workout like this. So they're trying to set up the time to beat.
And you also have to remember, like we said earlier, this is not a very high skill workout. It's the kind of workout that any team really can take the win. So these guys are fighting against obviously the next heat times, but also the ones prior.
Yeah.
Looks like ATG, the guys, are just ahead. And of course, we're looking for both of their boats, not the first one. The second one is the one that's going to matter. And these guys, ATG, the guys, are pretty close to each other.
Yeah. But that's also cool because you kind of want to have that, so then you have both pairs finishing at the same time.
Absolutely.
And then that means also then you have like a really well-balanced male-female pairing as well.
Yeah, and it's looking like there's not many teams that have that kind of balance. I think ATG, the guys, are very close to each other. And then there's one more. I'm going to get you to pronounce that for me because I will butcher it, unfortunately.
The CrossFit, let me take a look here. Is it Blobo Pumas?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very close to each other as well. All from the same team, nice and close.
Yeah.
Means they're going to have a pretty good finish time.
Yeah. I was talking to Edwin Trotsky, who was in the previous heat earlier on about this workout, and I asked, did you guys test this workout? He's like, yeah, it's about a 30-minute effort that you're going to be putting into the workout. It's not just a quick little 12 or 15 minutes. You're going to be working for a solid 30 minutes.
Yeah, and the approach that you come into that workout, the mindset, the way that we enter it is going to be really, really different to say, for example, last night's sprint effort.
Yeah.
I think it was good they got last night out of the way, got the cobwebs dusted off.
I also actually, to be fair, I would have liked to see that as a final event as well.
Yeah, like they did at Mayhem Classic.
Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. And we weren't part of the broadcast team here last night. We were on the floor when they were doing that event, but I know it might sound really bad, but I was enjoying watching those athletes trying to make it across that finish line after that sprint on the bike, and I felt so sorry for them. I was in the back after the event, and if you've been in CrossFit for long enough, you know what a brand lung is. And those girls were heaving at the back there. They were coughing their lungs out. So I'm interested to see how they fare on this workout, and especially our international athletes that aren't familiar with our altitude and our just our environment, being in this environment.
Yeah, a few of the international athletes actually made an effort to come out significantly earlier. So a lot of them have been here for about 10 to 14 days.
Yeah.
Purely just to acclimatize to the weather here.
Yeah. And even that, like you can't, even with that being said, you can't simulate the stimulus in a workout like that, because when it's 3, 2, 1 go, something else in your brain and adrenaline kicks in and stuff like that, and you can't really replicate that during training very much. Like, I don't think it's very, very difficult to replicate how you feel, competition jitters, all that stuff during training, and how you approach a workout like that. So you might have had a plan going in, but then you look at the girl next to you going on the salt bike and you're like, oh my goodness, she's going so fast, I need to go faster as well. And that might not be part of your plan. So it's just acclimatizing. It's like difficult in this environment.
I was talking to a few of the athletes this morning, and the chat was, the way that I approach this in training is now changed based on where I am in the heats. And it was, I can push in this section and I can push there, and now it's kind of all gone out the window, and it's, I need to just go for it and hope that I can hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Our first team has finished under the 30-minute mark. Our ATG, the guys, has finished up their workout. That was a good
I'm going to say that's definitely the fastest time so far.
Yeah.
29:45, I think, was their slowest person.
Yeah. If you're watching and you're not sure why the judge standing behind the athlete has got his hand in the air with the number 4, you'll see his finger, number 3, I think it's a 3, yeah. You'll see his fingers reduce as the athlete's rowing. He's showing how many 100 meters the athlete has left. So that athlete on the screen right there had 300 meters to go on the workout, on the row, which is about a minute of rowing left.
And I mean, we still have just under 5 minutes in this time cap.
Yeah.
So some of these athletes will have been working 35 minutes.
Yeah. But the nice thing is that you have that work-rest ratio. So you can put in a good effort and then rest. If I personally was on a team and looking at, because I'm seeing a lot of these athletes have been sitting on this rower for a long time. Like, I would have gone for smaller, shorter sets. More high intensity, and then quick changeovers. You practice the changeovers with your athletes before the event, in training already, like in terms of where the feet go, how to get in and out, off and on, and stuff like that. And you have quick changeovers. But then if you have smaller sets on the rower, it means that you can row at a higher intensity with quick changeovers. Oh,
there we go, same time.
Yeah.
Very well done.
Is that the uncontained team that's just finished up their VAD and them lying there on the floor?
It was a very hard time getting our athletes up off the floor last night. I will say a couple of sideline interviews from the finish mat.
Yeah, and I think, especially after that workout and the stimulus that workout was programmed after, that is just kind of like, that's how it was supposed to look. Then you know you put in 110%.
Absolutely. Being peeled off the finish mat and rolled out.
Yeah. Looks like Lendl from the Willoway Mavericks team is about to finish. You know, I was talking about getting on and off of the rower with efficiency. That is, for example, an example where you can like practice sliding the foot up and out, staying calm.
And you were talking about crossing the finish line after a bike. I think it's not much better after a hard row either.
No.
Plus side, they don't have as far to run.
Yeah. So we've got our Josie team. Bruno's just unstrapping his feet, getting ready to get off of the rower there. Dylan right behind, we're about to join.
Head straight down on that fan. Oh no, we're going for the feet.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
There they are.
Dylan crossing the finish line there for that team. We have Valley Maid that's just about to wrap up their workout as well. Looks like everybody in this heat's going to be finishing underneath or within that 35-minute time cap.
They've still got just over 2 minutes to go. Very achievable.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes one. Just waiting on their second pair.
She's still holding a really good split. She's still holding under 2 minutes per 500. It's just dipped. Okay, it's dipped over the 2 minute mark there. She's done, that's why, yeah. But she was still holding like a really good split for that team. And just like that, our third heat of our second event for our teams has just finished up. We're going to head over to the floor now where one of our guys on the floor is going to do like a little post-workout interview with our heat winners.
I am on the floor with ATG, the guys who have just taken that heat. Unofficial time around about 29:30, which is about 4 seconds faster than the previous heat. What a race to the finish. Guys, you had a great run to start with, controlled, double unders you worked through, you were pretty much the first to the rowers there and thereabouts, but you took the tactic of sending both guys first. What made you make that decision?
Girls are better running than us, so they dragged us and we were like, we've got to do some work somewhere. So that...
Say, because the tactics does make a difference towards the end, where the guys do usually hold a much faster pace. So you girls had to hold on and fight and leave everything on that rower to win. How were you feeling as you worked through that final 1500?
It was definitely rough, but we just tried to keep their pace and just do our own thing. Keep our own game.
It was amazing to see you, ladies. You were holding sub 2 minutes. Ladies and gents, let's make it up for ATG, the guys this heat winners.
We have our fourth
heat for the weekend. All right, so we have got heat number 4 for our teams taking the floor right now. That was Bounty Fantastic 4. We have RTF Born. We have Uncontained Humble, our current event leaders after last night's win. They're looking forward to this workout. CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph. We have got Koshin CrossFit. MCC Misfits. Pack Life CrossFit Wanderers, our third place winners from last year, looking to see if they can repeat. Then we have CrossFit Tiger Valley Phoenix. Fast CFA. So this is your top heat for our teams for the weekend. This is event number 2. Tiana, do you want to take us through the workout quickly?
So what we have is a 333-ish style workout. Our athletes are going to be going for a 3-kilometer run. They're going to be tethered together, so they are not allowed to drop their tether. If anyone breaks away, unfortunately, they're not going to be counted. They're going to be DQ'd.
Yeah.
Once they finish their 3K run, they're going to come in and split into male-female pairs. Each pair is going to move through 300 double unders, and the catch here is that they must stop every 100 reps to advance to the next square. And when they've finished their 300 double unders, they're going to move into a 3K row. Each male-female pair will be moving through that 3K row, and the slowest time will be the team time for this workout. It's a nice 35-minute time cap here. In the prior heat, no team needed that full 35 minutes. And like we were saying earlier, the beautiful thing about this kind of workout is it's anybody's game.
Yeah, it's anybody's game. I know that the teams in this final heat are looking to set the time to beat. So as you can see on your screen right now, we have got CrossFit Acres Little Oaks out in lane number 1, lane number 2 Bounty Fantastic 4, in lane number 3 RTF Born. Lane number 4 is Uncontained Humble, our current event leaders. Lane number 5 we have Juggernaut Triumph. Lane number 6 Koshin CrossFit. Lane number 7 MCC Misfits. Lane number 8 Pack Life CrossFit Wanderers. Lane number 9 CrossFit Tiger Valley Phoenix. And out in lane number 10 closing out this heat is going to be Fast CFA. If you're just tuning in, good morning. This is the Rebel Renegade Games. We are coming at you from Vanderbijlpark out here at the Emerald Casino, where we have a 4-day event taking place. But this is day number 2, and our final heat is about to kick off event number 2.
And there they go, about to set off on their first 1K loop.
Oh, it's tight.
It is very
Sorry, it's tight.
This 3K run is in 3 1K loops, so you will see our athletes come back into the arena after each kilometre that they complete.
Yeah. So in the okay. We have in the athlete briefing yesterday, Tomo did just tell the athletes, listen, yeah, this route is quite narrow, especially coming out and into the arena. So please, no pushing, no shoving, no swearing at each other. Let's keep the sportsmanship at a high level, a high standard. We're not going to tolerate any bad sportsmanship. Yeah, and it just looks like everybody's come out comfortable and looking good, and there's no pushing and no shoving. The first lap of 3, so we see how it goes. And right now we have Bounty Fantastic 4 out in the lead. Yeah, they also are second place at the moment. And on their team, we have got Naomi Smith and her husband Barent, who was the representative on the team last year at the CrossFit Games. Then we have Yolandi, who's 46 this year, and she looks incredible. May I look like that when I'm 46? Please, thank you. And then rounding out the team is Jacobus.
That's the cool thing when you come to a team event. It doesn't matter age, shape, size, where you've come from. All of these athletes are just coming together from their affiliate.
Yep.
We got 46-year-olds rocking it with 20-year-olds.
Yeah, that's so cool, man. And that's also what I love about the sport as well, is that we have, like, it brings community and everybody together. It's not just specific to a certain type or a certain age or a certain individual. It's like it really brings the community and people together.
And a workout like this with capacity.
Yeah.
We're going to see some epic scores in this heat. Now, ATG for guys set the time to beat in our prior heat. Just under 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's like 29:32 or something like that.
Yeah, so it's going to be really cool to see if we get someone even faster than that, maybe 27:28.
I definitely think so. I was speaking to the Uncontained team earlier on. Mariska was asking her, like, how do you feel about this workout? Because I know that her lung capacity is crazy. I was watching her last year. She was carrying the team, talking to them, communicating, strategizing as the workout was going. They also had a long, a capacity workout last year. Anyway, so also, how do you guys feel about this year? And do you have a plan A, plan B, plan C? She's like, we have a plan, ouch. That is what they're going for. They're going to just send it on this workout because it really is, they're going to play to their strengths for this workout. So we can expect to see them in the top finishing teams.
I mean, and like we were saying, it's not a very high skill work.
No.
Double unders are not so many reps that
No.
300, I mean, you could even have one athlete all of the reps.
Yeah.
As long as they proceed at time. That's totally fine. Someone's stronger at something else.
Yeah, I did see in the previous heat, Eleanor de Kock from the MTC team, she actually did her double unders, and as she was double undering, she actually jumped forward into the next block. So she didn't break, she actually jumped forward and just continued her double unders, which was pretty cool.
Tactic?
Yeah, it's like if you can do it, why not?
100%. 100%. Now, looking at the screen right now, who have we got here in this electric blue? Oh, they've just crossed.
Yeah, there's a bunch of teams over here. This is our current event leaders. This is the Uncontained Humble team that just passed the screen there. That's Lawrence, Cassie, Mariska, and Zia May that are actually teamed up this year. Cassie's got a phenomenal gymnastic background as well, so I'm looking forward to watching him smash that handstand workout later on in the weekend.
I think we're all looking forward to that one. Not too much has been announced with regards to that event either.
No. As you can see now, this is a 1K loop that the athletes are going to be running 3 times. And every time, the last roughly about 200 meters of the loop finishes with a pretty steep gradient going up into the arena. And we have got our Bounty 4 team on the screen right now. But out in the lead, it's our Tiger Valley Phoenix team with Henry Mayring and his teammate leading the charge, followed by the Juggernaut team.
Not going to lie, it's still looking pretty close with these top kind of 6 teams.
Yeah. And we just passed the screen there. We had our RTF born team, and we were talking previously about Brandon Jacobs last night having a bit of a situation after the hurricane bike.
He's looking much better now.
He's looking much better. He's going to gauge how he feels after this event. The run's basically going to tell him if he needs to continue. He's actually just recovering from a really bad chest infection a couple of weeks ago. And he thought he was okay. But after last night's event, he was just like, actually, he's not 100% yet. So he's going to see how he feels after this event, how he's going to feel going into the remainder of the weekend with his team.
The hurricane bike definitely told him he wasn't okay.
No. And he's so competent on that machine, like it does not faze him at all. You can tell him right now, listen, yeah, Brandon, bang out 100 calories and he'll do it with his eyes closed and he'll be smiling doing it. Like he's so comfortable on the hurricane bike. So he was saying like he was really surprised how he felt coming off, and he was going to jump up into the muscle up, and he was just like, oh my goodness, he couldn't even see the bar. It was moving in front of him. That's how dizzy he was.
And I think anyone that knows Brandon as an athlete, both in South Africa and the UAE region, well, he lived there for a little while.
Yeah.
He is a very competent athlete, and someone that we know is incredibly strong, in particular on a bike.
Yeah.
So to see that even as someone on the floor, it was a little bit jarring.
Yeah. I competed with him out in 2017 on the CrossFit PVM team. And I just know that if whenever there was a assault bike, either in the workout or in any team event, whatever, we knew Brandon had it.
Yeah.
So on the screen right now, passing us in the light blue tops is our CrossFit Uncontained Humble. And they're actually sitting at the back of the pack in this heat right now. But as you've seen, it's not about the run. It's not just about the run. It's about how the rest of the workout is going to play out as they enter the arena after the run, going to the double unders.
And I think you were telling us earlier that is a team that people kind of weren't exactly expecting to be sitting in what is at the moment our top three.
Yeah, absolutely. They're sitting in the first spot at the moment, and they plan on holding that throughout the weekend. They were like, we might not be known to everybody else, but we have set the expectation on ourselves to perform really well and to represent our box really, really well. So that's what they're planning on doing this weekend.
It's pretty awesome as well. I think the great thing with a team event like this is you don't have to be a standout name to stand out.
No, absolutely. It's about how the team comes together, how well they gel, how well do they communicate, can they adjust on the fly, can they stick to a strategy? Because sometimes you do go into a team and you have that one person who now wants to be the outlier.
Yep.
And completely messes up the entire strategy.
I mean, you can have the most incredible 4 individual athletes separately.
Yep.
And if you bring them together and they don't know how to communicate and know each other, it's really about the beautiful thing here, I guess. They're training in their box. They know each other. You have little things like, that expression means we need to go a little bit slower.
Yep.
They're hunched over, but they're okay. You know, those small moments.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you know each other, it's fine. If you don't, that's where the damage happens.
And CrossFit dabbled with the super team thing for a little bit, and they did do that. And it was really cool to see like athletes come together in super teams, friends and stuff like that, and then to be able to watch them throw down. But then you watch like an experienced team. For example, let's take the Mayhem team, Rich and his team, when he was still competing and stuff. They would beat those super athletes every time because they had the nuances of being in a team together and knowing what exactly as you were saying, what that hunch over means, what that expression means. If they were supposed to be communicating and they're keeping quiet on the worm, oh man, it means that she's really struggling. We need to pull back on the reps or the pace or whatever. And that experience in a team like that counts a lot more than putting a super team together. And then those 4 phenomenal athletes who are actually individual athletes are actually gelling and working well together in a team.
Yeah, and I think I've mentioned it earlier. The thing that I love even more about athletes coming together from the same affiliate is that community feel.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what we're all here for. And I think that's why most of us fell in love with the sport that is CrossFit. Was that community and that support from each other in the box.
I came from an individual background where I did powerlifting and athletics and all that stuff, and then my exposure to CrossFit was actually at Cape CrossFit out in the Cape, in Cape Town. And that was my first introduction to CrossFit, was actually at a local comp in their gym. And that was the Saturday. The Monday, I was staying in Somerset West at the time. The Monday, I was in the local gym, the Ballistics CrossFit Somerset West. And I went to Neil Schultz, who was the owner at the time. I was like, listen, I don't have money to sign up. I don't know how I can get involved and maybe repay you by maybe cleaning the gym on weekends or whatever, but I need to get involved in the sport. And that was
feeling, doesn't it?
I think that was September 2012. That's how long ago it was. That's how long ago I've been doing this and just been involved in the sport. And the thing that got me hooked wasn't the sport itself. I mean, it's amazing, the methodology and everything like that, but it was the actual community that got me hooked, and just seeing people cheer each other on from the sidelines and in the actual event. Like, that is what got me like, oh my goodness, I love this sport and I love this community. And why this is the most committed to anything that I've ever been, except for my marriage, it's been this sport.
It is though, and I mean, we have such a strong community here. Having never been to South Africa prior, being at the event right now, I'm seeing individuals who are competing later on this afternoon being here in the crowd cheering on their home team.
Yeah.
It's really epic, and it's a beautiful energy through the arena.
Absolutely. And even though our individual athletes are the ones that are vying for that games qualifying spot, as you said, they are still out in the crowd. They're supporting their team, they're supporting their boxers. So that's really, really cool to see from that aspect, the individual athletes giving back.
And you were saying before, I mean, I got confused with which team was where, because there's so many boxers that have multiple teams competing over the weekend.
Yeah. And I think it's really cool as well to have that caliber of athletes in your gym as well. It shows that the coaches and the programming is doing the right thing, that can bring a group of people together like that, and multiple groups together like that, to be able to compete on the stage. And for these athletes, it's the closest that some of them might get to an international event, and rubbing shoulders with international athletes. Like, that's really cool for them.
And what an event to be doing it at. Beautifully run, really great staff working, keeping everyone safe, keeping everyone hydrated.
Yep. Mayhem athlete doing the most with the programming for this weekend. And I really think that it's going to challenge, especially the teams on the weekend as well. Last year at this event, we only had 3 worm events or 2 worm events. If I stand correct, I think it was actually just 2 worm events. This year we have 6 worm events. It's really going to test the capacity of the teams throughout the weekend, and just how they work together as well.
And I mean, you're saying we've got 6 worm events of 9 events.
Yeah.
We were saying it's going to be a long weekend. This is workout 2.
Yeah.
They have 7 workouts remaining after this.
Oh my goodness.
It's a lot of events.
I'm just getting a cramp just thinking about it.
But it does actually mean that you can have an event where you kind of play the game, come back in something else. You know, you don't want to have a workout that you necessarily roots.
Yeah.
But you have enough events, you can have a little bit of a workout that's damage control, and then you come back and make your stamp on the other one.
Yeah. Because these also the layout of the workouts this weekend as well is really, really nicely put together, and the formats of the workouts with the stimuluses and stuff like that. And you're going to have teams in the low-lying heats that are going to come and steal points from the top teams, because it is so well balanced in terms of the workouts. So that's going to carry over.
Yeah, perfect example today. This 35-minute workout, long endurance-based workout. There's going to be teams that are going to be absolutely smashing this.
Yep.
Then later on today, we actually have worm race.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a completely different test.
Yep.
All of that needs.
Yep. All right, so on your screen right now with the cap is Brandon Jacobs. He's on his team right now is Nicola Jacobs, his wife. We have Ruan Conradi, and then we have Ocean as well. They are representing RTF in the second team for the weekend. This is RTF Born. Then on the screen, we have got our Tiger Valley team, and right behind them, we have our Bounty Fantastic Four with a big thumbs up there from Jacobus.
Having a good time on his run, clearly.
I'm telling you right now, Bart is like, hey, stop it.
I think, though, this is going to be their last lap, so everyone's going to feel a little bit of relief right now.
Yeah.
We've got one team having a bit of a walk.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's the Koshin CrossFit team. And the thing is also, like with a workout like this, if one of your teammates are like, listen guys, I'm really struggling. They're coming from Durban, so they're coming from sea level to altitude for them. So they might be sucking air through a straw right now because they might not be able to breathe properly.
And we've got to remember as well, they're coming in from that run onto double unders.
Yeah.
You got to do what you got to do to get through.
I'm going to put that on a shirt, Tiana. Let's print that and put that on a shirt. I like that.
I'm going to start selling merch.
Yeah. Shirts by T. T-shirts.
T-shirts. I like it. I'll trademark that one. So we're coming up to the 15-minute mark.
Yeah.
And I think almost all of our teams are now in from their run,
Yep.
which when you're thinking about it, they're tethered together. That's still 5-minute Ks.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
No, it's not. I've also been seeing a lot of like the athletes pivoting over just to the high rock, just like the hybrid training and stuff like that, which is obviously a little bit more running, and that'll definitely carry over then again to the CrossFit side. We actually have one of our, sorry to interrupt you, one of our earlier teams, we actually have one of their athletes are leaving for Chicago in 2 weeks to go and represent herself at the World Champs. So that running in an event like this is really going to carry over in terms of building that capacity.
And I think as well, you know, we're well past the days of CrossFitters do not like running.
Yeah.
I think we kind of accepted the fate that we were going to have to run back in 2017.
Yeah.
So we now know we're going to run, and we're going to be running reasonable distances.
Yeah. So this is not the only qualifying event that's taking place this weekend. There's actually 4 qualifying events taking place this weekend. Renegade Games being the Africa region. And then we have got Torian as well. We've got the Syndicate Crown. I know there's the Asia Games as well. So there's a bunch of different events taking place this weekend. And all of the events, if you look across the board in terms of the programming, all of them have got a longer capacity workout, which includes running. And Mayhem, who's programming for our event, Mayhem Athletes programming for our event, they love a run. So you knew you were going to be getting running and some sort of capacity work. So if you weren't working on that coming into this event, that would have been shame on you, I almost want to say.
Yeah, you would have had to have taken a long, hard look in the mirror at yourself.
Yep.
Had some stern words.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful weekend for fitness.
Absolutely. I was lying last night in bed. I was a little bit overstimulated. I was like, I got to sleep. I've got a long day tomorrow and stuff like that. But I was looking at the Torian highlights, the Syndicate Crown highlight. I wanted to see, soak up as much information as I could. The Syndicate is actually starting tonight, but Torian has already started. But anyways.
And in particular, because all of these events are official CrossFit qualifying events for 2025.
Yeah.
Each event has a different number of qualifying spots.
Yeah. In total, there are 12 spots available across the 4 events. In our Africa region, there's only 1 male and 1 female spot. So obviously pending drug testing, that will be invited to go compete at the CrossFit Games 2025.
And then obviously our team is here for the bragging rights.
Absolutely.
But also a fantastic prize that has been put on the line for them.
Yeah.
Oh, we're onto the row. There we go.
This is our juggernaut team out from Cape Town. This is Diane and her teammate that has just taken the row. Ooh,
it's a speedy row.
Cheeky little row coming out, yeah?
So what you're looking for on the screen, we can see the boats. You are looking for the team to have both their boats on the screen, and we're going by the slowest time. So at the moment, Juggernaut is the only team that has both athletes on the row.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking like they're going to be joined quickly.
Yeah, the Acrestad Little Oaks, their athletes pulling and very, very comfortable in a 141. The question is whether we'll be able to hold it, and what is their strategy going into this workout? Are they doing longer row distances or shorter row distances with like a changeover, or what is their plan? Or are they adjusting on the fly because they might be really fatigued and maybe have underestimated the run and the double unders before getting onto the rower?
And like we were saying earlier, I mean, you can do this workout in training, but nothing is going to feel the way the comp floor feels.
Yep.
Those nerves, that excitement. You think you can hold it, you go a little bit faster, and then you realize midway through the double unders.
Yeah. Yeah, so we can see some splits up on the screen right now. We haven't got the pacing votes up there, but we can see the splits. So all of our athletes have advanced off of the double unders onto the row, and they are in male-female pairs. So on the row right now, we can see Lawrence and Ziam. Is that Mariska? No, that's Mariska from the Uncontained team. They're on the left, I beg your pardon, on the right of your screen, and then on the left is our Juggernaut team in a 400-meter row. That's like, for a lot of the athletes, that's anywhere between 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes of rowing, and that might be too long. might be too much. So you might at some point be like, listen, guys, I know we strategized for this distance, but I need to bring it down. Otherwise, I'm going to be kaput by the end of the workout.
Yeah, it may even end up looking like pace.
Yeah.
I drop to this pace, it's time to switch.
Yeah.
It's all about that communication with your teammates.
Yeah. They might even be going for time as opposed to distance, maybe saying 30 seconds on, 30 seconds off kind of vibes. Whatever works for the team and what they might have strategized coming into the workout. Because 3Ks is a long time. It's 10 minutes plus of rowing. So you want to be able to, it's like it's an effort workout. You want to have a sustained effort throughout your row. Maybe at the end, having a little bit in the gas, like a little bit of gas in the tank that you can go a little bit quicker. But you don't want to be gassing yourself on the first K and then you're absolutely dying for the remainder of the 2Ks.
Exactly. And for those athletes that are wearing a heart rate monitor of any kind, they're going to be wanting to see a nice sustained effort for the capacity of the workout. We've only just passed the 20-minute mark.
Yeah.
As you said, we do have around about that 8 to 10 minutes remaining of this workout for most of our teams.
Yeah. So again, here in the white and red is our CrossFit Eikersstad Little Oaks team. Right next to them is Bounty Fantastic 4. They're currently second overall after day number 1. But after this workout, we might see a shuffle on the leaderboard depending on, just how the teams stack up. So it looks like Brandon's still moving at least. He doesn't look like he's hunched over and white and pale in the face. Ruan next to him, Ruan Conradi next to him. And then Ocean just talking to him. It looks like she's maybe saying in terms of what pace or splits they need to swap over on.
And looking at the boats, everyone is looking pretty tight.
Yeah.
Just like that run at the beginning. We did think that maybe they'd separate a little bit, but it's looking like it's going to be a very tight race.
Yeah. And then we have the uncontained team as well. Lawrence and Mariska just chipping away at their row. But now we just patiently wait and see who's going to come off of the rower first.
Like we said earlier, the heat prior, all of our athletes finished before the 35-minute time cap. I think the final team to come off the rower came off at about 33 minutes.
Yeah.
So there was still time remaining.
Yeah.
This heat's looking like it's going to be faster again.
Yeah. And the heats run like that across the weekend. So we're going to have our teams competing. There's going to be 4 heats per event across the 9 workouts this weekend. And we'll start, for example, with our bottom 10 teams in the bottom heat. And they're slowly going to, I don't want to say get better, but the heats will get faster and faster and faster as they progress throughout the 4. And then heat number 4 will in theory, it's supposed to be the fastest heat across the weekend per workout. Just because it is the top 10 teams in that heat.
Like we said, there's 9 separate workouts. There will be the odd workout where a team comes out of the blue and stands out.
Yep.
However, like you said, they will reshuffle as well, so that it's going to be in order of placing.
Yeah.
In the next set of heats.
Yeah, and it's nice as well when you are in the latter heats because you get to watch the previous heats go. So you can see strategy, you can see pacing, you can see times to beat. So you have the advantage or the upper hand if you're going in the later heats in terms of, just what times to beat and how you can strategize going into and through the workout.
Yeah, and I know with the men coming up in the next heat, there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah,
we have a few athletes that are in the first heat who were looking to set the time to beat, and they're feeling a little bit of pressure to go that little bit hotter, so that second heat doesn't have the time in their head to beat.
Yep. Yeah, I know. I'm like really looking forward to watching the individuals because I know there are phenomenal athletes that are going to be competing there, and they are really going to be gunning for a good time in a workout like this. Because this 333 workout was actually, it was a 3-mile run, 300 double unders, and then finishing off with a 3K row. And that was at the CrossFit Games a few years ago. And I remember it's infamous because Rich Froning actually walked on that 3-mile run. And everybody was like, oh my goodness, Rich Froning is walking. And but I remember, and I actually tested that workout when we stayed out in the UK. I was a member and coaching out of Second City CrossFit at the time. And then I tested that workout with the 1-mile loops on the run, and it was disgusting. It actually started with a 3K row, then it was a 300 double unders, and it finished with the 3-mile run. And that was disgusting. So this is a nice play and an homage almost to that workout from the CrossFit Games a few years ago.
Exactly why the word ish at the end of the name. Triple 3-ish.
Yep.
It's still 3, 3, and 3.
Yeah.
But I know I definitely prefer a 3K run to a 3-mile run.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We'd be here forever for the 3 miles. They'd have to bump that time cap up a little bit.
Just slightly.
Yeah. But yeah, on the screen right now, we have our RTF-born team, Nicola and Ocean. Then right next to them, we have Jacobus and Barent from the Bounty Fantastic 4 team. And then all the way to your right, and on the screen right now, is our Ekerstad Little Oaks teams.
We've just passed the 25-minute mark, so technically we have 10 minutes remaining for this time cap.
Yeah.
I don't think these athletes are going to need it.
Nah. And the event is running really smoothly at the moment, so to the minute we're on time as well, so that's really nice for the athletes, the volunteers, organizers alike, just because everything's running really, really smoothly. So even though they're finishing with time to spare in the time caps, it's not affecting our actual schedule. We're going to be staying true to the schedule across the weekend, which is just just showing how well run the event is so far.
In particular as well, when you're looking at recovering from an event, people finishing faster, you don't want that to mean less time to recover.
Yeah, absolutely.
In particular, like we said, with the time between events.
Yeah.
Our teams, not so much because there's 4 heats. However, with our men's heats and our women's heats, they don't have as much time to recover as our teams do.
Yeah. So now we're also just patiently waiting to see which team has the judges place their hands in the air first, because that indicates the amount of meters that they have left. So if they have a 5 on their hand, they have 500 meters left. And as they're rowing and those meters decrease, you'll see that the judge's hand will actually change from number 5, then to a 4, then to a 3. And so it's always nice with the individuals as well. When you see the judge's hand shoot up first, you know that athlete is basically in the lead for that heat or for that event.
And for those people in the crowd, that's the thing that they're going to be looking out for.
Yeah.
People in the arena watching their teams, you'll start to hear the volume raise as their team comes into that last 500 meters. Because that's going to be less than 2 minutes of work.
Yeah. So right now we have RTF Born. No, like Uncontained is actually... Yeah, we have lots of teams that they're sitting literally within 20 or 30 meters of each other. So I'm curious to see now who's actually in the lead, but we have our judges' hands up in the air.
And remember the team in the heat prior, ATG, the guys, they finished at about 29:40, 29:45. Oh, there she is getting everyone.
Diane's trying to get her team hyped up there, her supporters hyped up. They're the Juggernaut Triumphs team that's actually in the lead right now. Their judges' hands were in the air.
Both their teams are in their last 500 meters.
So Diane Swart, her brother Justin, is actually competing as an individual male. Their own Juggernaut out in Cape Town. Just cool. Oh man, these athletes, 200 meters to go. The athlete in front of Diane looks like he's really, really, really struggling. But you're so close.
And like we said, watch them try and run onto that finish mat. It's looking like they're going to get it done before that ATG time to beat.
Yeah. So remember, both male-female pairings have to finish the workout for the time to be scored. So even if the one athlete finishes before the other on the male-female pairing, the slowest time is the one that's actually going to determine the whole team's time. So they're not waiting for each other, they're both giving it their all, because obviously they want to come across the line at the same time.
Pedal to the metal here for this team.
Yeah, this is the Ekerstad Little Oaks team.
And if you're listening, you can hear the crowd is going wild.
Yeah, they're popping off back there. Oh my goodness! Now we see who's going to come across the line. Is it the Juggernaut team or was it the Little Oaks team? Because remember, it's the Little Oaks is still he's still finishing up his row.
So it looks like will take that.
Yeah, they've taken the heat and the event win for this workout. And you see, when we were talking previously, did we even mention Ekerstad Little Oaks as a team in contention?
Like we were saying, this could be anyone's event.
Yep.
There we go.
They've actually beaten the Uncontained team, the Uncontained Humble team.
And that is a send it moment.
Yeah. And remember, we still had 3 heats prior to this one. So now the teams are competing with the other heats in terms of the times to beat, which is going to stack up. We're going to determine where they stack up on the leaderboard after the event's done.
Yeah, and we've only just crossed the 30-minute mark.
Yeah.
And they have a 35 cap, and people in the heat prior were finishing at about 33.
Yeah,
so
everybody is done.
Yeah, this is still a very fast heat.
Yeah, absolutely. But the Juggernaut Triumph team has definitely taken the W on this event because their time was much faster than the time to beat in the previous. Well, not much faster. I think about 20 seconds faster. Another team finishing there. Awesome effort by our athletes this morning. If you don't look like this after a workout, did you even do the most?
Did you even row?
Yeah. So right now we have the MCC team, Livern and Tatum Naidu. She's actually part of a twin. So last year, what was their team name? I can't remember now. But I couldn't tell the two of them apart. They're identical twins. They're absolutely beautiful, identical twins. They train out there. Yeah. They train out there at MCC with Tyron, with Motley Crue CrossFit. And Livern just giving CJ a bit of a high five there. 200 meters for our athlete here. From the, is that Pack Life? No.
Whoop, there she goes. Misfits done.
Nice. Little Miss Naidu done. Awesome effort by our team from the MCC group there. I was actually wondering if CJ would be competing in a, what's his name, individual this year. But yeah, he's on the team representing MCC, so that's pretty cool.
You do have those athletes, though, that do qualify individual, but they just really prefer competing on a team.
Yeah.
There we have it, all done before 32 minutes.
Yeah. Phenomenal effort by our teams. Just having a quick little replay of this workout, our triple 3-ish workout for our teams.
A very polite top heat, I must say. No pushing, no shoving, no swearing.
No. They did it really well. May I look like that after a 3K run as well, please? Yeah, so our media team putting a nice little replay together for you guys, highlighting our Juggernaut team who took the event win for this workout.
And I think we're going to have an interview with them very shortly.
Yeah.
Down on the floor.
Yep.
Winners, Juggernaut, Unstoppable. Amazing race there towards the end. You pretty much led for most of it. You were the first team in off the run. I think you were averaging like 4:45 per K. Great pace, looked strong, and then you ladies led the way on the row. What was the decision there?
Well, sorry. We thought that if we gave the boys sufficient time to rest, that they would have a better power output on the row than we would. So we just tried to back ourselves to do the best that we could at our average on the row and then let them send it at the end.
Obviously, it's a completely different workout this morning from last night. Last night was more power output and gymnastic capacity. How are you feeling going into today, knowing this was far more of that monostructural endurance work?
We know each other pretty well in terms of our strengths and weaknesses and energy systems. Last night was more of a sprint. Today was more of a longer energy system. So we knew in the team already who had the strength in those systems to pull the team to the victory that we had.
Well, guys, you did amazing. Like I say, heat win. We'll have to clarify the leaderboard, but all the best for the rest of the weekend. We still have 700 points up for grab for you guys. Ladies and gents, Juggernaut, Unstoppable.
We've got 20 athletes in the first heat of men, followed by a heat of 10 athletes. So our placing from 11th through to 30th is going to go first, and then we have our top 10 athletes after that. Same workout, but an individual approach to it. So we're going to be back with our live stream at 11:45 a.m. for heat number 1 of our men.
Yeah, we'll see you guys then.
Top, that ceiling is glass. Bringing my squad, we breaking it fast. Slowing me down, that ain't gon' last. Taking the beast, more foot on the gas. No limitations, 100 on every occasion. I'm on a rampage. Tell me now how you gon' stop me. I wouldn't engage. You better bring the whole army. Better think twice, paying that price. Talk to me nice, cause we got that power.
Top of my class as a student. Prove it. I'm 1 in a million, got that resilience. I'm about to fly past the ceilings. One opportunity, I'm under scrutiny. Can't let the heat really get to me. Good thing I like all the spices. Put me in the hot seat, I'm a lion. Raised by the jungle, but we gotta take what we need, cause there ain't enough. Running from nothing, cause I do not play with my life, yeah, it's only one. Some only want all the power to be at the top, cause they scared of that hour. Well, I came to conquer my fears. I'm hungry for power, I came to devour.
No limitations, 100 on every occasion. I'm on a rampage. Tell me now how you gon' stop me. I wouldn't engage. You better bring the whole army. Better think twice, paying that price. Talk to me nice, cause we got that power. When you fall, okay, this right here my solo. Okay, picture perfect photo. And you know the game always come with low blows. But if I'm rocking, you about to get bulldozed. Yeah, hard work, always beat talent. When the talent fell to work hard, ain't talking about it. No, they ain't talking about it, cause they not really about it. We gon' leave them in the dust, leave them with the crowd. All go, no breaks, hard work. Should be. Yeah, you lying to yourself. You think you could guard me? I'm Mr. Unguardable, and you just my crony. Yeah, you just a phony. Look, I'm the real spill. Tell your favorite team your boy finna need a deal. And when they talking about the GOAT, know my name in there. I'm too smooth. I got slick up in my hair. Yeah, hard work. Always beat talent. When the talent fell to work hard, ain't talking about it. No, they ain't talking about it, cause they not really about it. We gon' leave them in the dust, leave them with the crowded. All go, no breaks, hard work over hard breaks. We gotta win, all go place, cause we want it, yeah.
it's a movie. Red carpet, the lights going through me. Anytime I arrive, it's the new me. Real diamonds on my neck, there's groupies. Flashing lights. All these things come to me. Dressed in price. All my rings got weight to it. You feel that? You feel that? Already it's a classic. Classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. 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 If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. Only do classics. I spit fire through the matches. You can call me Mr. Fantastic. I be hitting all the spots like that's it. Hey, that's the motive. Rockin' 23, that's golden. Your girl spinning my vinyl, that thing golden. That's the memory of me that she holding. Flashing lights. All these things come to me. Dressed in price. All my rings got weight to it. You feel that? You feel that? Already it's a classic. Classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. 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 If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. I'm on top, yeah, I'm on the move. Watch your step when I'm coming through. Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through. I'm on top, yeah, I'm on the move. Watch your step when I'm coming through. Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through. Classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on.
Lane 3, James Vanderbijlpark.
Classic, classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic.
In 5, Gary van Asenbecken. In 6, Skulkberger. The man himself, Kristen Gorma. Reinhard van der Westhuizen's your next man out. Here we got Trent Stratum from Cape Town. Matthew Rissmeyer from Kyalami. Tariq Miller, he's out here. Daniel Gressel out of unaffiliated currently. Yusuf Ihab.
All right, welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games. We are here with our first heat of male individual athletes. All these athletes are here vying for the one CrossFit Games qualifying spot. And they're about to take on 333-ish.
Yes, Tiana, so 333-ish is a 3K run into 300 double unders and then a 3K row to finish. We're going to see 20 athletes in the first heat and then a final 10 in the second heat. So it'd be interesting to see how much discrepancy we're going to have between the 20 athletes and the 10 as to space, but I think there's going to be a fair few athletes in this first heat that's going to sort of separate themselves on this run. One of those athletes that we're definitely going to look forward to seeing here is Jacob Hendry. He was speaking to us, telling us he's going to hold a nice, strong pace on that run, and if he gets in before everyone else on the double unders, no one's going to catch him.
I was having a nice little giggle with him earlier this morning, actually, because he's saying being in this heat of 20 in comparison to the top heat of 10, he now feels like he has to actually push a little bit harder than he intended to for this workout.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if he was in that second heat, he would know the current time to beat and then obviously be able to hold that pace and sort of hold off anyone else in his heat as long as he's ahead of that time. But I also spoke to him as well, like yourself, and I think he's definitely going to allow himself to hurt that a little bit more on the row this time to really set the pace and make everyone in that second heat quake in their boots.
I mean, and if we're talking capacity, Jake Hendry has it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, guys, so we've got 20 athletes in this first heat. We're just seconds away from that heat kicking off. In lane 1, we've got Winston Langridge. Lane 2, Keegan Muir. Lane 3, James Van Dongen. Lane 4, Josh Kernow. Lane 5, Gary Van Aschwengen. 6, Schalk Berger. 7, Kristen Goma. 8, Reinhard van der Westhuizen. 9, Trent Stridham. 10, Matthew Ritzlemar. In 11, Tariq Miller. 12, Daniel Griesel. 13, Yusuf Ihab. 14, Jacob Hendry. 15, Juba Boshoff. 16, Liam Mott. 17, Willem Snyman, 18 Moanda Elias, 19 Abdullah Abdulrahman, and 20 Fury Molla.
Now, all of our athletes are starting in the arena, and their 3K run is going to be in 1 kilometre loops. So we're going to see them run through the arena and out to begin their 1K loop in 10 seconds. And we're off. Keep an eye out for Jacob Hendry. Here he is, cutting through the centre. He's going to try and set himself apart from the get-go.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a bottleneck as they move through this arena. Tight corners to manage, but then as soon as they're out in the open, they'll be able to freely move their legs, get into their stride, get into their rhythm, and set their pace they need to hold.
And this run route is a much nicer route for the individual in comparison to the team who was tethered together, and it is very narrow. So with the teams, it was a little bit harder for them to manage that space, but for our individuals, it's going to be a really comfortable place for them to be running down and turning around.
Yeah, we're sort of 45 seconds into this first heat now. One athlete pulling away.
Well away, but I can see Jacob Hendry coming up just behind him. There he is. I'm loving the pink.
Yeah, that's Josh Kerno there in the pink. Obviously, he wants to stand out, make himself known, let everyone know where he is.
Also, fun fact about him with the qualifiers, there was a little bit of an accident. He's ended up in the final qualifying position for this event, which is quite ironic because last year he was on the podium.
Yeah, second place last year. I spoke to Josh Kerno before the start of the event, and he was basically off to the UK for a stag do and a wedding for one of his family members, and he actually measured the distance wrong on one of the workouts, which sort of dropped him down the leaderboard.
Whoopsie.
Yeah. So obviously we can't see the athletes at the moment, but we're probably looking at these athletes to set a strong pace of around about that 3:30 mark on their 1K splits, as it were. Looking for a strong start for Jake to come through as well.
I think as well, they are running in a 1K loop, so we will be able to keep track of who's where. I was saying earlier that final 200 metres of the 1K loop is uphill. A little bit of a roadblock for some of our athletes who maybe are not feeling as confident with a run, but the workout's not one on the run, that's for sure. You've got 300 double unders and a 3K road to do after that 3,000 metre run.
Yeah, absolutely. Those inclines and declines are definitely play a factor. The impact that has on the knees, on the joints, is far more than on the flat. So we'll see how the athletes manage that. But like you say, when it comes to the 300 double unders, that's all about execution. That's about relaxing and staying composed. If you do trip, not breaking, not panicking, and then pushing yourself through to get onto that road.
And we were saying earlier today, the teams had to break every 100. The individual athletes have a slightly different breaking, but they do have to break and move forward every 150 to 50, then the final 50 reps.
Absolutely. And we're just coming back onto screen now, and Jake has taken the lead. He said he wanted to set that pace. He said he wanted to scare everyone, and he's already doing that on the first lap, and there's 2 laps to go. So we'll see how he holds his pace and see if he manages to pull away even more. And Jake is over here, obviously an Aussie, but he lives in the UAE, in Dubai, representing CrossFit Alliance as one of their head programmers there. Chris Ngoma there, centre of your screen, working his way through. Probably not his strong point, the running, but he's definitely going to move through on the double unders. And there we have it. That 1K pace for Jake was definitely just sub that 3:30. That's what we were looking at. That's what we thought was going to happen. We'll see if he manages to hold that pace as he goes through for the second round.
Quick glance over the shoulder.
Yeah.
He's looking very comfortable, I must say.
He's very good at holding his pace, holding his stride. He's got a nice little pattern. Doesn't tend to move his torso very much. Doesn't rotate. Very upright. Just using those arms and gets into sort of a little small stride pattern as well.
I mean, he comes from a rugby league background, so running for him is something that he really enjoys and he's very comfortable doing. It's not an odd movement for him. When you look at other athletes, we were saying, obviously, CrossFit is now, it's just a given that you are going to have to run and do capacity work in your training. But those other athletes that maybe come from backgrounds like gymnastics or more anaerobic sports, a run's going to feel a little bit more uncomfortable. And those athletes with slightly more muscle mass as well.
100%. I think that's the beauty of CrossFit is, you know, everyone has the ability to do everything, but who can be good at everything? Who can excel at all the movements, not just one? We obviously have our specialists at each competition that are good at the endurance or good at the lifting, but who can manage to be like across the board, nice and strong.
And I mean, that's the beautiful thing about having 9 events. This is only event number 2. And to be fair, it's anyone's game. It's not a very high skill workout. It's a 35-minute cap. It's a longer slog. You're looking for those athletes that enjoy that capacity work. And it could be anyone's workout in this event.
I think when we look at the leaderboard, there's obviously 30 athletes in the men. So these kind of events are the ones where some other athletes can make a move, stand out, and cause some chaos in the leaderboard by taking that 100 points that you never thought was possible.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think as well, like, speaking of when we're talking about athletes coming through and changing the game, I know that last year, we're looking at Jacob Hendry now. 12 months ago, he was on the floor at another semi-finals, and he's a very different athlete now. He's put on a significant amount of muscle mass compared to the athlete that he was last year, and adapting your body to that training is really, really important. And it's good to be able to back yourself in your fitness. They're on their second loop now. Chris Ngoma just finishing up that second loop.
Yeah, Chris Ngoma definitely has more of a gymnastics background, so I think he'll be looking to sort of manage his pace, bit of damage control on the run.
I think the handstand walk is going to be the one that he's looking for.
Yes,
too.
absolutely. The handstand elimination final on Saturday night.
I believe so, yeah.
See, Jake separating himself there, really making sure that he creates a bit of distance between the athletes. He said it's either I go out hard and drag everyone to an uncomfortable pace, or I go out hard and I just scare everyone. And I think he's definitely setting the standard here as he goes through and comes onto the last part of his second leg.
And these boys in the front of the pack are absolutely flying. They are not in uncomfortable paces, you know. They all look very happy, very comfortable, very chilled. Like Natalie was saying before, relaxed shoulders. Don't look at their face, look at their body.
We're coming up to the 7-minute mark of this workout. If you're just joining us, this is heat number 1 of the elite men, triple 3-ish. That's a 3K run, 300 double unders, and 3K row. It's a 35-minute time cap to finish this workout. And we just see there Jake Hendry, the current leader, coming through. So he's still holding that sort of 3:30, 3:35 pace per kilometre.
I don't think he's going to need that 35-minute time cap.
Not at all. I think I remember Jake practicing this workout, and I think it was around about the 25-minute mark that he actually did finish. So we'll see what he holds, the pace he holds, and if he can get around that time or even faster here today with the adrenaline taking him through.
And it's going to be seeing how these athletes have actually recovered from last night's event. Now, last night was a sprint event. We saw so many athletes coming off onto that finish line and just dropping like flies. If they weren't feeling like that, though, they didn't do the workout properly. But a lot of the boys were saying they were feeling their Fran lungs still this morning.
I think that's also going to play a factor into the fact that they're running outside here. It may look hot, it may look sunny, but we're still below the temperatures that they're used to here. It's very fresh. We've got a bit of an incline in terms of the elevation. So those lungs are definitely going to be paying for it if they push the pace harder than they need to.
Yeah, and of course they're running on gravel as well, and the 4 heats of teams prior to that would have shifted the rock a little bit, so that it will be a little more additional dust to be running into. Not a nice thing to be breathing in.
No, and especially not a nice thing to run on when you are running uphill and downhill as well. Like we say, it does have more of an impact on those joints. So managing that accordingly as you're going through, and then maybe picking up the pace slightly on the flats to make up for those inclines and declines.
But most of our athletes are now coming into their 3rd and final 1K loop. So what we're going to see is our athletes coming in onto the floor and picking up their rope to move into their 300 double unders. Get it out.
And of course, they can't do 300 double unders unbroken. I'm sure many of them would love to do so, but they will be breaking and moving through different sections so that you at home, the audience, can see who is in the lead, who's leading, who's chasing, and then obviously who moves through onto that row first.
And we were saying earlier, that's either a blessing or a curse. Some people are really proficient and comfortable with double unders. I was speaking to Evie Hollis earlier yesterday, and she absolutely loves a double under, and she was really hoping to just go unbroken. This break, forced break, is either going to work for those people that feel the fatigue in a double under, or it's going to force our really competent skippers to stop.
Absolutely. And obviously that depends on how they work with their pattern, with their sort of execution. Personally, myself, I actually like the breaks. This allows me to take a nice breath, step forward, relax and compose myself, and then get back into the next set. But obviously, each athlete is different. And obviously, with 300 reps, there's a lot of different tactics to use as you move through this workout.
Yeah, and 300 double unders, for some people, might sound like a lot. For the majority of these athletes, it's not a huge amount of reps. It's more of a minor inconvenience before they get onto the road.
You see Jake Hendry just going off screen there, still leading the way. He's probably around about 50 to 70 meters ahead of his counterparts in this heat. 10.5 minutes gone in this first heat of the men's second event here at the Rebel Renegade Games 2025. So a quick mention from our sponsors, Amazfit, Biogen, Dishchem, Mayhem Athlete, Puma, Rebel Safety Gear, and Rebel Elite Fitness.
So the CrossFit qualifying event for 2025, we're looking at our athletes from Africa, the Gulf region, and the UAE. So we've combined everyone together. It's brought the level of competition up quite a lot for this competition. Here comes Jake Hendry straight onto his rope. Doesn't even need a breath, off he goes. Of course, these athletes are all vying for one qualifying spot.
There you go, that's Jake Hendry there, moving through centre of the screen. He's through 20 double unders. That's around about 20 double unders lead on the rest of the field so far. Nice and relaxed, nice and composed. Got his sights set, looking forward, just working through and executing his double unders as safely and securely as possible with that judge in front of him calling out his reps.
Like I said, this movement is kind of a minor inconvenience for most of these athletes. It's just 300 reps, but that forced break at 150 and 250, and then having those last 50 reps before jumping onto the rower.
Yeah, this heat's going to be a little bit tight as well. Once all the athletes are onto the double unders, they're actually sharing a lane, as it were, in this first heat. Won't be until the second heat that you can really see the difference between the space that they've got. So it's interesting to see, and obviously each athlete has to make sure that they're sort of staying where they are on their spot, making sure that no one else is near them, they're not clipping or catching anyone next to them in the lane in order to be as proficient as possible in this movement.
Yeah, if you take a look at the floor, they have yellow crosses. Each athlete must be on that yellow cross just to make sure they're not clipping ropes, getting in each other's way. Looks like we've got almost all of our athletes back from that 3K run.
And we've got our first athlete in the front here on lane number 2, I think it is. Maybe that's Keegan Muir working his way. Oh, sorry, maybe that's James Van Dongen actually working his way through his double unders very, very quickly. Funny thing happened in the teams actually earlier. One of the team athletes was skipping, and on that yellow cross, the cross actually came a little bit loose and got stuck round her rope. Now, instead of panicking, losing control, she's made a quick change with her partner, took the tape back off and got straight back to business. And I think that's the execution that you need to have when you're one of these elite athletes, of not panicking when you're under pressure.
I mean, that was one of the best pieces of advice I was given when I first started CrossFit. Was I used to get really frustrated when I used to trip on double unders or I'd get caught up. And the thing that my coach said to me was, laugh and it will relax you. And it's still a cue that I give to members, even today, that I coach myself. If you get frustrated, everything tight.
It's about that pace that you can hold, that average pace per 500 that you can hold on the row as you go through on that 3K distance.
So Liam Mott's just come in at the 14:20 mark. So that's still a very fast 3K run. It's just that the boys in this heat are incredibly speedy. If you're watching at home.
That's James Van Dongen there, that I think is currently in the league. He's just had a little look across there. I think he's probably having a look across at Jake Hendry, who actually now has taken the lead. He's moved through onto the rower first. Be interesting to see what kind of pace he's going to settle himself at to start with, whether he has a little sort of hard sprint start and then settles, or if he's just going to go for it and end himself on this row, knowing that there is another heat coming up afterwards.
Looking at Jake's face, it looks like he has accepted his fate in hurting, and he's just going to have to sit there in discomfort, which anyone that knows Jake knows that he can very comfortably do. Rowing a 1:41 pace.
There we go. So Jake Hendry in lane 14, currently ahead of second place James Van Dongen in lane 3. Similar paces there, but Jake is holding that pace of 1:44, where James is sort of settling in around the 1:48 mark.
We got to remember as well, they've done a 3K run and 300 double unders before even getting onto that row. So the fact they're even holding this pace is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I was talking earlier on the floor with a couple of the athletes afterwards, and they were saying that their legs felt very heavy coming in from the run, and obviously then the calves from the bounding of the running and then the jumping on the double unders really plays a factor moving into the row, because with an efficient rowing technique, you do really want to drive with those legs, and if there's not much in the legs to start with, you probably are going to have to rely on those arms for a stronger pull to begin with to allow the legs to freshen up and get into their stride with the row.
And we've only just passed the 16-minute mark. There's a 35-minute time cap on this workout. So the fact we have as many athletes as we do on the row is incredibly impressive.
So Jake there, still in the lead, holding 1:48 average pace. He's around about 140 metres ahead of the next closest competitors. He doesn't necessarily need to have a look around. The screen that they have in front of them does tell them where they are. So, I mean, we're very lucky here, actually, the fact that we've got this set up where the athletes are able to see where they are, in the heat, but also us here in the commentary booth. We know where athletes are now, whereas usually when you don't have this, it's sort of a guessing game until the judge puts their hand up. So, viewers at home, consider yourself very lucky that you do have this opportunity to see people's paces and see where they are in the leaderboard.
And this screen isn't just available on our online screen. It's also available in the arena. So all of our people in the stands here supporting their athletes can see where they are live on the screen in the arena.
If you're just joining us here, we're 17 and a half minutes in, halfway through the 35-minute time cap of the men's first heat in event number 2 here on day number 2 at the Rebel Renegade Games in South Africa. Our event is 333-ish, which is a 3K run into 300 double unders and then a 3K row to finish.
We're in heat 1 of our individual males here. We have 20 athletes, those placed from 11th through till 30th. Looks like all of our athletes, or almost all of our athletes, are onto the row now.
There's a few tired faces there. You can see them looking across at the main screen, actually. It's probably a bit clearer for them to see that main screen and see where they are. Christian Goma there, just at the top right-hand corner of your screen, still working through his last set of double unders. We'll see what he can hold on this row once he gets there. I think to the top left-hand corner of your screen as well, that's Liam Mott. He's going to be finishing off his double unders soon. Remember, he came in slightly after everyone on that run. So clearly running is probably not one of his sort of fortes, strong pieces that he does work on, but he's probably got other areas of expertise, other areas of strength.
And obviously, like we were saying earlier, this workout could be anyone's. There is nothing too crazy high skill. It's just capacity. And it kind of will come down to that row of who actually wants to hurt to the point that they're going to get that top score.
Yeah, definitely good to note there the difference between the two events so far. Last night was very high power output on the bike and then high gymnastic capacity volume on the bar. Whereas today, you've got that monostructural element with the running and the cyclical element of all the movements that are here.
When I was talking to Jake earlier, I said to him, what one was he looking forward to most? And he said this was his to win. But he also said that last night's event number 1, Mayhem 30, was the one that he was the least looking forward to. So he's had the one that he was a little bit worried about out of the way, and now he's come into day number 2 with the one that he was looking forward to most.
Well, obviously, I'm going to show a bit of bias towards Jake. He is my fellow work colleague back in the UAE, Dubai, at CrossFit Alive. So we see each other every day. I see him work hard. I see how hard he trains. And I've also seen the amazing progress that he has made over the last few years. I remember seeing Jake when he first came to Dubai, and he struggled to work through his gymnastics. He struggled with his strength, but he has really put that work in. He's been very meticulous about his training, very meticulous about his sort of nutrition. And you can see he looks great. He obviously feels great. And it would be interesting to see the difference that he's made over the years as he works through this 3K row. And
looks like he's just about to hit halfway now.
And we're only 20 minutes in, just coming up to the 21-minute mark. So we'll see what pace he can hold and see if he can get under that 25-minute mark.
And I mean, for some of these athletes, they were coming in with the mindset of, I'm just here to work for 35 minutes. I know that I'm going to be working for close to that amount of time. I just need to settle in and go for it. In the other cases, we have a few athletes here really gunning for this event win, and they knew they were coming in to sit in discomfort and stay there.
Jake is currently increasing his lead so far. He was 140 meters ahead. He is now 189 meters ahead of the closest competitor in this heat, which is James Van Dongen in lane number 3.
When they came out on the run, James was slightly ahead of Jake, and then Jake obviously pipped him at the turnaround point. But they're doing a really great battle here, the two of them together. Does look like Jake has put pedal to the metal though, and he's pulling away just that little bit more.
I think the fact that he's seen that he's over the halfway mark, he can see the horizon, he can see the finish line. He's looking to get there as quick as possible now. He wants this to be over. He's going to hurt. He's certainly going to leave everything on the floor because he wants to set that time and make sure everyone in the second heat knows who they've got to beat.
That's the catch-22 of being in that first heat, is that everyone after you knows what they need to do to get that win.
It's whether anyone in the second heat has it in them to go out as hot as Jake did on that run.
And he's now 204 meters ahead of James. So he is, like we were saying, pulling out a little bit more.
And once we get into that last 1,000 meters, you'll probably see the pace start to quicken slightly as they know how much longer they've got left in this workout. If you're looking on screen, you can also see two of our sponsors, Amazesphere and Mayhem Athlete. Obviously, Mayhem also the programming partners of this whole event. We've seen them at multiple semi-finals this year, so it's great to have them as a partner. Great to have them here. Facundo was in the booth with us yesterday, giving us the insight on how they sort of work through the programming and what they're looking to see. So we're excited to see what the rest of the weekend does hold as we, after this workout, we still have 700 points up for grabs.
And if you're tuning into the live stream later on today, Facundo will be back with us in the booth, talking through some of the events. It's been great getting to know him on the sidelines, talking all things CrossFit and all things programming. He's had the best time traveling the world, going to the multiple qualifying events that Mayhem Athlete have programmed, one of them being the Renegade Games.
So Jake's still increasing his lead there, 220 meters ahead, holding an average pace of 153 at the moment. I'm sure once he gets to that 500 meter mark, we're going to see him probably just speed up a little bit because he gets that excitement in and gets that adrenaline going, knowing that he's so close to that finish line.
So we've just passed the 24-minute mark. They still have just over 10 minutes to go. And what did you say that you thought that his practice time was? Around 26, 27 minutes?
Something around that. But obviously the difference here is the fact that you have different scenery, different run route, different movements on the different movements on the double unders. They have to advance forward. It depends how you practice. If you practice without the advancing forward, if you practice doing unbroken, it's completely different workout.
And that run, having that uphill in that last 200 meters, definitely makes a big difference.
So hand in the air for Jake now. He's got 300 meters to go. Again, the difference here as well, when Jake did practice it, he was practicing it in 40-degree plus heat, running outside in the sun, which that also makes the workout hard, but also the difference and the discrepancy coming here to somewhere so fresh where the air really gets the back of your throat on that run, and you also have the elevation, which plays a factor. It's hard to mimic that elevation. And obviously once he's here, he's only got to deal with it as much as he can.
Yeah, it's a completely different stimulus on the body. Heat and cold.
Absolutely.
Polar opposites, right? Oh, he's almost there. We've just hit 25:30.
He's probably inside the last 250 meters now.
Wanda Elias hand up as well, less than 400 meters to go.
And we got Daniel Griesel. He's also in the last 500 meters as well. He's taken the lead in the second place, so the lead of everyone else in the field. As Jake finishes up his last few pulls, you can see the pain on his face. He's across the finish line. Jake Hendry takes the heat win with an unofficial time of 25:59 as he crosses the line, salutes the fans in front of him. Thanks everyone for the support.
I mean, he said he was going to do it, and he did the damn thing.
For the moment, coming up to the last 100 meters for Daniel Griesel.
And this is really close. We've got 19, 24, 22 meters. It's going to be a really tight finish for second, third, and fourth in this heat.
And it's not necessarily about whether you finish the row first. You've also got to be clinical in getting out of those straps and crossing the finish line. We've seen it happen multiple times this morning where the teams got stuck and they couldn't get across that line fast enough. And that's Daniel Griesel in third and James Van Dongen. Daniel Griesel in second, James Van Dongen taking third place there in the heats.
Oh, that was close.
Fury Moller and Mwanda Elias, literally tenths of a second between their finish time, essentially. So we'll see who actually takes the victory there, because it depends on who came across the finish line first.
Goldberger done. Another resident of the UAE.
Last few meters for Hubert and also
Willem.
Josh Kernow as well across the finish line. Willem across the finish line. This is Reinhard across the finish line.
All well under the 35-minute time cap, well under 28 minutes.
It's a little bit of a difference now between the final quarter sort of competitors. Everyone else pretty close to each other. Now we've got about 150 meters between Reinhard and then next in the leaderboard, which is Tarek Miller. So a lot of judges' hands up in the air now. They will remove one finger with each 100 meters completed.
And our next heat of men know the time to beat. But the thing is, they've got to want to hurt to do it.
Hopefully we'll get the official times up on the screen at some point before the final heat, so we do know that exact time that needs to be chased. So final athletes working through here. It looks very comfortable that all athletes are going to make it across the finish line under this 35-minute time cap.
Yeah, they've still got 6 minutes to get through it. Looking like they're going to be well and truly done before that.
It's like Liam Mott is bringing up the rear at the moment. He has around about 250 meters remaining. And again,
being in a heat of 20, not an issue. We nearly spoke over each other. Go again for me.
I was just going to say, again, just to remind everyone how lucky they are that they have this screen option available to see where all the athletes are. We understand that these kind of events can be quite boring sometimes to watch if they don't know what's going on or don't know where the athletes are. So the fact we've got this system in place for everyone to see where they are on the row and who is winning and who's catching up and who is chasing, I think we're very, very lucky to have this system set up and make your viewing as comfortable as possible.
And it's one of those events that people will go, oh, it's so boring to watch, but you know what? It is a great test of fitness. And I think having the technology to be able to monitor where your favourite athlete is does make it significantly more exciting as a spectator.
We've got 2 more athletes left on the floor, Chris Ngoma and Liam Mott.
300 metres there for Chris. It looks like Liam's judge is going to put their hand up very shortly for the final 500. Jake coming in to support Chris.
Again, Chris Ngoma, another resident of the UAE, originally from Cameroon. He works at Fly High in Dubai Investment Park in Dubai.
These boys, no strangers to each other when it comes to local competitions in the UAE. The fitness community in the UAE is a very close one, a competitive one at that as well.
You can see Jake in the background there talking to Simon Jones, our representative for CrossFit in the UAE and North Africa region. Chris just finishing up his last few meters.
He's got to get off the rower. There he goes. A little shove from Jake. You got to get off the rower, mate.
We've got Liam Mott there, just working through his last 150 meters. Working hard. And again, this doesn't mean that he's going to finish last at all. We still have one more heat, and then maybe someone in the next heat that doesn't excel at these kind of movements and is solely here because they've got the strength or the gymnastic element.
Like we said, this event is anyone's. Not crazy high skill. The number of double unders is not going to be anything really beyond a minor inconvenience.
And there we go. Liam Mott crosses the finish line, which marks an end to this first heat. We will probably cut to some replays and go down to the floor where Jake Hendry will get his time in the spotlight to talk about how he attacked that first workout of the second day here at the Rebel Renegade Games 2025.
Inside. You don't want that whole place, gonna throw it right. I can tell.
Right, and welcome. We are joined by our Event 2 heat winner, Jacob Henry, who has just taken and set up a smashing time to beat for our next heat. Jacob, how do you feel that went for you?
Yeah, good. Like I just said to the MC, like it's very different when you run in a group. It could have got me off guard a little bit, but I knew once I hit the turnaround point, I could hit the jets and try and come back in first. Those dubs hurt, and that row was very noisy, but we got through.
So you said to me that coming into this event, it was a wheelhouse event for you. What is your sporting background to make you feel this confident on a workout like this?
So growing up, I played rugby league for 15 years, so it's a lot of running. And compared to rugby union, it's not as much strength work, so have a big foundation of running from that, so yeah.
And then as we approach the remainder of the events on the weekend, how are you feeling about them? Are you excited about most of them, or how are you feeling about them?
Yeah, good. I'm excited to see where I am at in the strength stuff, and we all love CrossFit workouts, so the more of them, the better, and there's plenty more to come, so it'll be good fun.
Brilliant. But again, congratulations on your event or your heat, when we'll see if that time stacks up for the remaining heats.
Jake Hendry doing exactly what he said he was going to do, coming out hot, holding on and taking the heat win for event number 2 for our men's individual competition.
He's certainly going to be watching this next heat closely to see what kind of paces everyone holds. I think he really wants this this event win, He wants 100 points in the bag. He wants to sort of start his second day off with a bang and fire himself up that leaderboard. We've got 1 heat to come for the men. Only 9 athletes actually in this field, as we do have 1 athlete missing due to injury.
So these athletes now know the time that they need to beat. The question is going to be, are they going to be able to do it?
Well, we'll see. I think it definitely depends on the pace that they can hold on that first run. I don't feel that anyone is going to catch Jake up on the double unders in the row. He was holding a very, very strong pace on that row. So it depends on how close they can be to his split times coming in off that run in order to be as close as possible to his final time.
So just before these athletes come out onto the floor, we're going to remind you of the workout. It is called 333-ish. So our gentlemen have a 3K run into 300 double unders, finishing up with a 3K row. The time cap for this workout is 35 minutes. No one in the heat prior needed the full 35. Let's see how this second heat goes.
So we'll be with you in a few minutes as we introduce the athletes, just getting ready for this second heat of event number 2. Okay guys, so just a reminder, only 9 athletes in this next heat. Nasser Al-Rawari is not here. He has pulled out due to injury. I think it was his elbow that he had a problem with, so he didn't feel like it was worth continuing the competition and pushing it more and making it worse.
These 9 athletes currently in the top 9 position, and they are vying for the number 1 position because there is only 1 qualifying spot for the 2025 CrossFit Games from this event. Luckily for them, we have 9 events for them to earn as many points as they possibly can to end up on the top of the podium.
Okay, so in lane number 1, we've got Marlo Prinsloo. Lane number 8, Dane Norday. Lane 9, Michael Van Tonder. Lane 10, Lucas Hoberg. Lane 11, Toby Buckland, current leader. Lane 12, Radouane El Gadouini. Lane 13, Justin Swart. Lane 14, Jason Dix. And lane 15, our youngster, Caden Stein. Only 18 years of age, actually came second last year at the CrossFit Games, 16 to 17 year age category.
And he was actually on the floor at the Rebel Renegade Games in 2024 at only 17 years of age. This is his second appearance here at the Rebel Renegade Games. The ripe age of 18.
You can see our athletes on the screen. You can see their lane assignments, and you see obviously in lane number 2 there is no athletes. So a nice bit of space for everyone in this workout to work through their double unders, and also not as much of a bottleneck as they run these corners in the arena. We'll see who moves first, makes their move first on the run to create a bit of space. I'm definitely expecting Toby Buckland to make a move in this workout, solely because he knows what time he's got to beat. He will be looking and paying close attention to Jake Hendry's splits on the run and trying to stay as close to them as possible.
And I mean, Toby and Jake do have the same coach. They train under the same training program. And Toby yesterday, after his event win for event number 1, said he has a point to prove and he feels that he's the underdog over this weekend, and he wants to make his mark on the competition.
Yeah, you're right there. They are both with Kyle Roof from Training Think Tank over in the States. They're both working super hard with Kyle, putting all the work, and obviously they've sort of tapered down for this event, making sure they're in the best shape possible to work through this 9 events. And like I say, 9 events is essentially a mini game, so it's making sure that the person that does get that ticket is essentially prepped for the games, making sure that they're ready for even more events to come. So it's a great test of fitness to make sure we're sending the right person over to the States for the CrossFit Games later on in August this year.
And I mean, when we're talking about athlete changes and developing, we were saying it earlier about Jake Hendry. We're going to say the same here for Toby Buckland, who was always known as just a strong athlete. And he has worked incredibly hard on his capacity. And so we're about to see if all that hard work has indeed paid off.
Yeah, looking at Toby's actual improvement this year in the Open, he actually finished 791st worldwide, whereas if you look at his Open performance in 2024, he was actually in 3,300 and something position. So he's made a huge leap there in the Open, making sure that he's in that top 1%, which obviously makes him eligible to qualify this weekend at the Rebel Renegade Games. It's only if an athlete is in the top 1% of the Open finish that they can get their ticket and punch their way through to the CrossFit Games.
And I mean, you were talking about a bottleneck before. The gentlemen look very comfortable on this run now. No need to worry about anyone. The beauty of having 9 in their heats.
Nice bit of space between each athlete. We'll see them settle into their pace, see them settle into their running patterns, their run stride, making sure they're as relaxed as possible as they go through this first lap. Don't think it's a lap that they need to push too much and go out too hot. Like, you can certainly suffer if you do go out too hot in this workout. And like we mentioned before, the elevation plays a factor. The fresh air plays a factor. If you're not used to it, that can really get the back of the throat, sort of give you that sort of Fran cough, as it were.
Yeah, you don't want to be coming out too hot in that first kilometre either. I know I wouldn't want to be coming out too hot in that first kilometre.
No, certainly I wouldn't be able to hold the paces that Jake was holding for sure. And like I say, it goes down to strength. And it goes down to what you're good at and what you're able to hold and know what you can push in certain areas of each of them.
Absolutely. Know yourself as an athlete and not worry about anyone else around you. Very easy in a run like that to get caught up on what everyone around you is doing and try and go with them. It's where you've got to know yourself, back yourself, and stay with the plan that you kind of set out.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing Lucas Hoberg as well in this event. He's usually known for being very good on the machine, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of pace he holds on the row. Obviously, I think he came second back in 2018 at the marathon row, held a very, very strong pace for obviously a much larger distance than what they've got today. So I'm expecting him to hold a good, strong pace, but it's also interesting to see what he's got in the tank and how much experience he's going to bring to the floor, how he's prepared for this event.
And I mean, like we were saying, it's a run and a row workout. The double unders are kind of just there as a minor inconvenience. They're there to break up that run and row pace. It's all about how much you can hurt in that last kind of K on that row.
And now if you look at the screen, it looks like we've got Radouane, who is leading the way, our Moroccan athlete who competed earlier on, not even earlier on this year, at the end of last year at the Dubai Fitness Champs. And also you can see Toby Buckland there just going out of screen, who actually came second at the Dubai Fitness Champs in 2024. Caden Stein there, the youngster, again looking comfortable. Jason Dix, and then closely followed by Michael Van Tonder.
Michael Van Tonder competing at his 5th event here in South Africa for a CrossFit qualifying event. He's competed on a team once and 4 times as an individual.
Yeah, and on that team he did make it to the games as well. So he's actually a very experienced athlete, and I like the way you've got the pronunciation there of his name. So maybe I'll leave that up to you to.
I mean, he actually made sure that I said his surname correctly. Van Tonder.
I'll have to apologise to him later. I don't really have the tongue to do that.
There's Red dropping his shirt onto the ground. Clearly that first lap, he's warmed up a little bit.
Yeah, the difference between the heat outside and inside is actually very, very different. It's probably a brisk 18 degrees outside, whereas inside we're probably looking at around about 26, 27 degrees. So it's a big discrepancy when they do come outside to in. You'll see athletes start to drop their clothes as they go through this workout.
And I think you'll see a lot of the UAE-based athletes. For example, Dane there, Mike Van Tonder, although from South Africa, he currently resides and works in the UAE. They're coming from the UAE summer, where it's currently sitting around 39, 40 degrees. That's being generous most days. And then coming here where it is winter and it is very cold. It's going to be a big shock to the system. Although a few athletes did come significantly earlier, Jake Hendry, Toby Buckland, Sarah Sigmundsdottir, they were here with 10 days to acclimatise. I think a really smart decision by those athletes rather than flying in the week of and having to adapt in a short time frame.
Yeah, Dane Nordo just on the screen there. He is also obviously originally from Zimbabwe, also resides now in Dubai. He is the co-founder and head coach at Elevate CrossFit DIP in Dubai. I think he came out fairly early on as well this year. A lot earlier than last year, because I think last year was sort of a lesson to be learned as he wanted to acclimatise as well as possible leading into this event. He qualified in 3rd position in the online qualifier, so he's also looking to make a statement here and make sure that you all know he's meant to be here. Obviously, we've had some golden tickets given out. Obviously, he wants to push as much as possible and get as close to that podium as he can.
I think the really cool thing with Dane's story when it comes to the CrossFit world, he started the sport at 11 years old. So the same as Caden, but he is a couple of years older, contrary to him being still very young. He's been doing CrossFit for over 11 years. Started as part of a school program. The school just happened to be doing it as an elective sport. He went on down, fell in love with the sport, and here he is more than 11 years later, still competing on the semi-final floor.
I think it's great to see that it's actually evolved in sports in Zimbabwe as well. I've never got the chance to do that in the UK. You're not too sure it's even available in Dubai as well. A lot of the times when you do get into CrossFit, you get in because of going to your local CrossFit box, or you get in because you've seen something on TV. And I know that you were speaking to Caden, our youngster. You had a great chat with him about how he got into CrossFit himself.
Yeah, so his was also, he was watching the documentary with Rich Froning. And I thought it was absolutely amazing to hear a young person coming up in our sport commenting on the fact that Froning got him into the sport of CrossFit. And what a full circle moment when we've got Mayhem Athlete programming the event.
Yeah, it's definitely great to see that our youngsters are still sort of following, the goats of CrossFit, as it were. They're not just sticking to the current best, they're sticking to the old school as well.
And I mean, he said to me that he saw the documentary, begged his parents to put him into CrossFit, and his parents allowed him on the premise that he was not allowed to lift heavy weight. He said he was on a 15-kilo barbell for about 2 years before they actually allowed him to lift weight, when they realised that all those silly little wives' tales about, people lifting weights are going to stunt their growth, this, that, the other. And if you watch him now, and I don't know if you've seen him compete prior, but he's one to watch in Heavy Isabel later on tonight.
But I think that's probably played dividends as well. Actually sticking to a lower weight when he's younger has probably allowed him to work on his technique way more than others. Other people sort of jump in and want to lift the heavy weights. They get the ego lifting, as it were. So the fact that he's been held back probably helped him.
Absolutely, somewhat of a blessing in disguise, I say. Oh, nearly popped that.
So we've got a lead change here. Red has dropped back to 2nd place in this heat.
Toby consistently sitting here in that 3rd position. I'm surprised he's still wearing a shirt.
It's probably tactical.
He's going to rip it off before he starts his double unders. Now, these gentlemen coming in after their 2nd 1K lap. Now, they're sitting at about the 8-minute mark, so Jake did have them so far on the run. It's going to be whether they can pick up the pace on the double unders and the row. We will have to wait and see.
Yeah, remember Jake was holding roughly around about a 3:30 pace. It was. I think he came in around about the 7-minute 10 mark, maybe after the 2nd lap.
Yeah, between 7 minutes 10, 7 minutes 20. It was kind of in that ballpark. These gentlemen still making light work of this 3K run. You got to remember there were 20 people in the heat before.
Looks like Toby Buckling is actually making a little bit of a move here and trying to catch up Radawayne, who is currently in second. He had a little look over his shoulder to see where Toby was. And now you can see coming into shot and coming around the corner, the veteran of the sport, Lucas Hoberg from Sweden, who resides in South Africa at the moment. And obviously that's why he has also been eligible to compete in this competition.
Yeah, prior to being in Cape Town, where he currently resides, he was living in Spain. Big difference there.
A huge difference in the climate, huge difference in the elevation. Dane and Caden just going off screen there, working through their final lap of this run.
Everyone's looking nice and relaxed. It's what we want to be seeing. We got to remember, this is just the first part of a long workout. Most of them are going to be working for around about 30 minutes.
Yep, that run definitely plays a factor. The incline and decline gets to those knees as you're going up and down. And obviously, hopefully they can sort of settle into their stride, settle into their pan as they go onto the flat and pick up that pace.
And like we were saying before, the ground is gravel. So they're running on kind of loose rock. They need to be careful there, in particular with the change of direction when they get to the turnaround point.
Sure, yes, definitely uneven surfaces. Got to watch, got to be careful of those ankles. We often see it in these sort of long runs where people do roll their ankles because they're just not paying attention to the terrain that they're running on.
We've just seen off our screen then Michael Van Tonder, who did qualify in first place for this event. He is another athlete who has come in with a point to prove this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you interviewed Michael yesterday. Obviously, there's a lot to tell. He's been looking forward to this event. As we see, he resides in Abu Dhabi. He works very hard, and again, he's another one that we see a lot on the local scene in the UAE at local competitions, working on the team events, but also as an individual as well.
Yeah, and he's here this weekend with his fiancée Monique. Last year, both of them were on the floor. This year, Monique is here as a spectator supporting Michael, which is awesome to see. The two of them rarely do anything separately, so it's awesome to see that she's still made it to South Africa to support him in this quest.
Yeah, we definitely like to see that when you've got someone that's there in your corner supporting you, essentially being like a bag carrier as well.
And that is what he said. She keeps me fed, she keeps me hydrated. She's there to remind me that it's not all so serious, that, you know, at the end of the day, yes, we're here to get a CrossFit Games ticket, but it's fast fitness and I love you regardless.
Yeah, there we go. Do it with a smile on your face. Enjoy it. The more you enjoy it, I sort of feel the more you can excel. There's no point in putting too much pressure on yourself and digging yourself a hole. Okay, so 12-minute 15 mark. We've got our first athlete coming through the door, closely followed by Red. And Toby Buckland has made his way up and caught Red up as well. So we'll see the first athlete to come through.
And that's the 12-minute 30 mark, so it's just over 4-minute Ks. Straight into the double under. Love seeing an athlete do a double straight away without that single skip.
It looks like that first athlete is Marlo Prinsloo.
So our athletes need to do 150 before they move to the next cross. So it's 150 skips, they'll move forward, they'll go another 100 until 250 skips, they'll move forward one more time and finish with their final 50 double unders.
So we've got 4 athletes on the floor at the moment: Marlo Prinsloo, Toby Buckland, Radawayne, and also Justin Swart has also made a little bit of a comeback here. Finishing strong on that run, coming through onto the double unders.
Justin Swart, South African CrossFit royalty.
Essentially, yeah. He's been around for a long time.
They have a team competing as well from his gym.
We see the athletes here looking as relaxed as possible, trying to keep those shoulders relaxed, not tensing up the traps too much, and just relaxing into their rhythm. Lucas Hoberg there and Dane Norday coming through. Caden Stein also on that first set of 150. And Jason Dix closely followed, and Mike Van Tonder has just come
picked
through.
up his rope. So we've got all 9 male athletes in this top heat on the floor working their way through their double unders. This is all about execution. 300 is not too many reps on their body, but it is about how well do you skip under fatigue.
Yeah, staying relaxed, staying composed, making sure you don't panic. If you do trip, take that deep breath and get yourself started again.
Red taking a step forward. He's done his first 150 reps, and Toby Buckland joins him.
And you'll see that as Toby did move forward, you'll see that forced break allowed him to take a few steps, take a few reps, and compose himself ready to start the final few sets of his dubs.
Mike Van Tonder done, I should say, with his first 150 reps. Takes a bit of a crouch. I know that Mike has been a little bit sick earlier on in the week. Everyone seems to have had some kind of chesty infection. I think those people coming from a warmer climate into the South African climate, going from summer to winter, big shock to the system and possibly a big shock to the immunity.
Absolutely. The air quality difference as well here comparative to the UAE there's a stark difference. Obviously the heat and the dust from the sand, it plays a big part.
And I mean, you and I were joking yesterday about the fact we could see the blue sky.
Absolutely. It's great to see. We love a bit of blue sky. We do get it in Dubai in the winter times, but when it comes to the heat in the summer, it's that hot. There is a lot of haze.
All right, so we've got Red on the row first. Very quickly joined by Toby Buckland. Now, I know that Toby is a very strong rower, and like we said earlier, he has worked incredibly hard on his capacity. So it's going to be whether or not he can catch and hold Red on this row. Uh-oh, something's going on.
Okay, good. Another good point there about how he didn't panic. He actually dropped the handle. He was trying to change his damper. No panic, though. Took his foot out, picked up the handle, got himself back on track. And I think Toby knows here now, at this point in the workout, he knows what he's got to do. He knows what he's got to hold. He knows just to sort of stay in his lane and stay composed and run his races, or row his race, as it were.
And I mean, he's only 65 metres behind. It's fine. He's going to be okay. He trusts himself. I know that he did used to put a lot of pressure on himself as an athlete, and he's worked quite hard on his mindset. When it comes to competition, he used to freak out, get in his head, overanalyze, and he's worked incredibly hard with his coach over the last 12 to 18 months on just relaxing a little bit and enjoying the process.
Yeah, sometimes I remember Toby used to get caught up in sort of seeing what everyone else had done and worrying about what weights people were lifting, whereas now he sort of keeps himself to himself outside of each event and just stays in his lane, make sure he works towards his tactics and doesn't get sucked in or drawn in by anyone else's.
Michael Van Tonder really made a big move on those double unders. He's onto the row in the first 5. Awesome to see that, and he does consider himself one of the stronger rowers in the field right now, so we'll see if he can back his words with his actions.
Yeah, there we see his name pop up on the screen there, currently holding an average pace of 150. Again, he is a great rower. I have seen him row at multiple events before, and he's just consistent. He's consistently strong, holds a good pace, and just doesn't break his rhythm, doesn't break his form.
He's comfortable on a row. Dane hopping onto the row as well. One of our shorter athletes.
Yeah, I always joke with Dane and say he's the Colton Mertens of the African region. He's got very similar body type, extremely strong, powerful legs, but short in stature. But he might be short in stature, but that doesn't mean that he's not big in his personality.
Big in heart. And I mean, if we've learned anything over the last few years in CrossFit, it absolutely means nothing on an erg with your height. Yes, you would probably have an advantage being a slightly taller athlete, but that means nothing really in the grand scheme of things.
That's all our athletes now moved on to the rower. Jason Dix is just bringing up the rear. Lucas Hoberg currently sitting around about 155 average pace. I would expect that to drop at some point, as we know that he is a good, strong rower.
Hoberg showing that he is a veteran in the sport, looking very comfortable, calm. not giving us much. Actually, all three athletes on the screen right now looking very composed.
I think Lucas will probably be kicking himself at the fact that he just missed out on the top 1% of the Open. I know he didn't necessarily prepare for the Open properly, but he was just outside that cut line, which would make him eligible for that CrossFit Games ticket if he were to stand on top of the podium.
And I mean, there is only one spot available at this event. It's going to be a very tight finish, I believe, across these athletes.
Yeah, we can see that Radawayne is still leading the way. He's around about 70 meters ahead of Toby. So literally no discrepancy between those two at the moment. There's pretty much the same distance between them that we've had from the start. So no one making any moves yet. No one pulling away too much, or no one slacking as well and falling down the leaderboard.
And I mean, now is not the time that you're going to want to put pedal to the metal. Not quite. Most of our athletes are kind of sitting in the 1,000 meter mark. They're going to wait till they hit that halfway point before they start to pick up the pace slightly.
Yeah, when they see that final 1,500 and that final 1,000 meters and the digits on the rower go down from 4 to 3, that's going to be the time when we probably see the paces start to pick up, because they'll be able to see the finish line in sight.
You can see they're taking a look to the big screen because they can see where everyone else is in this event. A really great advantage and something that's not very common in these kinds of competitions.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what the numbers are, you'll see that it says gap in the middle of the tally chart. And that basically means how many meters you are away from the next person ahead of you. So, for example, Toby is 70 meters away from Radawayne, but Marlo is 140 meters away from Toby. So the guys all holding a similar pace here, around about the low 150s. Only Dane just dropping below the 2-minute mark at the moment. But again, and there we go, it's dropped back down under. Probably took a few shorter strokes, took time to gather his thoughts, gather his breath, get himself back on track.
And a 3K row is a mental game as much as it is a physical game. You cannot lose focus, because that little bit of focus lapse means that your time will probably drop.
Yeah, and this kind of movement really does start to hurt at the back end of this workout. We can't forget the fact they've already done 3K outside for the run. They've then done 300 double unders, which the 300 double unders is still going to keep the heart rate relatively high if you're not able to sort of relax into it. And then they've got 3,000 meters left on the rower. And obviously a lot of us know that a 1K row hurts if you push, a 2K row hurts, but we've got 3,000 meters to work through here on this row.
Most of our athletes at least finishing their first 1,000, some of them coming into the back end of that 3K row. We've got Red, who's past the 1,500 meter mark, and same with Toby Buckland. Marlo just behind them.
Yeah, I think we'll see these athletes settle into a nice pace now up to the 1,000 meter mark, and then we may see the paces drop slightly, get a little bit quicker as they see the finish line approaching. And obviously they know that everyone else is chasing. They've got to stay ahead. And this is the beauty of this workout now, where not only can they see, but you can see where they are, making sure that your viewer experience is as top-notch as possible and keeping you entertained and keeping you interested.
And obviously Jake Hendry set the time to beat in heat number 1. However, these athletes are still competing against all other men in the heat prior. So there were 20 men in heat number 1. They may not get Jake's score, but they need to see if they can get ahead of anyone else in that prior heat to nip that 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 4th and 5th place.
Yeah, sometimes when you're in the middle of a workout, if the lead's gone. And if the lead has gone, it's all about damage control and how high up the leaderboard you can finish. So maintaining certain paces, not going out too fast, and making sure you do finish strong and get the best result possible.
And I think where we're sitting at the moment, there's 3 minutes before Jake Hendry's finish time. I think it may still stand at the end of this heat. I think he has got the win, but it's going to be if people can jump into 2nd and 3rd after his place, because he did finish significantly further than other people in that heat.
Yeah, if we look at the current paces that are being held by Radowijn and Toby, they're both holding around about the 150 mark. And obviously that's per 500 meters, not per 1,000 meters. So if you double that, you're looking at around about the 3-minute 40 mark for a 1,000 meter row. Now, if you add that onto the time that's still on the clock, Jake's time may be safe, but who knows? We'll see if there's any sprint finishes that take us through to the end.
And that's the thing, you can't say it's safe until it's done. You never know what someone's going to do in that last 500 meters.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Jake is in the crowd watching to see who is close to his time, because he has to recover as well. He's already gone through, 26 odd minutes of grueling work. He's gonna want to know where the other athletes are, but he also has to take into account he's got to recover, ready for the next event.
I did see him having a little bit of a sticky beak on the run. He was standing at the warm-up area for our athletes, peeking out onto the floor.
Yeah, paying close attention to his fellow competitors. Hands in the air now for Radowijn and Toby. That means that they are coming into the final 500 meters. And this is where we're probably going to see the pace kick up a little bit. They're both looking across at each other's screens, seeing where they are, who can take the heat win and jump themselves up the leaderboard.
Toby looking a little more composed than Red. But that could be a tactic by Red as well.
Yeah, I think Toby also knows what he needs to do now.
Marlo's 140 meters behind Toby. So it's looking like it's going to be Red and Toby both vying for this second place position in this event.
Yeah, coming into that final sort of 200 meters for these two athletes. Judges' arms are up. Can't quite see their fingers, but they're definitely within the last 200 meters. Marlon Prinsloo in third, Justin Swart in fourth, Mike Van Tonder in fifth at the moment.
And the fact that Mike Van Tonder came off the run last and he's now sitting in fifth, very impressive work as he chipped away at his double unders. Clearly an efficient movement for him.
Got that little sprint finish now. We're coming up to the final meters for Red and Toby. Center of your screen. That's Red walking across the finish line. He's happy with that heat win. Unofficial time there, 26:46. And then Toby across the finish line, 26:55 unofficially. We're going off our clock on the top left-hand corner of the screen, by the way.
I think those boys have secured a second and a third place, if I'm right. There may have been someone in the heat prior, I think, that maybe could have pipped them. We'll have to wait and see the official results to confirm that. But Jake Hendry, heat and event winner.
Marlon Prinsloo there takes the third spot in this heat. Unofficial time, 27:28.
Oh, Caden's put his foot down.
Yeah, you can see those paces start to change in the last few hundred meters. They were holding 150 constantly, and now we're down in the 130s. Literally meters between them, Justin, Michael, and Caden.
It's going to be an incredibly close finish. Boom, down he goes. Oh, that's very close between Michael and Caden. Just over. There he goes. And then Caden's going to be not too far behind him.
So a little bit of a bigger jump now. But Dane Norday working through his 200 meters remaining in this workout. Lucas Hugberg is slightly behind, 70 meters behind Dane. And then Jason Dix is bringing up the rear in this heat.
And what we want to remember is that these boys will still have a time that is significantly faster than people in the heat prior. Finishing 7th, 8th, 9th in this heat does not mean that they are out of the running. There are still 7 more events after today's Heat 2.
Dane working through his last 100 metres. He's going to get a few little pulls there.
Tick it over he goes.
I think Dane will be happy with that workout. He also has been working very hard on his capacity work and his machine work. Dane is known to be pretty strong on the barbell, so I'm sure he's looking forward to those heavy lifts later on this weekend.
There's Lucas done. Quick little wave. Oh gosh, let me get my breath back.
I think he's happy to be back on the dance floor competing this weekend.
Honestly, that's the energy he's giving. Just happy to be here, throwing down with a couple of good people.
Jason Dix there, just coming across the finish line. He rounds out this heat number 2 for event number 2 of the Elite Men's Day 2 work for 333-ish.
We can see there the difference between heat number 1 of our men, 20 men running out onto the floor, compared to heat number 2 where we had 9 men running out.
Yeah, nice bit of drone footage there, showing us the terrain that they're running on, showing us the scenery, showing us the blue sky.
I can definitely think of worse places to be running.
Absolutely. Yeah, these are our replays coming through from heat number 1. I'm sure we'll jump to heat number 2 as well. We're going to go down to the competition floor and we will talk with Radouane, who should be standing by for his on-floor interview.
Believe I can make it. Progress and patience. I'm achieving greatness. 3, 2, 1, then I'm taking flight. Catapult to brand new heights. Victory stays in my sights. No denying the future's bright. Watch this, you'll be inspired. Inside me burns a fire. Fueling these desires, all which will be acquired. Rising higher, claim what's mine. Chin up as I aim for the sky. Born with it, don't be surprised. Here to stay, I've arrived. Where you going? Straight to the top. Straight to the top, where you going? Going straight to the top, to the top, to the top, yeah, to the top.
I will gladly auction them off.
I am joined here by Radouane Al-Gadouini, who has just taken the heat win of event 2 for our individual males. Radouane, how do you feel after that workout?
This workout was really good, but I feel some cramps going all the way up the hill. I knew it was going to be tough, but I had to make my move on the double unders and leading up to the rower and just stick to a pace. And that was it.
Did you have a specific game plan coming into this workout, and did you manage to execute it?
Yeah, exactly. The game plan was to get ahead of the other competitors through the rower, because if you are ahead like 20 seconds and you stick to a pace, and it's going to give you a lead to finish the 3K.
And last question, how do you plan on recovering now before the next event?
Straight to the ice bath, a lot of carbs, and wish me luck.
Good luck, but fantastic. Congratulations on that heat win. We look forward to smashing it the rest of the weekend. That's it. Our individual ladies are coming up.
Okay, we are back. We have finished the men's Heat 2, event 2. We are now moving on to the women, the elite women. There is only one heat, only 20 women here this weekend, so just one heat to work through here for event number 2. Exactly the same workout, 3K run, 300 double unders, 3K row.
Now, is there anyone in this list of ladies that you think we should be looking out for?
I think there's plenty of women that we do need to cover. I think there is going to be some dark horses, though, as there's a few ladies that are probably going to sneak in there with their running ability. I also want to see how people like Christina and Evie stack up, as they're sort of essentially chasing down Sarah as she took the event win last night.
Yeah, and I was chatting with Evie, like I said the other day, when she found out she had to break these double unders, she was a little bit upset because she is a double under ninja. She would have happily done 300 unbroken. So I think having that break at 150 and 250 is going to be something that's going to be a little more inconvenient for an athlete like her who's very comfortable with their double unders.
Will certainly be interesting to see how Sarah does attack this workout. We know that she's had some ACL issues before in her knee, so we'll have to see how she manages this 3K run into those 300 double unders. Again, this could be sort of a damage control workout for her. I know I was speaking to her, and this is probably her least favorite workout of the weekend, just because of the volume of bounding and the volume of running that they've got. She has no issue with a row. She's great on a machine, but this run and these double unders are certainly going to play a factor into this workout for her.
And I think it's also trusting your body again after you've come back from something like that and an uneven terrain that you're going to be running on. It's things to think about that are probably there living in the back of her mind that she may not even be aware of, that she's being conscious of.
Yeah, she spoke to me earlier on yesterday and said that she'd sort of tested this workout on when she first sort of arrived here in South Africa. However, she only practice it on a flat surface. The incline and the decline is probably going to be the limiting factor for her as to how she does manage her pace.
I mean, when you've been in the game as long as she has and you are such a practiced athlete, I think it's about her knowing herself, knowing her body, and being the competitor that she is. She's going to be completely fine. She's going to know what's going on in the back of her mind and in her body. She'll be able to adapt on the fly.
Yeah, she's certainly an athlete that is always happy and smiling before that 10-second mark comes up. And then when he gets to 3, 2, 1, go.
You see that face change.
Yeah, that face definitely changes. Okay, so in lane number 1, we've got Marieke Hartman. Oldie. 8, Shanae Spangenberg. Lane 9, Edie Hollis. Lane 10, Sarah Sigmundsdottir. Lane 11, Christina Livatatakis. Lane 12, Lani Fenter. Lane number 13, Liza Trotsky. 14, we've got Emma Morgan. 15, we've got Carly Smith. 16, Rika Marks. 17, Ashley Tarr. 18, we've got Sarah Bailey. 19, Jessica Ubise. And bringing in the last athlete, 20, is Janine Martin.
I'm really excited to see how these athletes attack this workout. Like I was saying earlier, you do not know who's going to take the win in an event like this. It is a capacity workout, minimal skill. It's just all about those lungs.
Yeah, last year, the first event of the 2024 Rebel Games was the run and the clean and jerks. And I remember this was the sort of, this was the decider essentially, where Christina Livatatakis actually came around 12th in that workout. It's very hard for her to catch up the rest of the weekend. And that saw Gemma Rader taking the spot last year to go to the Games. So I feel like Christina has probably got a point to prove here and show what she has been working on over this past year as she goes through this sort of endurance style workout.
And I think Christina's very honest and open about her reason for coming to this competition in particular. She acknowledges there is one spot, but she thinks that she's got the chance to get it this year.
Yeah, she did actually qualify to go to the Torium Pro, an amazing event over in Australia. However, she did choose to come here to sort of home ground, as it were, for her and have her home fans sort of push her through to take that spot. We've got 30 seconds until Heat 1 of the women's Event 2 333-ish.
Ish. The anticipation for all the athletes.
10 seconds.
And they are off on their first 1K loop. They're going to be doing 3 of these. You'll see them come back into the arena after each kilometre that they run. Now, I'm going to say straight up, this first kilometre is not going to mean anything. We don't really know who's going to take the event from this first run. But you will start to see athletes break away from the pack. There's 20 females running right now, and we'll notice there's a bit of a bottleneck as they come out of the arena onto the path outside.
Yeah, a good example of that, about it not being just about the run, is Michael van Tonder in the last heat of the men's. He actually came in pretty much dead last in the run and worked his way up through the double unders and through that row and pulled himself right up the leaderboard in that final heat. So it's not necessarily just one on this run. But as we see here, Evie Hollis is chasing down the lead. She's made a little bit of a move to start with and wants to create a bit of space so that she can get herself going.
Evie working really hard on her running in the last 18 months, but even more so in the last 6 months. If you follow her on social media, you'll see she does at least 2 run sessions a week, one longer capacity, one a little bit more along the interval style. There's Sarah Sigmundsdottir there. Looking okay. You can tell she probably is a little conscious of the ground.
I think Sarah's definitely conscious of the decline and the incline on the run. So you'll see as she came out of the arena, she was sort of mid-pack, and as the camera panned off and you couldn't see them coming down the hill, that's where she sort of slowed down. Again, she's trying to be clever about this workout, not push too hard. Remember, there's still 7 events to come, so if she goes too hard on this workout, she could jeopardize the remainder of the weekend.
And like we were saying, we have 7 more events after this one. So you do have the opportunity to be using this as a little bit of damage control. You obviously don't want to be sandbagging the workout and letting it slip away completely, but she does have 7 more events to be making up those points, and she started with 100 points last night.
Yeah, exactly. She had a great start to the event, obviously taking home the 100 points, proving why she got the golden ticket in the first place. She obviously wants to go back to the games, and I'm sure that we'd all love to see her there. She has. It's been a tough few years for her, so it'd be great to see her back. But again, she's still going to work through 9 events this weekend and obviously prove her worth, as it were.
And what we were saying even yesterday was that all of these things that have come into her life over the last few years that have inhibited her going to the games have been things very much beyond her control, which is a very hard thing to have to accept as an athlete.
Absolutely. Again, see Sarah, day in, day out in Dubai, working hard. She's certainly one that doesn't shy away from the hard work. She puts in the work. She puts in the volume. So be interesting to see how she fares in this workout. I think that is Jessica Skinner.
It is Jessica Skinner, who actually had to medically withdraw last year in the final event. I had an interview with her yesterday, and she was saying it was one of the most heartbreaking moments that she experienced in her athletic career. She's back this year, wanting to say she deserves to be here, and she wants to be here, and she's ready to make her mark.
Evie Hollis is in 2nd place currently, and at the moment Christina Livatakis is around the 4th place mark in this workout. So you see the ladies there, they're working through the sort of back leg of that first lap. It's 3 laps to complete their 3K. So obviously 1,000 meters per lap. So it'd be interesting to see what sort of pace they're going to be holding as they come around the bend of the first 1K. Currently just about coming up to 4 minutes in this workout.
And I mean, like we were saying, the first K is not really going to make too much of an impact on the workout. It's a 3-lap run. The last 200 meters of each kilometer is uphill, which can be a little bit spicy on the legs. But then you've got to remember, as they go out, the next part's going to be downhill. So it's factoring in that up, that down, that change of cadence, that change of pace.
Absolutely. Jessica Skinner there, looking very confident, very comfortable as she came into the arena. She's going to work her way around the arena and make her way back out onto her 2nd lap.
So far, everyone looking pretty comfortable on their run. As you'd expect, only 1K into the 3K run.
Yeah, well, we will soon see if anyone has gone out too fast. We'll soon see if anyone's gone out slower than they needed to, and obviously has a bit left to sort of pick the pace and push and make a move in this 2nd and 3rd lap.
And that can absolutely be a tactic that an athlete's going to go in with. Start the first K, ease into it, and then build as the workout continues on.
Absolutely. Jessica Skinner there, just coming. You can see the decline as they're running down that terrain there, and they'll sort of flatten out along the middle of the course.
And this is the last heat of this event. So you have to think we've had 4 team events and 2 male events running beforehand. So that ground is going to be quite loose.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of rocks on the ground. It's gravel. So they're going to be quite conscious of that as well. Slippery, a little bit of dust.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard to get that stride in and get the power and the push through the ball of the foot because of the uneven surface and because of that gravel moving underneath. So if you're just joining us now, we're coming up to the 6-minute mark of the ladies' heat number 1, event 2, 333-ish, which is a 3K run, 300 double unders, 3K row. It's a 35-minute time cap. I don't think there's any danger of any of the females not finishing this workout at this current rate, as they're all holding a fairly decent pace on this run and leaving themselves plenty of time to get through the remainder of the work.
And we have all 20 female athletes doing this event at the same time. Plenty of space on the floor here at the arena. We are very lucky, and our incredible sponsors, Rebel, supplying incredible equipment and great space when it comes to the rig as well.
Okay, we also want to say thank you to Amazfit, Biogen Dischem, Mayhem Athlete, obviously for providing the programming for us, Puma, which is our apparel sponsor, Rebel Safety Gear, and Rebel Elite Fitness that are also helping with
I was about to
prize funds.
say, check out my Puma jumper or sweater. I'm very grateful for that in this crisp South Africa weather.
I had to take mine off, actually. I went for the red today. Thought it would go my complexion a little bit more, but
You look gorgeous.
trying to show off a little bit of tan, show that I actually do live in Dubai, and that I'm not just a white Brit, as it were.
And so we've just seen our athletes heading out onto their final lap. We're going to see them coming in and onto the double unders. If you were doing this workout, how would you approach it?
Personally, myself, I would actually I'd go conservative on the run. Running's not my expertise. It's not my fault, it's not my strong point. For me, it's probably more, I'm a swimmer. So running would be easy, hold a consistent pace that I know is not going to flatline, redline me. And then once come in, consistent on the double unders, and then push the row. The rowing is great for me in terms of the pulling and the pushing through those legs. So I would try and hold a much faster pace. I would definitely be finishing stronger than I would be starting.
And I think most of our athletes are going to be coming in with that tactic. I think when we look at some of our female athletes over our men, for them, this workout is definitely going to be a bit more of a damage control, in particular if they're not very strong on an erg. And I think a 3K row, other than being a physical battle, is a big mental battle, and it's about sitting and committing to discomfort.
Yeah, I think with the 3K row, you're not going to want to start off too strong, because it is a long distance, but it is this kind of workout where, because you can see where other people are, you can see how far behind or how far ahead you are. It's certainly a workout where towards the end of this workout, you're going to be putting yourself deep in that cave and sort of leaving everything on the comp floor.
There we have Jessica Skinner coming in from her second lap, heading into her third. You can see her back's taped up a little bit, so obviously she's taken that precaution, as she does have a pre-existing back issue. She's well ahead of everyone else.
She has created a commendable lead there. Evie Hollis coming in second. There's probably around about 100 plus meters between the two.
Evie looking comfortable.
Yeah, having a little look over her shoulder just to see where everyone is.
But Jessica Skinner, definitely big gap between herself and the rest of the crew.
One to watch here as she comes in. We'll see how she handles those double unders. Again, she may be working really hard on this run, but how efficient are her double unders, especially under fatigue? There's Christina there on screen working away. Again, she's going to try and prove a point after last year's running workout.
Lani coming to take over. Lani finishing third last night in the Mayhem 30. It was a really exciting moment with 3 athletes getting onto the bike at the same time.
Yeah, I think we're definitely hoping for more of those moments as the weekend goes by. We'd love to have the finish that we had last year here at the Rebel Renegade Games, where it came down to that
one lunge.
Literally one lunge.
I remember screaming at the TV screen watching from home.
Again, same. Obviously, Gemma, a good friend of ours, to watch her on the screen and punch that ticket last year was definitely an emotional moment, and it was definitely a stressful and tense moment watching them do that last section of the lunge in the final workout.
In particular, knowing Gemma and working with her for 3 years in the UAE, seeing how hard she had worked in the years prior and always just missing out, to see her and Christina battling all weekend. It was an incredible weekend event to see her finally cross over that line. And she did not realize at the time that it was actually going to come down to that one event. So that was pretty epic to watch. Unfortunately, given the golden ticket opportunity this year, she unfortunately had to turn it down due to injury. But we're hoping to see her back on the floor as soon as we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see Gemma on the floor. Love to see if she can get back to the games again next year. You can see Sarah there on screen just coming through again. We did say that this probably is a damage control workout for her solely because of a previous injury that she has had. So she's working through the run as well as she can, making sure that she's not going too hard because we do have a lot of work to come over the weekend.
And she doesn't look uncomfortable, but you can tell that she likely is thinking about it. There's a cheeky smile and a peace sign to the crowd.
There we go. That's what we want to see. We know that there are people here to watch athletes like Sarah. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity to see an athlete of this stature and come and watch them in person. So everyone's sort of grateful that she's here, grateful that she took the golden ticket opportunity, and I'm sure that everyone would love to see her do as well as possible.
When we're talking golden ticket opportunity, the athletes that are awarded a golden ticket are still residents of the UAE, Africa, or the Gulf region. So Sarah does actually reside in Dubai. Yep. You see her training quite a bit out of CrossFit Elias, and she is living there, I think, taking advantage of the summer months and the warmth. But she's, yeah.
Absolutely. Sarah is one that loves the sun. She loves to get a tan. Obviously, originally being from Iceland, she doesn't usually get that opportunity from the land of ice and fire.
And I think what we also see with Sarah that's very different to a lot of athletes is she really takes the time with people on the floor, but off the floor as well. If you're a fan, if you're just even wanting to have a quick little chat, she will always take the time to meet people, get a quick photo, have a chat about life. And it is what makes her such a popular person within the CrossFit space.
She is a great ambassador for the sport. She has all eyes on her, and if we're completely honest, she probably gives too much time to the public sometimes for those pictures when she should probably be focusing on warming up.
We had that discussion before at a local comp earlier this year. She was meant to be in the warm-up area, and there she was taking pictures, happy snaps with all of her fans. But that's what makes her such a special athlete to be part of her journey.
So these ladies now are working through their final lap, and we can see Jessica Skinner is the first to come in, and she's making her way through these 300 double unders.
She's looking really calm and really composed. That run didn't really take much out of her.
She looks very relaxed in this first set of double unders. Remember, they do have to have a forced break.
And I mean, if you want to be anything in a double under, it's relaxed. I think she's going to be closely followed by or joined by Evie Hollis, who was not too far behind her earlier.
So we've actually got Carly Smith onto her double unders as well. She made a move in that third and final lap on the run. Do you see an athlete getting confused?
Emma Morgan lost.
So Emma Morgan is in lane 14. A little bit of confusion there.
I mean, that's understandable after you've just run 3 kilometres.
It is.
What's my lane again?
So we can see Jessica Skinner taking a commendable lead there, closely followed by Evie Hollis and closely followed by Carly Smith.
Now, we saw this happen in the top heat of men. We had Mike Van Tonder come in last on the run and then end up on the row 5th. So this could happen again. You never know. People's double under capacity, it could be a movement they're incredibly comfortable with. Oh, we've got a couple of people who are a little bit lost with their lane. Evie taking a glance to the side to see if there's anyone with her. Evie is an athlete that is very conscious of other people on the floor. When I say conscious, she's not worried about them. She's just very good at taking note of where people are and what she needs to do. She's a very seasoned athlete. She's been doing the sport since she was 15. She actually started CrossFit because she wanted to get better at football and then decided, actually, I like this bit better, and decided to focus on competing in CrossFit.
Yeah, decided to stick to it. And obviously, like you say, it's a bit of a Wily Fox move there where she does look across the floor to see where everyone is. It allows her to sort of relax. It allows her to compose and see what she needs to do to either catch up or see who's behind her.
And chatting to her yesterday, it was really interesting because Evie said she's really excited to see this Evie on the competition floor. And when I asked her what she meant, she's put a lot of work into her mindset over the last 12 months. And she feels like she's a completely different athlete when it comes to the way that she approaches competitions.
You can see on our screen there, we've got Evie Hollis on the right-hand side and Christina Livitakis just on the left-hand side in the pink and dark blue pants. They're working their way through their double unders and moving their way forward towards that rower.
Now we can see why Evie was taking a quick little glance to her right, making sure that she was still ahead of Christina, who was only just behind her on the run.
Waiting for Sarah to make her way through onto the floor to start her double unders. Hopefully the crowd will let us know when she does come through.
I mean, I think we'll know when she enters this arena. Christina looking very comfortable.
Taking a big deep breath there as she moves through to her last set of double unders. Two of our top competitors there on the screen. Both of them had to go through the qualification process to get here as well.
Mayhem athlete giving us the absolute golden programming. Last night's sprint event into today's longer endurance workouts, and then 7 more events to come.
So we just saw on our screen Sarah Sigmundsdottir sort of made her way onto the floor. She's going to start her double unders. We'll see if she can make an impact onto the leaderboard here and catch her way up towards the current leaders.
We've got 3 ladies on the row already.
Jessica Skinner, Evie Hollis and Christina Livitakis are on their row, working their way through their 3,000 metres. So not much difference. Evie has certainly shown how good she is at her double unders. She's definitely caught up Jessica because she's only 17 metres behind now on the row. So you can see how fast she did move through those double unders, like you said that she would.
She loves a double under, Evie Hollis.
We'll see who can hold this pace. Currently holding 207, 206, 208 for the top 3.
And there's not much between them.
Not at all. We can see Sinead Spangenden has just come onto the row as well.
The catch here as well is that they've only just gotten onto the row. They've got 3,000 metres. We can't really be calling anything about who's going to come out on top until we get past that halfway point. We don't want to make sure that they haven't come out too hot and then they hit a very painful wall.
Yeah, we certainly don't want to have the commentator's curse where we say who's going to win and then all of a sudden something happens. So we'll keep our mouth shut with that and just tell you who's doing well and how they're getting on, what places they're holding.
All athletes on the road looking calm and composed, which is what we want to see.
So Carly Smith at the moment currently holding the fastest pace on the floor, around about the 2-minute mark. Everyone else around about the 2:06 mark.
These ladies coming up to the 20-minute mark in a 35-minute time cap. They're going to be wanting to get onto the row before about, I would say, 22 minutes. That would be what I would be looking at for me personally. A row is not my favourite thing.
Yeah, you're probably looking at around about the 13. You need around about 13 minutes to get this row done. Obviously, it would be much quicker if it was just a 3K row to start with, but we've already been through so much workload before they've even got to this rower.
Almost all our females onto the row now.
So we've got Evie Hollis 18 meters back from Jessica Skinner, who's in the lead, and Christina Lividatakis around about 50 meters back from Evie.
And like you were saying earlier, I think we can see it in quite a few athletes. Legs are going to be heavy after that 3K run into the 300 double unders. You're going to rely on your arms a little bit just to get you setting up on that row before you can find your legs again.
Absolutely. Those legs are definitely going to feel heavy. Essentially like last night's workout, a lot of power output on the legs for the bike. Those legs can feel heavy on the sort of kipping movement of the bar muscles coming through to try and get that movement done as efficiently as possible. So it's sort of slightly different today. It's different stimulus in the sense that it's more endurance based. So the legs are just probably feeling fatigued from all the bounding, all the jumping that they've been doing for the run and for the double unders.
And you're going to want to hope that they've recovered efficiently from last night's power output workout. Like Sarah said immediately after the workout, get me carbs.
Sarah just asking her judge there how many more she's got left to do. She's nearly finished her double under. She actually caught up a couple of athletes as well. So it'd be great to see her get on the row and really pull a decent pace and move herself up the leaderboard. But like we said, this is definitely a damage control workout for her.
And we know that Sarah knows how to row. She can work an erg.
So most of the athletes on the row. You can see Sarah.
She's on the row now.
Getting onto her row.
She had a quick sip. And off she goes. Next to Evie Hollis. Sarah and Evie train together quite regularly in Dubai. Good friends, inside and outside of the competition.
Yeah, Evie actually came down to CrossFit Alive to do a couple of the open workouts with Sarah. So it's great to sort of have that competition between them and see them go head to head.
Immediate look to the screen by Sarah. Making sure she knows what she needs to do. Christina's eyes have not moved from her screen. Oh, there we go.
Commentator's
I spoke too soon. She looks very dialed in, very focused. I can see why she just took that quick little look to the right. That's Lani next to her, who's currently sitting in 4th position.
So we can see Sarah is on the row. She actually looks pretty comfortable here. She's moving through her stroke rate is slightly higher than the other girls. So she feels like she's probably got a point to prove here and a lot of catching up to do. It's good to know that she's not last in this heat though. So again, damage control. Can she catch up? Can she sneak up on a few of the competitors slightly ahead of her?
One of my favorite things about Sarah is that when she concentrates and tries really hard, she smiles.
So if you're just joining us, Heat 1, Event 2 for the women, 333-ish, 3K run, 300 double unders, 3K rows. A 35-minute time cap for these ladies. And on the screen at the moment, we've got Christina in the pink on the left, Sarah Sigmarsdottir in the blue in the middle, and Evie Hollis in the grey on the right-hand side. Current leader there, centre of the screen, Jess Skinner, holding an average pace of 2:08. She's around about 30 meters ahead of Evie Hollis.
Both of them are very close to hitting the halfway point of their 3,000 meters row. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when we get to that final 500-ish meters, if Evie puts her foot down, or if this is where she's going to sit for the remainder of the workout.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how close it is between the top 4 athletes, because there really isn't much between them. I said the top 3, Jessica Skinner, Evie Hollis, Christina Lividatakis, they're all within around about 80 meters of each other. Very, very close. And again, we're only at the halfway mark in this row, so there's still around about 1,500 meters to go for these top 3 athletes.
And it's looking like if they're pulling the paces that they are right now, they will go sub 30. And for the same amount of meters on the run, the row, that's very impressive for our female athletes doing the exact same workout as the men.
Definitely. You would usually expect the row distance to be slightly less, but Mayhem felt there was no need for that. We can give the ladies just exactly the same as the men and see how they push through that 3K. Again, we're trying to find out who has it in them to get that game spot. And the fact they've got to go through 9 events, which making sure that these ladies, whoever does take that ticket, is ready for what's to come later on in the year at the CrossFit Games.
The true test of all elements of fitness. Jess looking really calm, really composed.
Yeah, she's sort of taking a second at the end of each sort of stroke, half a second at the end of each stroke, just to compose herself, take a deep breath. She's actually slightly pulling away from Evie Hollis at the moment, holding around about 2 to 3 seconds faster per 500.
See her take that big breath and her shoulders drop at the back. It's a very deliberate pause. Sarah with her apple juice.
Waiting by, trying to keep herself fueled as she goes. Get those simple sugars in straight away to give her a little bit of energy to push her through this 3K. We can see multiple different styles of rowing here. A lot of people sort of feeling that fatigue setting in, and it's important to know that when you are pushing through this kind of workout, this long distance of a row, it is important to still maintain your form. As soon as you let that form go, you're really going to start to feel it, and it's probably going to hurt you in the back end.
You'll start to see them head banging on the rower. It's not what we want to see. Nice, composed, straight back.
Yeah, we want to get that leg drive first, slight lean back. So I always think of it as legs, back, arms. You shouldn't really start pulling on the paddle with the hands until your hands are sort of past your knees, as it were. Make sure that the majority of the drive comes from those legs.
As we're coming into that last 1,000 metres, Jess Skinner still ahead. She's about 45 to 50 metres ahead of Evie Hollis. And then Christina's still hanging on in that 3rd position. The 3 ladies, like we said earlier, between 90 and 100 metres, just between the 3 of them.
And if we just look at the bottom of the leaderboard there, the bottom 3 ladies, you can see the paces are completely different. You can see Sarah Sigmundsdottir holding a very fast pace, actually, probably one of the fastest pace in the field of 2:03, whereas the ladies above her are holding 2:16, 2:20. That's going to be interesting to see if she can creep her way up this leaderboard, because she is really pushing hard here.
Like she is going to do it. She's going to make her way up slowly but surely.
There's still a lot of time. Again, like Sarah's sort of coming up to that halfway mark. There's probably at least sort of 2 or 3 ladies that she probably can catch here if she holds this pace. She's just dropped below 2 minutes per 500, which is amazing to see her pull that after her going through the 3K of running and 300 double unders.
Jess Skinner and Evie Hollis coming up to that 500 mark. There she is, hand goes up. Let's see if that pace goes down. Still pulling a 2:04.
There we go. Sarah has overtaken Lisa Marie. She's going to set her sights on Kaylee Williams. Kaylee Williams, sorry.
Looking like Jess Skinner is going to hold this 1st place. She's 50 metres ahead of Evie Hollis. Evie 68 metres ahead of Christina. But all 3 ladies with their judge's hand in the air.
And if we take a look back to Sarah, she's holding 2:03, but the lady above her is holding 2:23. So there's a big chance here for Sarah to make some ground and catch up and work her way up the leaderboard. Like we said, damage control, what can she do? Where can she get herself up to on this leaderboard?
200 metres here for Skinner.
She's going to finish under the 30-minute mark by the looks of it. There or thereabouts.
100 metres.
Christina digging deep.
We're just about to come up to that 30-minute mark. Oh, see the judge's head tilt. She's almost there.
She's finishing strong as well. She's nearly there. Evie is 50 meters behind, so I think the first place, unless she gets her feet caught now getting out.
She's got to move. There we go.
She is happy with that event win. Jessica Skinner there taking that workout in an unofficial time around about 30 minutes, 20 seconds.
Evie Hollis, second place.
She's going to be happy with that as well.
And then it's looking like Christina is going to take this third place position. And you were absolutely right. Sarah's now come up. She's overtaken Hayley Willemans.
And again, she's holding a pace that's sort of 10 seconds faster than the lady above her, Elzan Trotsky.
The ladies have 4 minutes to get it done.
So if they all hold their current pace, all the ladies should get in under the time cap. And there we see actually there's far more ladies on the leaderboard here. So Sarah's really worked herself up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places she's pulled back after coming in pretty much dead last on that run.
Like we said before, the run is not where you make or break the workout. For someone that's gunning for the event win, maybe that's where you pull out and try and stay ahead. But for the majority of our athletes, where it is what is considered a damage control workout, you pace and you work to your strengths and you just deal with your weaknesses as best you can.
We've got Carly Smith who's come in and Shanae Spangenberg. She's also in. Lani Fenta is just about to finish. She crosses the line. We've got 3 minutes remaining in this heat.
So our females that are in the position from 2nd to 5th have all just come in front of Sarah Sigmundsdottir. So Sarah was first last night. Like we said, this is going to be a damage control workout for her, but she's still going to want to do as well as she possibly can. But again, reminder, there's 7 more workouts. There's 700 points up for grabs after this event.
Yeah, Sarah is working her way up that leaderboard. She's around about 80 meters back from Elzan Trotsky, who is ahead of her. But again, her pace is quickening.
I mean, we don't need to be reminded, she is a veteran of the sport.
Yeah, she has made it onto that CrossFit Games podium multiple times. She wants to get back there herself.
And I mean, she's been on the podium for good reason.
Absolutely. She's fighting for it. She's inside the last 300 meters. You can see her digging deep.
What's just happened is Elzan has taken over Jessica Obise and Sara is about to overtake Jessica. So it's just about chipping away. And these ladies have 90 seconds.
I think if we look at this result of where Sarah is at the moment, I think she's going to be extremely happy with her position, in all honesty. Last 50 meters for Sarah. She's fighting for it. She's digging deep.
And she's going to get in well before that time cap, and that's really important, I think, for her as well, mentally. There she goes.
There we go.
Straight down.
So Sarah came in around about the 34-minute mark, which means we're into the last minute of this workout. Remember, it's the 35-minute cap. Be great to see all the ladies finish. However, I don't think we're going to get those final few athletes across the finish line. Probably going to see a cut off with around...
I mean, when you look at the paces that you're going to have to hold to get it done within that 35-minute cap, it is a tight time cap. For many people that kind of sit on that bubble within those top 20, top 30 athletes in the region.
20 seconds remaining. Kaylee Wilmans has just crossed the finish line.
We've got 3 girls on the floor.
Last 5 seconds. And that is time on the ladies' event number 2.
Event 2 winner, Jess Skinner. athlete who had to withdraw last year in the final event, back with a vengeance and putting her name on the map.
Yeah, she'll be looking to jump herself up the leaderboard and obviously take in a great bit of positivity and confidence moving into event number 3 later this afternoon.
And I mean, when you're talking back injuries, this is a workout that actually would be quite scary for someone that has injured themselves. People would often think, oh, it's about the heavy lifting or things like that. When you've got running, double unders, which is bounding, and then the movement hinge of row, it's going to be a movement that any discrepancy in the body will be highlighted, and it would be a bit challenging mentally to know, okay, my back needs to take this load.
Absolutely. It's certainly one that's got to be managed, and you've got to obviously play to your strengths and play to your tactics in this workout. We saw Sarah do that as well. She obviously came in last off the run, but she fought her way back. Typical fighter, doesn't give up, always goes to the end, and made her way back up the leaderboard in this event.
And I think we're going to be heading down to the floor for an interview with Jess Skinner now. I'm looking forward to hear what she says.
Right, we are joined here by Jess Skinner, the event winner for event number 2. I just had a brain fart there. Event number 2. Well done, Jess. Good job. How did you feel after that workout?
I was confident in the run, and then I thought I had enough time before Evie caught me, but on the row, she pushed me so hard. I think I was so worried she was going to get me, but it's good. It's nice to be around people that push you.
A win is a win, whether it's by 1 meter or by 100. Last year with this same event, with our longer workout, the run and the clean and jerk, you picked up a bit of an injury during that event. Do you feel like this was a redemptive workout for you, with it being the longer workout of the weekend?
In all fairness, the longer workouts do work for me. And yeah, last year I thought it was my workout, but this year I was like, okay, I'm going to make this my workout. Yeah.
Clearly you executed on your plan, so congratulations on taking the win, and good luck for the remainder of the workout. That is the end of our individual ladies event number 2. We have our teams for event number 3 coming up in roughly an hour. See you then.
Okay, you are joining us back. We have just wrapped up event number 2 for the ladies. That's the morning of day 2 done. We'll be coming back this afternoon with the teams for event number 3, and obviously with the individuals as well. But what a morning we've had so far. A lot of amazing results, and obviously we're looking forward to the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to our next event that's coming up in about half an hour. We're going to be seeing our athletes working through some legless rope climbs, some kipping deficit handstand push-ups, some lunges. It's going to be a lot of fun. And it's going to be our athletes, or our team athletes' first worm workout for the weekend.
Absolutely. It's always one to watch with the team athletes for the worm, because that's something that can always sort of stop people in their tracks, whether you've got the team work to do, whether you've got the communication to work through it. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on with that first worm workout. But for sure, with the individuals, we're definitely looking forward to that legless rope climb workout too. A lot of grip factor to play into for that workout.
Yeah, and we'll get into that a little bit later when we get to the workout. There's some incredible standards that I'm excited to see that are really going to impact our athletes on the floor in that second round.
Absolutely. Well, that about wraps us up for the morning. We're going to pop the schedule on the screen. So we're going to come back around about 2:30 for the event 3 teams. Got a nice little break now, give the athletes a chance to recover, refuel, and then we will be back for event number 3 here at the Rebel Renegade Games 2025 in South Africa.
Strength isn't just muscle. It's precision, resilience, and control. On site, every move matters. Every decision shapes something greater. But strength doesn't clock out. Whether building structures or breaking limits, precision is everything. Rebel safety gear, built to work.
Your fitness journey is unique to you. At Mayhem Athlete, we'll be right by your side every step of the way. Whether your goal is to become a CrossFit Games champion or staying fit for life, we have programs for all fitness levels. Join the Mayhem Athlete family and train like a champion today.
Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Don't believe me, just
Every moment is a chance to redefine your limits. It's a decision to grow. Every drop of sweat, every beat of your heart. So let us remind you of you. Your pain, your sweat, and every goal you've already met. Workout completed. Amazfit T-Rex 3.
Strength isn't just muscle. It's precision, resilience, and control. On site, every move matters. Every decision shapes something greater. But strength doesn't clock out. Whether building structures or breaking limits, precision is everything. Rebel safety gear, built to work.
Your fitness journey is unique to you. At Mayhem Athlete, we'll be right by your side every step of the way. Whether your goal is to become a CrossFit Games champion or staying fit for life, we have programs for all fitness levels. Join the Mayhem Athlete family and train like a champion today.
Don't believe me, just watch.
Every moment is a chance to redefine your limits. It's a decision to grow. Every drop of sweat, every beat of your heart. So let us remind you of you. Your pain, your sweat, and every goal you've already met.
Workout completed.
Amazfit T-Rex 3.
I'm about to shut it down. 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 I got the numbers, I'm on the lineup, I rock designer. Girls on me, they blush when I'm in there. Ooh, how I like it. Floor shake when I'm out here shut down. I'll be waiting on a band wants to come around. Top bill on a high life, what now? I'm about to shut it down. Down, 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 down. Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm about to shut it down. 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 I'm about to shut it down.
It's a whole lot of us, that's my family. Wanna go higher, turn up the tempo, increase the BPM, okay. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Raise the roof, we got dolls in here, got God on our side, yeah. All smiles like new veneers, got favor all on our life, yeah. Many doors, we bustin' down, team getting bigger, need a bust now, we bustin' now. You gon' fail, wait,
Here is fan favourite Sarah Sigmundsdottir Sarah, it's been a long time coming back on that international circuit now. You performed at Waterpalooza earlier on in the year as a team, but now you're back individually. How's the prep been?
Prep has been good. It's been it's been fun prepping. It's the longest that I've been able to go like consistently without any hiccups. So, but I've been taking my time. I've learned my lesson in the end of the year. So it's going to be exciting to see where I stand.
So yeah, I think this is one for the tactical workouts this weekend. Be tactical about how you approach certain workouts, how you go into them. Big difference between the weather format here. You're based in Dubai at the moment, obviously 40 odd degrees and more. How's that transition been coming over to here to acclimatise?
It's been rough, I'll admit that. I'm from Iceland, so it should be tougher, but I'm actually not. I love the heat, and that's why I live in Dubai. The humidity also is so good to train in. Coming here, it's 2,000 meter altitude, and then it's very dry and cool there. But we came here earlier to acclimatize, so we've been doing a lot of breath work to try to get more used to it, but I can still feel like there's a little bit difference.
Are you straight up afterwards, or are you going to stay around and see some of the local
Oh,
scenery?
I'm going to stay. Yeah, when you're in Africa, you have to. You cannot leave Africa if you haven't gone to Africa, you know? And then everybody says if you go to Joburg, you have to go to Cape Town. I just listen and I do what people tell me. You know?
Well, we can't wait to see you back on the floor this week.
I can't wait to see you on the floor.
All the best. Can't wait to see you perform. Hope the weekend as well.
Thank you.
Already it's a classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. Only do classics. I spit fire through the matches. You can call me Mr. Fantastic. I be hitting all the spots like that's it. Hey, that's the motive. Rockin' 23, that's golden. Your girl spinning my vinyl, that thing golden. That's the memory of me that she holding. Flashing lights. All these things come to me. Dressed in price. All my rings got weight to it. You feel that? You feel that? Already it's a classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. I'm on top, yeah, I'm on the move. Watch your step when I'm coming through. Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through. I'm on top, yeah, I'm on the move. Watch your step when I'm coming through. Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through. Classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic.
That's crazy. I could do this on a daily. Ooh, that's crazy. I could do this on a daily. In the kitchen cooking up like your grandma. Gonna hit the rodeo, yeehaw. Get the boys, gonna take them to the strip mall. Got range, I don't play, seesaw. That's crazy.
Okay, I'm here with Christina, one of the favourites this weekend. How are you feeling going into the Rebel Renegade Games 2025?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Last year I was sick, so I'm not sick this year. I'm feeling good, feeling acclimatised. Yeah, ready to crush it. Big weekend.
You had the opportunity to go to touring as well, right? So what made the decision to come here as opposed to go?
I think my chances of winning here is a bit higher than touring. And I love coming home, like to Africa. It's a good vibe. The vibe here at Rebel is really so good. But yeah.
Any event that you're particularly looking forward to?
They were all pretty challenging, hey, this year. I think the handstand walk run will be fun. It'll be cool to see how that one goes.
Sure, really nice and start. Well, all the best for the rest of this weekend.
Okay, so I'm standing here in the warm-up area with Jake Hendry, another Australian. Jake, how are you enjoying South Africa so far?
Yeah, it's been so good. We've been here for about 10 days now. First few days were a bit weird with the altitude, but all good. The food's great, the steak's good, so I'm happy.
Happy boy with good food, right?
Yeah, you know it.
And what's been the highlight of the trip so far?
Honestly, we've had prep like in Dubai, and then coming and bringing that prep here with Sarah has been really good. Been super enjoyable, and it's just good to have someone to train with that you're not directly competing with. That along with like just the hospitality we've had here as well. Like everyone at all the gyms is super nice and super helpful, and the arena and stuff looks awesome. So yeah, I can't wait to get out there.
Amazing. Anyone in particular looking forward to throwing down with?
Big bad Toby Buckland.
Big bad Toby Buckland.
Give him a run for his money.
And you guys are under the same training?
Yeah, we've got the same
program.
coach.
Amazing.
Yeah,
so that's really cool as well.
Yeah, it should be fun.
Nice. All right, amazing. Good luck this weekend, and thank you so much for your time.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Here with MVT, Mike Van Tonder. Mike, welcome back to South Africa.
Yeah,
You've been living in the UAE. How is it to be back in the cold, I would say?
Yeah. I must say it's quite tough. I've been in the UAE for almost 2 years now, so sort of acclimatized to the heat.
Yep.
So coming back was quite cold. It hit my immunity a little bit, but yeah, I'm good now.
Happy to be back?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's always good to be back in South Africa, seeing friends and family, and yeah, just be in the motherland.
In the motherland. Good state. So I've seen your fiance is here to support you.
Of course, always.
And were you engaged last year or was this after? Oh, so this is the second time supporting you with your fiance.
Yes.
How does it feel to have her here with you at the event?
We've been together since I started CrossFit, so I mean, she's been my #1 supporter from my first semi-finals, and yeah, it would just not feel the same not to have her here.
Yeah.
It takes off a lot of stress, like small things like cooking rice and making sure there's enough clothes to wear and like all the small things.
Yeah.
But she also knows to give me my space. You know, when things get a little bit nervous and stuff, when I get a bit nervous, she knows to back off. Yeah, she takes a lot of videos and photos.
Yes, she's better than the media team, I think. And I mean, last year you were both on the floor together. She said she's really happy to be here and support for you. Does that feel nice to know that she's there 100%
honestly, I told her whatever she wants to do, I'm happy. If she wants to compete, she can. I would love to be here as two athletes. And if she doesn't want to compete and she just wants to have fun and support me and like be there for me, that's what she chose this year. So
yeah, amazing.
Yeah, very
and
happy.
how does it feel? Obviously, you've been in a team environment here. This is your second time individual at the moment. Like in the last 2 years, you've been here as an individual.
Yes, yeah, last 2 years individual.
Yeah.
And then 2 years before the team year was also individual. So
Yeah.
I've only gone team once.
Oh, you've really gone team once?
Yes.
I mean, what do you prefer?
Sure, that's a good question. I would say team.
You prefer team?
Oh my man, it's such a hard one.
Yeah.
Team hurts more because you go much harder.
Yeah, you've got other people relying on you to a degree.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I must say, training in a team is much more fun than competing. Training in a team is much more fun than training as an individual.
Yeah. And you've got a really good training crew back in the UAE. Do you want to give a shout out to anyone back home?
Of course, the Irish crew. You know, those guys got me through some dark months. I wasn't sure if I wanted to compete or not, but yeah, I started training with them. I trained with Gemma a little bit. I trained with Evie a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just jumped to people's programs like back and forth, and I found what's the Irish the training again?
Irish training?
Yeah. What's Emma's training?
Oh, the daily grind.
Daily grind. So I jumped in that for a couple of months, and that was really fun. Yeah.
And you're enjoying it?
Oh, it was awesome. Yeah.
And you're training with some pretty strong people as well.
I know. Training with Mark and Katie, that was really good for like pushing and training and stuff, and actually getting a little bit better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Amazing.
Yeah. I'm back with my old coach now.
Yep.
So I've been since training for semis, I started back with him,
Yep.
just for that little bit more individualized approach.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he's been there for me since 2022, so
Oh,
he knows
perfect.
me very well. Yeah.
Amazing. And anything you're looking forward to, not fitness related, at the end of the weekend when all's done and dusted, what's the one thing you're really looking forward to?
I would say not to stress. It all depends on what happens at the end of the weekend. You know, but not to stress about training and just going into training and having like whatever, doing whatever, having fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually quite keen to get back to work, believe it or not. I've been in Joburg for 2 weeks now.
Yeah.
And we're going to Cape Town for a week, so I'm also excited for that to see because I'm from Cape Town.
Yeah.
To see some friends and family from there, my brother, and yeah, then back to UAE. I'm really excited to get back to work, believe it or not. So yeah.
And the fitness community in the UAE is
That's
absolutely
awesome. Yeah. It's
incredible.
amazing,
Yeah. Amazing. Well, good luck this weekend. I'm sure
Thanks,
you're going to be
Sarah.
amazing. And
Thank
thanks
you
so
so
much for taking the time to chat to us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Here with fan favourite Sarah Signersdottir. Sarah, it's been a long time coming back on that international circuit now. You performed at Wodapalooza earlier on in the year as a team, but now you're back individually.
Yes.
How's the prep been?
Prep has been good. It's been it's been fun prepping. It's the longest that I've been able to go, like consistently without any hiccups. So, but I've been taking my time. I've learned my lesson the other few years. So it's going to be exciting to see where I stand. You know.
So yeah, I think this is one for the tactical workouts this weekend. Be tactical about how you approach certain workouts, how you go into them. Big difference between the weather format here. You're based in Dubai at the moment, obviously 40 odd degrees and more. How's that transition been coming over to here to acclimatise?
It's been rough, I'll admit that. I'm from Iceland, so it should be tougher, but I'm actually not. I love the heat, and that's why I live in Dubai. The humidity also is so good to train in. Coming here, it's 2,000 meter altitude, and then it's very dry and cold air. But we came here earlier to acclimatize, so we've been doing a lot of breath work to try to get more used to it. But I can still feel like there's a little bit difference.
Are you straight off afterwards, or are you going to stay around and see some of the local
Oh,
scenery?
I'm going to stay, yeah. When you're in Africa, you have to, you cannot leave Africa if you have not gone to a safari, you know? And then everybody says if you go to Joburg, you have to go to Cape Town. So I just listen and I do what people tell me, you know?
Well, we can't wait to see you back on the floor this week,
So
Sarah.
I can't wait to be on this floor.
All the best. Can't wait to
Thanks
see you
so much.
perform, and I hope the weekend goes well.
Thank you.
Away, Evie. All right, so I've Evie Hollis here. Evie, you've been living in the UAE for how long now?
Like 4.5 years.
4.5 years. And you started CrossFit, you're a teen in CrossFit. So can you tell us a little bit about your journey with the sport?
Yeah, so I basically only started CrossFit to get fit for football.
Yeah.
My parents actually did CrossFit before me. So I joined the CrossFit gym to get fit, ended up loving CrossFit, quit football, pursued CrossFit not only as an athlete but as a coach, got all the qualifications, went into coaching, and then kind of been all over the world coaching CrossFit
you really have,
and
haven't you?
competing. So
And where's so you've been to a few semi-finals now across the world. Amazing that CrossFit's actually given you that opportunity to travel the world.
yeah, I mean, I've been in a part of maybe 3 of the European semi-finals. Last year I went to Korea for the Asia semi-finals, and then I came here to coach Gemma Ritter in her
Last year.
semi-finals last year, and then this year I'm here as an athlete.
Pretty awesome that you've had all these opportunities thanks to the sport.
Yeah.
And that you fell into it kind of by accident, right? What's been the highlight for you over the last 10 years, has it been now?
Probably longer.
Wow. Okay, what's been the
CrossFit.
highlight for you over the last 12 years, we'll say?
I just think the people, coming from CrossFit, you'll know yourself that you just make these friendships that you never would have made before, and you make friendships for life. You meet people from all different places in the world, and it's just given me some great opportunities as well.
Incredible opportunities. Fun fact, Evie and I worked together from 2021 to 2023. People thought we were the same person quite a bit.
Yeah, that's very true.
And if you have one thing that you've taken from your time in South Africa, what's been a highlight of your time here?
I think the highlight is we actually managed to stay with Tomo and Kaylee last week, and they were just absolutely amazing for us, cooked dinner for us. You know, athletes, we eat a lot of food, so kept us fed, give us a place to stay, and they were just so welcoming. So I think that's probably the highlight for me.
Yeah, and your nails as well.
Oh yeah, Kaylee did my nails. Shout out Kaylee.
And what's the one thing on the weekend you're looking forward to the most?
I think I'm just really looking forward to this version of Evie being on the floor. I think this version of me has never been on the floor before, and I'm excited just to like rip into it and just go for it.
That's pretty epic. What makes the difference between this Evie and the Evie that we might have seen in the past?
I think I've been working a lot on like mindset. I've changed some stuff up with like training, like my coach and things like that. And I think I'm just at that point now where it's like, just go for it. Like instead of like holding back or being scared, like just go for it and see what happens.
Absolutely love that. All right, well, you're going to crush it this weekend. We don't say
Shukran.
good luck because luck is for the unprepared. So have an amazing weekend and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Shukran.
Okay, I'm here with Toby Buckland, one of the recipients of the golden ticket. Toby, how does it feel to be here in South Africa, ready for the Red Bull Renegade Games?
Yeah, I'd say it's a privilege to be here. It's actually my first semi-final. I've been trying for years to kind of get through to Europe and other regions, and it's always kind of been the straw that broke the camel's back at the last stage, and it's just nice just to be here on the floor, ready to go. Yeah, I'm excited.
Great. How's that prep been? How's the prep been leading on?
It's been tough. Lots of other kind of stuff going on elsewhere outside of the gym and training environments and conditions, but regardless of the prep, everyone's got the same kind of challenges, and I'm ready to go.
Absolutely. One of the big factors, obviously, is the elevation here. Getting used to the new climate, the new surroundings. How's that been with the transition over from the heat?
Yeah, it's actually been all right. So I came from Indonesia, which at the time was about basically 100% humidity. So that's what I've been training in the last 2 months. So they call that poor man's altitude, and to be honest, I don't feel too different out here.
Oh, great. Have you managed to do anything leading up, or are you going to stay afterwards and see this local scenery?
Yeah, we booked. I've not been able to do much leading up to it, as we're always kind of hyper-focused, but after we've actually booked a safari, leaving at 6:30 a.m. on Monday, so not too much time to think.
No worries. Nice one, Toby. All the best for the rest of the weekend, mate.
Cheers.
Hope you punch that ticket.
Me too.
Okay, we're here with Kristen Goma. Debut this weekend, first semi-final, first time competing in Africa. How's the body feeling? How are you feeling prepped? Are you ready to go?
To be honest, a bit nervous to know, like first time to do this level of competition. Just like 2 years doing CrossFit, like it's not easy. So I'm very great athlete that I appreciate. I have a good, I respect a lot, and now I'm competing. I'm on the floor with them, so it's not easy for me. And I think I deserve this place. I deserve to be here. So I just have to do what's good, you know?
Definitely, it's going to be a tough test this weekend. You've got 9 events to work through, which essentially is kind of like a mini games kind of standard, as it were. You're known for good, solid gymnastics. Any workouts that you're looking forward to in particular? Any workouts that your favourites that stand out?
Yeah, I think all the workout where there's going to be some gymnastic movement. I feel a bit more confident that I can move well. I can do very great, like rope climb, handstand walk, and let's talk about the bike and the muscle up. Let's see.
I said there's definitely some different elements of gymnastics as we go through. You know, some solely gymnastics where it's just that handstand walk elimination style workout, but then you've got the pre-fatigue with the bar muscle ups with the bike beforehand.
Exactly.
So it's definitely there's a lot of difference there. When did you get out here?
My strategy is just like mostly to go a bit by the flow, like especially on the bike. Like I'll just go by the flow on the bar, like, and not try to gas and try to break smart and just play smart. So because I know the guys, they are very good on the bike and they are very explosive. So I'll play a bit around that.
How long have you been here in South Africa?
I came 19, so I'm gonna say 2 weeks, like almost 10 days now. Yeah, because I came on 19, so 10 days. Now I feel more better, like
climatized.
Yeah, climatized was pretty good. We have a good time of training and recovery, and excited to compete.
Well, Chris, I'm only used to seeing you compete in the UAE, so looking forward to seeing you compete here this weekend. Good luck.
Thank you.
And all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, I am here with the coolest dressed athlete of the day. This is Caden. Caden, tell us a little bit about your history with CrossFit.
I've been CrossFitting for 7 years now, and I'm only 18 years old, so I've started when I was 11 years old. I have been to the games as a teenager twice, and I've been to the semi-finals as an individual male once. This is my second year. Yeah.
Yeah, and you just said, so you did semi-finals last year at 17, so you were still a teenager.
Yes.
That would have been pretty incredible.
Yeah, I know.
What are you looking forward to the most this year, coming in as now an adult? What are you thinking about this weekend?
I mean, last year was kind of, I didn't expect to make it, so I came to have fun and just enjoy the moment. This year I'm going to also try and enjoy it as much as possible, but this year there's more at stake. I trained for this, so yeah, I'm hoping to do better.
So the prep has looked a little bit different this year.
Yeah, I've been prepping for this.
Yeah, nice.
Yes.
And only 18, so you are definitely the youngest competitor.
Yep.
We were talking to Dane earlier. Did you see Dane in the CrossFit area growing up?
I have not, no, I have
Oh,
not.
nice. So you've only competed against him?
Only, yeah.
Amazing. That's
Yeah.
awesome. And what got you started in CrossFit?
I watched the training documentary from 2014 and then begged my parents to CrossFit. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Positioning them with Mayhem being
Yeah.
one of the biggest
Yeah.
sponsors of the event. And what are you looking forward to the most about this weekend that has absolutely nothing to do with CrossFit?
Well, I mean, it's cool to be around people that are also good at CrossFit, people that from around the world that enjoy the sport as much as I do and care as much as I do. So just hanging around, that's really fun.
And if you could pick one movement to get rid of in CrossFit, what would it be?
Deadlift.
Deadlift. Okay, and if you could repeat one workout forever and ever, what would that be?
Oh my goodness. 40-50s. 40-50s.
Filthy 50.
Yeah.
We are not the same person. All right, thanks so much
Great.
for your time
Thank
and
you so
have a
much.
fantastic weekend this
Yeah.
weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, here with Josh Kerno. Last year's runner-up, second place at Rebel Renegade Games 2024. Obviously hoping to get that top spot this year, 2025. You're currently sitting in 30th place in the qualification. So hoping to jump straight up into that top heat after the first event and obviously a reseed. But you had a bit of an interesting prep leading up to those qualifications, right?
Yeah, so it has been interesting. My communication and understanding was very bad, so I was of the impression that coming top 1% in the Open would automatically qualify you for the Rebel Renegade Games. Turns out that wasn't the case. And at the weekend of doing the qualifiers for Rebel Renegade Games, I was in the UK, and that was just a bit of a mess. It was my brother's wedding. We had a bachelor's for him. I haven't seen my family for a good 2.5 years. So trying to be serious about the qualifiers, but also kind of, enjoying the time in the UK. I wasn't sure if I was going to make it, and I was really, really, blessed and lucky when they told me that I made it. So, yeah, here I am.
We're certainly looking forward to seeing you compete here this weekend. How's your prep been leading up to this event?
I think my lungs and my fitness is, I back that. In terms of the weights for me this weekend, I think it's going to be a bit more of a damage control situation. I just had a bit of a back injury last year that I had to nurse. I've been a bit nervous of that. So yeah, I suppose we'll see how it all goes.
Any event in particular that you're looking forward to the most? Or?
I think I'm most keen for the chipper event on Sunday, particularly just because I think it will bring out a lot of experience in the guys. It's like one of the last workouts we're doing on Sunday. Everyone's going to be a little bit broken. I personally like the longer workouts, just putting your head in a dark place and just getting things done. So I'm keen not only for myself, but just to see how all the other guys take it on.
So I think it's important to note that there's 30 athletes here this weekend for the men. So there's a lot of chopping and changing that can happen in the leaderboard with there being 9 events. So it's certainly going to be an interesting weekend. And Josh, all the best.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm here with Jenna Goldie. Now, Jenna and I were just bonding over the fact that we are both former gymnasts. So, Jenna, tell us a little bit about your experience with coming into the sport that is CrossFit.
Yeah, I came into CrossFit 4 years ago, and I come from a gymnastics background. So it was really, really cool to walk into a CrossFit space and be able to take those skills from gymnastics and transition them into the sport. And it was so epic to just come into the sport and be able to do so many things already.
Yeah.
And I really, it's just been incredible to have that transition.
And you said your first workout that you ever did in a CrossFit gym was with your current coach.
Yes.
And it was handstand walks.
Exactly.
So what an introduction to the sport of CrossFit.
Absolutely, it was cool. And I mean, they were all doing like progressions, and he came up to me and he was like, okay, this is handstand walking, and I was like, I've got this, I can do it, you know, and it was just such a cool experience.
Yeah, that's amazing. And coming in this weekend, what are you most looking forward to that's actually nothing to do with the events? What about the weekend are you looking forward to the most as Jenna the human?
Yeah, I think spending it with my people, you know, my coach, we have a team that's competing, another individual, and we really do have such a close bond, and we're so, we do everything together, we're best friends. So spending this weekend with them and having the opportunity to share this whole thing with them is just incredible. So I'm really looking forward to just watching them competing myself, and just like having a good time in general.
And what's your experience with competing in the CrossFit space? What has that looked like since you started 4 years ago?
Yeah, I'm really quite new still to competitive CrossFit, because before it was just doing the workouts and having a good time in the community and the boxes. But coming into the competitive space, it's really been so incredible. I mean, the female athletes are just insane, and it's so nice to go up against them and to see where they are and meet so many new people. So it's really been such a cool vibe in general.
Yeah, is there anyone in particular this weekend on the female side that you're looking forward to competing with, meeting, anything along those lines?
I think, you know, the last heat, the top 10 coming into this from the qualifiers, I mean, each of those individual athletes.
Free on the inside, free on the outside. 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 Yeah, okay, do what you gon' do to get the message. What you mean? Had to cut you off cause you was messy. Look, all my dogs got it off the strength, bench pressing. 10 plus, I can never quit, I'm invested. I can't fill you in with the crew cause you ain't real enough. Try to knock it down, but I can't let you ain't build it up. You can't eat the crock cause you was not out in the field with us. We got back and fellowship with God, how they gon' deal with us? Heard somebody talking from the benches. Yeah, they was like, no, don't shoot, I ain't listen. I feel like I'm Curry in the clutch, I ain't missing. I'm a trusting guy without the luck, I ain't wishing. I say, yeah, buddy, rolling like a big shot. Got cleaned up and I only serve a big guy. Fresh start time, fresh new mind. Free on the inside, free on the outside. 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 Free on the inside, free on the outside.
I've been going hard from the night into the daylight, telling them all that yesterday's price is not the same price. Eating up West for breakfast, I can tell you what it tastes like. Wake up and I see red and I still don't got no brake lights. Yeah, feeling super fly. I look in the mirror, see ambition in my eyes. Got more than one formula, they love the way I drive. Yeah, I've been a prize, there's no need to be surprised. Baby, I'm a go-getter, go-getter. Yeah, you better go figure, go figure. Baby, I'm a go-getter, go-getter. Yeah, you better go figure, go figure. Try and get a big stack in my bag. Boy, you know I'm getting to it, it's like that. Try and get a big stack in my bag. Yeah, you know I'm getting to it, it's like that, like that. Hey. Never feeling the pressure, please not at all. I walk in when it's crunch time, leaves in the fall. Woman on me, only hit my name on a roll call. It's like there is no ground beneath my feet, I got no flaws. Still humble, but just don't get it confused. You know who I am, there's no need to introduce. I am one of one, they can't stand it, but it's true. Sicker than the average, ain't no challenge that's immune. Baby, I'm a go-getter, go-getter. Yeah, you better go figure, go figure. Baby, I'm a go-getter, go-getter. Yeah, you better go figure, go figure. Try and get a big stack in my bag. Boy, you know I'm getting to it, it's like that. Try and get a big stack in my bag. Yeah, you know I'm getting to it, it's like that, like that. Big stack, big stack in my bag. It's like that, like big stack in my bag. You know I'm getting to it, like that, like.
I'm just getting started. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Oh, I think I like it. I get too excited. Since you wasn't
front and center, never hard to find me. You ain't get the memo, baby, it's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it, baby. This whole world is mine, mine. 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 Oh hey, it's you again. Don't know what you're doing here. This is my world and I think that you're new to this. You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta go hard. We don't look at those stars, you are looking at one. Let me clear my throat for a minute. You don't live in my world, you are only here to visit. Let me take a minute and stop pausing for the pictures. Here I am, the ruler and the president, the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on, the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on, the list goes on and 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 it's my world and you're just living in it. You get one night only, then you have to relocate. You in my world and it's not up for debate. When it's my birthday, I can cry if I want to. Buy what I want to, drive what I want to. I ain't spoiled, but I'm rotten, think I got a problem, especially when shopping. Snap of a finger, I can get it if I want it. I don't like to wait, I have to get it chop, chop. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. Baby, this whole world is mine, mine. This whole world is mine, mine. This whole world is mine, mine. Baby, this whole world is mine, mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine, mine.
Give me some room, you about to kill my vibe. People saying I'm a beast, don't wake the monster inside. You don't want that whole place, gonna throw a ride. I can tell from the look in your eyes, you don't really want the fight. I see through the smoke, can't bring the pain. I'm like a phoenix, I rise from the flame. When you lost everything, what is the gain? I'm like a juggernaut in my own lane. This is just my state of mind, I'm coming to finish. If it's me against the whole world, then I'm coming out winning. Just when you thought I was finished, we came back with a rage inside like an Avenger. Celebration, go and gather round, cause I'm ready for dinner. I'm about to have a feast, no second place, I'll be the winner. Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now. Let's go. Kicked in the face when I'm down. I've been laughed at with a frown. Felt like I was gonna drown. Picked on like a clown. Wanted to give this up too many times. Question myself like where are the signs? That's when I realized what's inside me. You don't want none. Come and try me. Ain't you far to turn it around. Tell the opposition it's going down. Pedal to the floor, never slowing down. Keep on climbing till we touch the sky now.
With event number 3.
Against the world and I'm winning. Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. You looking for trouble? Let's get ready to rumble, rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Tell them it's going down now.
Like Metro, jumping out the box, VVS is on my wristo. I hear them talking loud until I walk straight up the middle. Everything on hush, you can hear the cannon whistle. Can I be contained? Pretty simple, and I run the game like I'm the range, never on dismissal. I'ma stay right here, claim the throne, build a kingdom on my own, in the zone. If you thought I could be stopped, then you wrong. Going hard every day, nothing less. I'm a beast ripping out of my vest. Going hard every day, nothing less. Checkmate, I'ma take my respect. Going hard every day, nothing less. Run it
You
out,
are
never break in a
spectating
sweat.
and you are wearing training clothes and you'd like to get a really nice weightlifting session in, at the REF gym just behind us over here, as you entered into the facility, you'll see on your right-hand side, REF Josie is setting up a really cool weightlifting workshop with the Hearn brothers. Their next workshop is going to be at 3 o'clock. It is free to anybody that's here. You guys are welcome to go and join if you want to learn. That is going to be the place to be. Okay, we are getting ready with our heat number 1 for our event 3, for our teams to make their way onto the floor. You'll see we have the nice affiliate cup set up for them. They can stare at it every time that they run out. This is what they are competing for. All right, everybody ready? We're going to get started. Yay! In lane number 2, we have CrossFit R-Taxes Warriors. Lane number 3, NCC. Lane number 4, Cape CrossFit Werewolves. Lane number 5, Plotbox CrossFit. Lane number 6, Josie Underdogs. Lane number 7, Uncontained Brave. Lane number 8, Vibe Warriors. Lane number 9, CrossFit Blue Sky Cobalt Crew. And then rounding out this heat in lane number 10, Lions Bay CrossFit. Athletes, 1 minute.
How you speak, you about to wake up the beast.
"30 seconds. Athletes to your start line, please.
Beat on my chest, I'm giving my best, stepping on all of your
10 seconds. Athletes, stand by. And just like that, the heat is underway. These teams will be doing a combination of legless rope climbs, strict handstand push-ups, and squats with their worm.
Yeah, so each team has 2 judges. One will be watching the rope climbs, the other will be watching the handstand push-ups. Good to note as well, as we work through the first 2 rounds, the males will be doing the rope climbs, the females will be doing the handstand push-ups. Once we get into the second set of 2 rounds, it will switch, and the ladies will do the rope climbs, the men will do the push-ups. So we can see our first few teams are through the first 2 movements. They're going to go through to 12 worm squats. And then after the worm squats, they will move through to a 4.5 meter worm lunge. Okay, so our first 2 teams moving through to the second rounds, Cape CrossFit Werewolves and Plotbox CrossFit. The men still working on their legless rope climbs, 4 in total, and the women working on 16 deficit kipping handstand push-ups.
Lions Bay CrossFit and NCC moving on to their second round. CrossFit Blue Sky just struggling on some of those handstand push-ups in lane number 9. So Cape CrossFit Werewolves taking the lead here so far, closely followed by Plotbox CrossFit. They're both working on their second set of worm squats.
This workout has a 12-minute cap. They are 3.5 minutes in.
So that's CrossFit Werewolves finished with their second round. They're going to move on to their second set. So now the males will switch to the kipping handstand push-ups. And the females will move to the legless rope climbs. Slight rep change here. Ladies will do 3 legless rope climbs as opposed to the males 4. And the men will do 20 deficit kipping handstand push-ups as opposed to the 16.
Top 2 teams right now, Plotbox CrossFit and Cape CrossFit Werewolves in the lead.
So there's a lot of movements in this workout that can play a factor into the final result. Obviously, legless rope climbs, certainly very hard for a lot of people, but also deficit handstand push-ups. Those extra few inches are vital when you're coming up to that full extension.
All right, we have less than 10 minutes to go with a 14-minute time cap on this workout. They've got less than 10 minutes to complete those 4 rounds.
So Cape CrossFit Werewolves really showcasing their teamwork here, their communication. They seem to be working through that worm fairly easily here, showcasing that they've clearly been working together and practicing these movements. So Uncontained Brave making their way forward. They've caught up a little bit at second at the moment in this heat. Plotbox CrossFit just struggling with the legless rope climbs. Again, like we said, these movements are not easy.
Plotbox CrossFit, Eden right there at the rope. She's going to try to touch that white tape for the rep to count. Then she can make her way down. Here we go. These ladies need to complete 3 legless rope climbs in a team of 2. Doesn't matter who goes as long as they complete 3 reps. Five warriors looking really good on that worm, communicating very well.
Still got Cape CrossFit Werewolves in the lead at the moment. They are being closely followed by Uncontained Brave. And there we go, Uncontained Brave take the lead this heat. They've certainly got the fan base behind them.
One last lunge for them.
Final lunge now for Uncontained Brave. Cape Town Werewolves drop the worm to give themselves a cheeky little rest. And that's the drop, and that's Uncontained Brave crossing the finish line. Unofficial time, 8 minutes, 19 seconds, well underneath the 14-minute time cap. Second place in this heat at the moment, Cape CrossFit Werewolves. They're just finishing off their worm squats before they lunge to the finish line. Final lunges for Cape CrossFit Werewolves. All they need is for that first athlete to make it over the finish line, extend, and that is them crossing the finish line. Unofficial time, 9:28.
First teams are done. Now we're looking to see who's going to put up the third fastest time in this event so far. We have a bunch of teams still working on the legless and the deficit strict handstand push-ups.
Okay, NCC moving on to their last set of worm squats before they lunge to the finish line. They've got 3.5 minutes to get these squats done and then lunge their way 4.5 meters to finish off the workout.
We have about 3.5 minutes left in this time cap. 2.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. Out the Josie underdogs, they're struggling to get through this final set of handstand push-ups. The girls are patiently waiting for the boys to finish up.
Okay, Vibe Warriors moving on to their last set of worm squats. 12 in total that they need to move through. Just under 2 minutes remaining in this workout. We're still waiting for NCC to pick that worm up and lunge to the finish line. And there we have it, NCC crossed the finish line, 12:41 unofficially. Closely followed by Vibe Warriors. They're on their last set of lunges. And that sees them cross the finish line, 13:05. Athletes, you're inside your final minute. 45 seconds remain to get as many reps as you can in this workout. "30 seconds on the clock. "10 seconds. Three, two, one, time.
It feel good to be me, 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 me. It feel good to be me, 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 me. I got all that I need, need. Now it feel good to be me, ooh. It feel good to be me, ooh.
As we get the final worm out into position, we are getting ready to welcome heat number 2 of our teams onto the arena floor. Remember, if you're here supporting somebody or your team or your box, please make some noise as they enter the arena. All right, let's get ready to welcome heat number 2 out in lane number 1, CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph. Lane number 2, PFC Honey Badgers. Lane number 3, CrossFit Acrestad Bomb Squad. Lane number 4, CrossFit Artaxis Avengers. Lane number 5, CrossFit Taniwa Aha. Lane number 6, Kaima Send It. Lane number 7, Pack Life Santon. Lane number 8, CrossFit Blowback Units. Lane number 9, RTF Misfits. And then in lane number 10, Top Gun Fitness. And that is our lineup for our second heat, event number 3. 1 minute. Athletes to your starting mats, please. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. Just like that, heat number 2 is underway.
Okay, so just to reiterate the workout, the first 2 rounds, the men will complete 4 legless rope climbs, while the ladies will complete 16 deficit kipping handstand push-ups. Once those reps are completed, they'll move forward onto the worm, complete 12 worm squats, and then a 4.5 meter worm lunge. They'll return to do that for a second round. Once they've completed 2 rounds, they'll move to a slightly different format where the men will do 20 deficit kipping handstand push-ups, while the ladies will do 3 legless rope climbs, and then again back onto the worm squats and the worm lunges. So at the moment, Pack Life CrossFit Santon taking the lead, closely followed by CrossFit Taniwa Kaha and Kaima Send It. There are 3 teams on the worm at the moment. RTF Misfits moving through onto the worm, as well as CrossFit Ike Stand Bomb Squad.
Just in case you're wondering what the weight is of the worm, it's roughly 175 kilograms across the full length of the worm. Each section of the worm weighs a different amount. And the athletes need to move in unison for this worm to work with them.
Okay, so Pack Life CrossFit Santon, they're moving through onto their second set of worm squats and lunges. Kaima Send It closely behind, as well as CrossFit Taniwa.
CrossFit Artax's Avengers joining now on the worm. They're trying to get through their first round. Having a bit of a hold up there at those handstand push-ups.
Neck and neck between Kaima Send It and CrossFit Taniwa.
Pack Life CrossFit finishing off their second round. So those moving on to the third round now, the ladies will now complete the leg and stroke climbs, the men will complete the kicking deficit handstand push-up. CrossFit Artax's Avengers moving through onto their second round. Wow, CrossFit Eichstätt Bomb Squad back onto the worm for the second time.
Four reps left out for the CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph team. As PFC honey badgers make their way back to the rope climbs and handstand push-ups.
CrossFit Eichstätt moving through now to their third round.
We have a race here with Kaima Sendet and Pack Life CrossFit Santon, joined by Taniwa Kaha.
Up we go! Come on! Yes, Heather! Come on, one more, yes! That's it! Break fast! Break fast! 21!
So Kaima Sendet moving into the lead in this workout. They're the first to start their third set of lunges. Good communication, good teamwork.
Pack Life CrossFit Santon putting their worm down for a quick break.
Just when you thought it was finished, we came back with a rage inside like an Avenger. Celebration, go and gather round, cause I'm ready for dinner. I'm about to have a feast.
So not only do we have the leg and stroke climbs and the deficit handstand push-ups playing a factor in this workout, but also that worm really can cause some chaos if your timing is not on point. So now we've got PFC Honey Badgers moving into second place in this heat. Taniwa Kaha also close on their heels, they're in third. CrossFit Eichstätt Bomb Squad just working through their third set of lunges.
CrossFit Taniwa Kaha Sybil making that levelist look very, very easy. Pack Life Santon still trying to motivate each other to get this worm picked up. They want to finish out this round. Athletes, you have 6 minutes to go.
Just a bit of a communication error there from Pack Life CrossFit. They're still working through their third set of lunges. This is where the chaos of the workout can play dividends when it comes through to the latter parts. Teams getting tired, teams not listening correctly, or not quite hearing their orders. CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph finishing their third round. And now we've got Climber Send It.
Closely followed by PFC Honey Badgers. But Heat 1 time is going to stand with their, from Uncontained, their 817 is going to live to see another heat. Oh, Climber Send It's falling apart a little bit with 2 squats to go. They need to finish out this lunge all the way to the end where I'm standing with the first athlete all the way over the line.
So now we see PFC Honey Badgers taking the lead, closely followed by CrossFit Eichstätt. Possibly no rep there from Eichstätt. Honey Badgers closing in. One more rep. There we go. Unofficial time 10:05 for the Honey Badgers. They'll take this heat win. Team Climber Send It working through their last set of lunges. They'll stand it up, get across the line. 10:26 unofficially for Climber Send It.
CrossFit Eichstätt Bomb Squad finishing out, trying to finish out this 4th round. Athletes have 3 minutes.
So Eichstätt Bomb Squad working through their last set of lunges. Last rep, stand it up. Cross that finish line, 10:04 unofficially. Lane number 1. Lane number 10, sorry, Tottenham Fitness across the line, 12:11. .90 seconds remaining. And that's CrossFit Taniwakaha crossing through 13:01. Athletes, we're into your last minute. 50 seconds remaining. Every rep counts. ...20 seconds.
10. 3, 2, 1, time.
My respect. I'ma take my respect. Going hard every day, nothing less. Run it all, never break in a sweat. Never break in a sweat. Going hard every day, nothing less. What you expect? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at? I shut the whole game down. Where my crown at? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at? We gon' make the party go. We gon' make the party go. Gotta keep it fly, no runway. Feeling so blessed like Sunday. Whoa. Me and the crew on the runway, straight to the party. Here's an update. Go. Got eyes on us. Nobody crew is fly as us. Can't wing that.
All right, we have got heat number 3 for our teams. Event number 3 coming up. They are standing ready to take the floor.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games. We are here with our team event number 3 and we're moving into heat number 3. I'm going to get Chris next to me to give our athlete list.
First up in lane number 1, we have Valley Made. In lane number 2, we have MCC, ATG, the guys are in lane number 3. Lane number 4, CrossFit Artaxis Assassins. Lane number 5, Uncontained Strong. Lane number 6, CrossFit Blowberg Pumas. Lane number 7, we've got Willow Way Maverick. Lane number 8, REF CrossFit Josie. Lane number 9, Sub 6. And in lane number 10, RTF Vigor.
And like we were saying, this is event number 3. This workout is a slightly different time cap to our individual athletes who will be coming up later. They have a 14-minute time cap. The athletes are working through 2 rounds. The gentlemen will be going through 4 legless rope climbs, while the ladies are working their way through 16 deficit kipping handstand push-ups. Once all athletes are done with those movements, they're then going to come onto the worm, perform 12 worm squats, and a worm lunge. So they're going through 2 rounds of these movements. They're then going to move into 2 rounds with the athletes switching. Our females will then be going through 3 legless rope climbs, while the males are doing 20 deficit kipping handstand push-ups. Again, their 12 worm squats and their worm lunges. Now, what we've seen in the heats prior, this is our athletes' first touch on the worm for the weekend, and we've noticed it either makes or breaks the team. Let's see how heat number 3 attacks this workout. Absolutely flying start from Willow Way Mavericks.
Yeah, very interesting that the teams get to operate at the same time here. So we need to have equal strength through both the rope climbs as well as the handstand push-ups. And very interesting strategies to see how those teams will send those team members out in those respective elements.
Definitely, and also seeing the kipping movement through the handstand push-up, a little bit nicer than a strict deficit handstand push-up, I can say. However, this workout is definitely based not just on gymnastics capacity, but on a team's ability to communicate with each other when things get tough and you're tired on this worm.
We'll see it in general in the beginning of these workouts. The worm and the communication on that is pretty good. What we've seen in the last two heats is when we get into those second two rounds, that things tend to get a little bit trickier for the teams. When the fatigue sets in, this worm is really punishing.
Our judges making sure all of our athletes are hitting their squat depth and extension. It's a really tricky thing to judge when you have 4 athletes, but on the floor they're doing a really good job. 1 round already done over here, straight on to their second round. That's uncontained strong.
What we're looking here from the team's perspective is we'd like to try and see the worm really nice and level. So if we see the front end hanging a long way over that front athlete, or we see the back the same, it definitely makes this a hell of a lot harder. So when you see like the team on screen now, with that nice flat worm, we know that the worm is moving well and they'll be feeling that a lot less.
When we're looking at the lunge section, our first athlete just needs to get their foot over the line and hit full extension with the remainder of the team. Then they'll take a step back, drop the worm down, so that the next block of walking lunges can happen in that yellow to yellow line.
Another thing here that makes the worm a little bit more challenging, and I'm actually really excited to see it join into the competition here from an equipment point of view, is the heights of the athletes. So if we happen to have one athlete who's really tall and another athlete who's really short in a team, there's nothing they can do about it, but it does make moving that worm really, really challenging. That was RTF Vigor, though, in lane number 10, moving the worm really smoothly, and we'll see how they progress as that fatigue starts to set in throughout the workout. This is ATG, the guys. Good communication from that Antrousseau in the front of the worm.
They've got a 14-minute time cap. It's looking like these athletes are going to get this done. 2 rounds completed. With their legless rope climb, they only need to touch the white line on the rope or above. They don't have to touch the beam. I think it would be a welcome movement standard from most athletes.
And that's Ruan Porchita leading his team out there. Last minute entry into this team's division. Last year, our male individual winner there. Not a bad super sub to have in your team.
We've just seen a no rep here on that walking lunge. The front athlete accidentally stepped on the same leg twice. Unfortunately, that's just a costly mistake. They must be alternating legs.
Really nice communication here. And that is super important on the worm.
So we're going to see the athletes switch out now. The ladies will come to the rope and the gentlemen will start their handstand push-ups. The ladies have 1 less rope climb and the gentlemen have 4 additional handstand push-ups. So instead of 16, they're going to go through 20. And the rope climbs goes from 4 to 3. Number of worm squats remains, and that walking lunge portion also the same amount of distance. It's not done by steps, it's done by distance.
And here we see sub 6 moving really nicely through those squats. In sync beautifully. Good communication from Ruan Porchita.
A veteran athlete, someone with a lot of experience.
We've actually seen in the last few heats quite a few of the teams fail on that very last lunge. And obviously that's super crucial. We're going to see if that happens in this heat as well.
You're going to start to notice on the screen right now, those two teams that we have here, the front member of the team taking a little more load of the worm. Whether that is a tactical choice or it's just ended up that way, we'll have to find out later in the interviews after the event. They're going to have to take one more step there. There we go.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure that if you ask him after the workouts whether that was tactical or not, I highly doubt it was.
They're being called on their depth here on that squat. Like we said, our judges are looking for quality reps here. Very hard when you have a worm on your shoulder to make sure that everyone's getting to depth.
But again, here you can see how nicely level that worm is. Guy at the front of the worm not having it hanging over his shoulders, and in general moving really smoothly here. Also good to see the judges nice and strict on these movements. We want to see them upholding those movement standards, and they're doing a great job of that.
There was some really good communication just there. That could have been a minor incident that just happened, but they moved their way through it. The athlete must have spoken up and said, I'm not ready. This is the truest test of teamwork when it comes to the worm. You must communicate or it will all fall apart, literally and figuratively. I've seen many athletes falling down. This team's just been called on their extension at the top of their lunge.
Yeah, that's CrossFit Josie just getting a no rep. But every no rep you get on the worm is extremely costly.
Everyone at the back calling to his team to steady themselves.
Sub 6 are moving very smoothly with the worm and through this workout in general. They're on their last line of lunges, and it looks like they might take an unofficial heat win here.
There they are, first over that line. 7:33 unofficial time. Definitely the fastest time that we've seen so far within our team heats. Looking forward to seeing how the next heat goes. Oh, a little bit of lack of communication there. There we go. Nice clear judge there with beautiful strong hand signals. When you're on the floor and you're a little bit tired, sometimes all you can see is the judge's hand lifting up.
Well, this is going to be a really hard set of lunges for this team here.
I think he can tell as well. You can see by that facial expression.
They are heading. Oh. Yeah, and this is it's a heartbreaking moment for a team when you have to clean that worm up again. When you're fresh, it doesn't feel that heavy, but at this stage of the workout, it feels like 300 kilos instead of 160.
Holding on to that worm as well after all those rope climbs and the kipping handstand push-ups. Oh no. Like we said, this is where it falls apart, round 3 and 4. Those first 2 rounds are a little bit of a trap.
They are indeed a trap, definitely. If we look at how the teams are falling apart in the later moments, there's no doubt that I think a lot of these teams went too hard in the beginning.
You never know what you're going to do when adrenaline kicks in. Crossing over the line, 9:26 unofficial time. We can see a little bit of a lack of communication here, the front of the screen. There we go, they've sorted that. People thinking they were going to step before the other teammates were ready.
That's the Motley Crew team heading to the finish line. Can they hold on to that nice smooth pace all the way over the line? One more lunge to go.
That, have we done it? Have we not? Quick little glance over the shoulder.
Motley Crew CrossFit over the line. They will be relieved to have another workout under the belt.
Couple of athletes still making their way through their kipping handstand push-ups.
This is ATG working through their squats. last set of squats before they also head off towards the finish line. And we just saw Valley Made about 15 seconds ago finish as well.
They've still got over 3 minutes to get the work done. It's a 14-minute time cap. So I wouldn't be too worried about them getting it done. But obviously, they're not just racing this heat, they're racing the heat that's coming up after them.
And that's Andrew So leading his team to the finish line as well for ATG.
Josie's just crossed over that line. Oh no. Same thing that's happened in some prior heats. Our front athlete just not getting up from that lunge.
And you see a really good move there. The ATG team have actually swapped their male athletes. Andrew was taking a beating at the front of the worm, so they've put Mike in the front, and let's see if they can get over the line now.
They've got 2.5 minutes to get it done.
Yeah, we hope they can get it done in that time.
Here we have an example of our front athlete here being significantly taller than the remainder of his team. Those back three athletes, all about the same height. A nice straight worm there. He's going to have to cop a little bit more of the load at the front.
Two minutes to go for the teams. This is RTF Vigor as they head off on their last set of lunges.
Gonna have to get that communication back on track. There we go. It's a long way to lunge for this front athlete.
Yeah, he does have a long way down. And it doesn't look, well, it looks challenging, but it's way more challenging in person or on the floor than it actually looks from here. These athletes are exhausted, but they are done.
There we go, over that line. That's all our athletes across the line before that time cap. Or have we got one more team there? Can see a worm on the floor. We've got one more team here. Trying to get their final legless rope climb, it looks like. They got 50 seconds to get it in. You wanted to get it. She's got probably 3 more pulls. Oh. There is nothing worse than getting that far up and having to come back down.
And every time we see legless rope climbs programmed in, we know there are going to be people who get stuck on this. And it is so hard to have your whole team standing there watching you, trying your heart out. But when your arms are done, unfortunately, they are done. And it takes much longer than you think to get the strength back to go again. So really hard.
I think they've decided that they're done. They're not going to have another crack. So that will be heat number 3, workout 3 done. And the buzzer's going to go off. All right, so heat number 3 for teams has just taken place. We're now going to go down to the floor. We're going to interview our team heat winner.
All right, we are out here at the Renegade Games. I'm joined here by Team Sub 6, who has just set the time to beat in the 3rd heat for our 3rd event. Ruan, welcome back to competition. It's different seeing you on the team. But I'm going to pass this question over to Jessie because I want to know what it feels like for you to be competing with your coach.
It's a very cool experience to be able to compete with the previous fittest man in Africa. I'd say it's definitely a privilege, and I'm very grateful for this experience.
So that was the first of 6 world events coming up throughout the rest of the competition. Ruan, how do you guys plan on tackling the next events coming up?
Well, in training, like I said, I just jumped in now because my athlete Jamie got sick. I'm so sad for him that he didn't get a chance to compete this weekend. But the team has done an immense amount of work on the worm for the weeks leading up. So I think the team is really excited for any worm workout. We're keen to give it our all.
Brilliant, but you guys really put on a show and you put up the time to beat 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So congratulations on that. Let's see if that time holds up.
All right, well, sub 6 setting the time to beat with 7 minutes and 30 seconds. We're just about to head into our fourth and final heat for our team event number 3. Chris, tell me, what do you think is going to happen in this next heat?
Well, now we get down to the business end of things, and I think that in the previous heats, what we've seen is that those challenging gymnastics movements actually make it quite hard for those teams. But I think when we talk about this final heat, these guys are going to cruise through those gymnastics movements, and I think it's really going to come down to communication and how they work on the worm.
All right, well, let's bring them out onto the floor. I'm going to get you to call our athletes out.
CrossFit Akerstad Little Oaks in lane number 1. Lane number 2, Bounty Fantastic 4. It's lane number 3, RTF Born. In lane number 4, Uncontained Humble. Lane number 5, Juggernaut Unstoppable. Lane number 6, Koshin CrossFit. Lane number 7, MCC Misfits. This is lane number 8, Pack Life CrossFit Wanderers. Lane number 9, CrossFit Tiger Valley Phoenix. And lane number 10, Fast CFA.
And like you were just saying, Chris, this definitely is going to come down to how our athletes on each team communicate when it comes to the worm. The workout is 2 rounds, 4 legless rope climbs for male pairs. While they're working through their legless rope climbs, the female pair are going to be working through 16 deficit kipping handstand push-ups. From there, they're going to move to 12 worm squats and a worm lunge section. From there, once they've gone through that twice, they then are going to switch. The females are going to go through 3 legless rope climbs. As they are doing that, the gentlemen will be going through 20 deficit kipping handstand push-ups, 12 worm squats, and then the worm lunge to finish. What we did see, the first 2 rounds looked really comfortable for the majority of our athletes. It's those second 2 rounds where the workout starts to take its toll.
Absolutely. I mean, with a finish time in the last heat of 7:30, there's not a lot of time, well, not a lot of room for error. I think we're going to see that these athletes are going to go even faster than that, and I think they're not going to show this workout a ton of respect. We'll see how that plays out with the last set of lunges and see if there's any drama.
All right, we're going to let them kick off before we speak anymore. And we are off. Let's watch these gentlemen go flying up the rope. So they're working their way through 4 legless rope climbs as the ladies chip away at their 16 deficit kipping handstand push-ups. Like we said, this is just the first little section, a bit of a trap before we come to the spiky end of the workout. Athletes only need to touch the white line or above. They do not need to touch the beam. A welcome movement standard, I think, for many of our athletes here.
And we already see some of the athletes moving straight onto those worm squats very, very quick through the rope climbs as well as the deficit handstand push-ups.
The thing here, we just saw one of these teams get a no rep. You want to move fast, but you want to move accurately, and I think that's the biggest thing that sub 6 did incredibly well, was they were very precise. They were very accurate with every single movement that they did. There was no room for error, and they showed that they were really good at communicating with each other throughout the entire workout.
And I think it does sound a bit of a cliche that communication is key, but I think that it really is. And to have one person in the team who everyone really listens to, especially when the chips are down or whether you're exhausted, to have that one person speaking up really, really does help.
Seeing almost all of our athletes finishing up this first round Now, just because you come off this first little section in the lead does not mean that you will, in fact, win the workout. It is going to come down to when our athletes switch, and our male athletes need to go through their 20 kipping handstand push-ups, and the females will be working through their 3 legless rope climbs. That's the section where it starts to get spiky.
I think at the moment it looks like the MCC Misfits are in the lead. They're from Motley Crew down in Cape Town. They are moving very smoothly with that worm. There are some differences in heights. The girls are a little shorter than the guys, but they seem to be managing that pretty well. And here they head off for their second set of lunges. Back they go.
They've definitely practiced this in training. They all look like they know their part of the puzzle that they need to play. And that's the biggest thing with a team as well. Know your role and perform it well.
Yeah, they have gone out really hot. It'll be interesting to see how they finish, whether they can hold on to that pace. They do seem to be moving pretty quickly.
It could be a tactical choice. They could have come out a little bit hot because maybe they need a little bit more time for this second section. Females having 1 less legless rope climb. The gentlemen having only 4 additional kipping handstand push-ups.
So like we thought, we're seeing this last heat of our top teams moving very smoothly at this stage. It's definitely going to be pretty close on that finish line.
RTF Born flying up that rope. No strangers to competition on that team there.
Motley Crew still in the lead there. They're in the white shirts. And we'll see them advance their worm forward first as they start those lunges in just a few reps.
The height discrepancy for the judge must be a little bit more of a challenge, watching those hips in that squat.
And they really have got off to a flying start though. They are way ahead of everyone else. We wonder how they got ahead so fast, but the gymnastics of the team must be really sharp in order to get back to that worm so quickly.
And you watch them working their way through those squats. They are very efficient, which makes them nice and speedy.
Yeah, so far a brilliant performance from them. Let's hope they can hold on to it to the end.
I mean, it's only been 4 minutes and 20 seconds, and they're on their final round.
It's the Tiger Valley team there heading back to the rig. The UAE Games athlete from last year.
Couple more teams joining the Misfits.
Four teams with their worm in that third section.
The Misfits girls standing there waiting at the worm for the boys to get those handstand push-ups done.
Well, I think we haven't seen that yet. Really good to see the girls getting through their work so fast.
It's looking like they've been joined by another team of girls. This is where the pressure starts to set in. It looks like they're about to be overtaken.
They just finished up there. Managed to squeeze out their last handstand push-up.
We got a team already on their worm squats.
There was obviously a little bit of an issue on the handstand push-ups for the men from Motley Crew.
Oh no. There we go. They're back on track.
Oh, we have a tight race coming up now.
I think it's going to come down to the lunges here.
The Juggernaut Unstoppable team are moving into their last round of lunges.
Bit of communication error here. There we go. Final team on their lunges.
And it looks like if they can keep it together.
Both teams on their last set of lunges.
The judge is happy, and that is incredibly fast. 6:09 unofficial time on the finish line there.
It's looking like Misfits might get overtaken again.
And I think they were.
So they're going to finish in third, I think.
Wow, this was close.
Just behind. And you did say you wondered if they could hold on after coming out that hot. I think it was just that little bit too fast. And that's the risk you've got to take when you're in that top heat.
And there's Byron leading his team out, smashing through those squats.
And everyone that's finished so far has finished faster than our heat winners from the prior heat, heat number 3. They had a time of 7 minutes 30. That was sub 6.
That's Bounty heading over the line or heading on their way towards being over the line. Yeah, and Bounty are done.
CrossFit moving through there. Last set of warm squats.
With Lance Keir leading out the Pack Life team.
And a reminder here, we've only just passed halfway through the time cap. So all of these team athletes absolutely blitzing it.
Looks like the Akestad team making their way to the last set or to the finish line.
I'm loving the Powerpuff Girls socks. There they are.
Looks like it helped just under 8 minutes for them to get over the line. Here come the Wanderers team as well as Fast CFA racing to the finish. Looks like CFA just going to take it.
And we fall to the finish, Matt. That's about right after all those worm squats and worm lunges. We've still got one more team on the floor. You can see a few athletes running up to cheer them on.
And we've got our
Here they come.
team on the floor. CrossFit Tiger
So it
Valley.
didn't get completely stuck, but definitely a bit of a delay there on those gymnastics movements. We couldn't see whether it was the ropes or the handstand push-ups. But nonetheless, they will feel relatively fresh going into this last set of squats and lunges.
And the plus side, they just have one more length of that worm lunge and then they'll be done. And they should get it done within the 10-minute mark. And it was a 14-minute time cap.
Yeah, still important for a team like this to make sure they finish as fast as they possibly can. This is CrossFit Tiger Valley Phoenix. And remember, they're not just racing against the people in the heat. They've got to make sure that they hold up decently on the leaderboard as a whole. So this might hurt them a little bit with a 9:20 or 21 unofficial time. We'll see how that pans out on the leaderboard later on.
Now that was a fast heat. We did say heat 4 would be the fastest, but that was definitely speedy. And I think we're going to head down to the floor for a post-event interview just after we watch some of the highlights of that heat.
So we're back again. Juggernaut, unstoppable. Another heat win, event win, absolutely smashed that workout. It seemed that the previous heats, a lot of teams started to struggle with that fourth and final round, whereas that's where you guys sort of made your move. And I seem to remember you guys calling your shot, saying this was an event that you were looking forward to.
Yeah, we trained this pretty hard. We were happy with our time during training, but I think we smashed it now by like a minute and a half. But I think it also comes down to the worm we had in our box was a lot heavier and a lot more saggy than this one. So we put ourselves in the deep end for the workout, so felt good.
And to be honest with you, you scared me half to death at the end. You let out a huge scream from behind me. It scared me half to death.
To me, that means this event and this whole weekend means a lot to you. So tell me, what does that trophy mean to you guys over there?
I mean, we just here to have fun, do our best, and if we come out on top, we come out on top. Yeah, we're just grateful to be here and having fun and doing it alongside each other.
Amazing, was. Well, it's great to watch you compete. Still another event to go today. All the best for the rest of the weekend. Ladies and gents, Juggernaut, Unstoppable.
Well, that is our team heat number 3 done, or event number 3, I should say. And Juggernaut, Unstoppable, our event winner for this workout. Now, the individual males are coming up next. A similar style workout brought to us by Mayhem Athlete. Tell me, what do you think is going to happen in this next event?
Well, I'm excited to see, I must admit. I think the gymnastics movements for these guys, again, in the earlier heats might be a little bit challenging, and when we get to the later heats, we're going to see these guys absolutely cruise through them. And like we saw with our teams in the final heat, I think it's going to be a seriously close race.
Yeah, some really cool movement standards as well with regards to the inclusion of a kettlebell. I think that's definitely going to make things a little bit more interesting as a spectator and as an athlete. So we're going to have a division change now, and our individual male athletes are going to be coming onto the floor at about 4 o'clock. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a little break, and we'll see you just after 4.
I'm the only competition. I got the heat, energy, and the vision. Push it to the max, turn up the system. You was on a roll, I must have missed it. I'm in control, better than you know. Tell me whenever they wanna go, I can let it show. I do what I want, I do what I want, yeah. I do what I want, I do what I want, yeah, yeah. I do what I want, I do what I want, yeah. I do what I want. I do what I want, I do what I want, yeah.
You're going to have a lot going on, and it's going to be very beneficial to not write your own programming.
The community that has been brought to us through the Mayhem affiliate programming. Just the programming, like you think it wouldn't bring much, but it really does.
This allows me to spend more time with members, allows me to spend more time coaching my coaches and making sure the gym's running the way it needs to run. Programming would take up all that time.
It made me feel more like a professional because I came in and I had a game plan.
It's like if you need anything, as an affiliate owner, reach out, and you mean that.
Building client relationships, building retention, and increasing our impact. And Mayhem allows us to do that a lot.
We align with what Mayhem stands for.
We don't preach a lot about being like a faith-based gym, but it brings in a lot of people who, hey, I signed up because I just want to be around good people.
And so, no-brainer, Mayhem affiliate.
Yeah.
And we have a purpose, and they feel that purpose when they come in.
It just helps us grow, and our impact is larger.
And it's just awesome to see the whole community come together in that 1 hour. Like, it's their best hour of the day.
Every moment is a chance to redefine your limits. It's a decision to grow. Every drop of sweat, every beat of your heart. So let us remind you of you. Your pain, your sweat, and every goal you've already met.
Workout
Amazfit T-Rex 3.
I'm just getting started. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Oh, I think I like it. I get too excited since you was invited. I wanna divide it. Why am I the flyest? I should be a pilot. Don't turn me down loud. Ain't nobody silent. See what's going on now. Strobe lights blinding. Every day's a dance floor. You know where to find me. Front and center, never hard to find me. You ain't get the memo, baby. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it, baby. This whole world is mine, mine. 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 Oh hey, it's you again. Don't know what you're doing here. This my world and I think that you're new to this. You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta go hard. We don't look at those stars, you are looking at one. Let me clear my throat for a minute. You don't live in my world, you are only here to visit. Let me take a minute and stop pausing for the pictures. Here I am, the ruler and the president, the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on, the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on, the list goes on and 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 it's my world and you're just living in it. You get one night only, then you have to relocate. You in my world and it's not up for debate. When it's my birthday, I can cry if I want to. Buy what I want to, drive what I want to. I ain't spoiled, but I'm rotten. Think I got a problem, especially when shopping. Snap of a finger, I can get it if I want it. I don't like to wait, I have to get it. Chop, chop. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. Baby, this whole world is mine, mine. This whole world is mine, mine. This whole world is mine, mine. Baby, this whole world is mine, mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine, mine.
It's like that, it's like that. It's like that. It's like that, it's like that.
It's like that, just like that. It's like that. Do it like that. Yeah, come on, swing like this. Check it out, don't miss. Yeah, come on, swing like this. It's like that. Just like that. It's like that.
It's like that, it's like that.
Do it like that. Just like that. It's like that.
It's like that, it's like that.
Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Don't stop, do I make it rock? Don't stop, do I make it rock? Don't stop, do I make it rock? Don't stop, no, don't stop. Yeah, come on, swing like this. Check it out, don't miss. Yeah, come on, swing like this. Check it out. Yeah, we so dope. It's like that. It's like that. Just like that. It's like that.
It's like that, it's like that.
Do it like that. Just like that. It's like that.
It's like that, it's like that.
Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna?
buddy, rolling like a big shot. Got cleaned up and I only serve a big guy. Fresh start time, fresh new mind. Free on the inside, free on the outside. Why you worry when you know that he gon' make a way? I done seen him make a blessing like 100 ways. Everybody got a time, a dog gon' have a day. Only running to the Lord, I never run away. Curving him, demons try to get me, but I'm swerving him. Circle him, target in my flesh, I had to murder him. Satan only come to steal your joy just like a burglar. Smirking him, I know he got it covered like a pergola. We go ahead and knock it out the park and turn the bases. You was walking faith and started running out of patience. I sat at the table with my plate, I'm saying graces. We cast all our cares, forget the past and turn the page. I say, yeah, buddy, rolling like a big shot. Got cleaned up and I only serve a big guy. Fresh start time, fresh new mind. Free on the inside, free on the outside. 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 Yeah, okay, do what you gon' do to get the message. What you mean? Had to cut you off cause you was messy. Look, all my dogs got it off the strength, bench pressing. 10 plus, I can never quit, I'm invested. I can't fill you in with the crew cause you ain't real enough. Try to knock it down, but I can't let you ain't build it up. You can't eat the crock cause you was not out in the field with us. We got back in fellowship with God, how they gon' deal with us? Heard somebody talking from the benches. Yeah, they was like, no, don't shoot, I ain't listen. I feel like I'm Curry in the clutch, I ain't missing. I'm a trusting guy without the luck, I ain't wishing. I say, yeah, buddy, rolling like a big shot. Got cleaned up and I only serve a big guy. Fresh start time, fresh new mind. Free on the inside, free on the outside. 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 Free on the inside, free on the outside.
Take it right back to the basics. If you want something that's classy, tell them all you gotta do is ask me. Yeah, places, places. Feeling like 100 blue faces. Put a bow tie on the laces. Now throw a good foot in it. Can I get a witness? Fresh like a new pair of linens. Bought a new crib with a tenant. Now they want a piece of the business. I'm sipping my tea with a lemon. Roll down the window, play this on repeat. Whipping your neck when we cruising the street. Like what you see, but it's hard to believe. I make it look easy. Yeah, hey. I make it look easy. Yeah, hey. I make it look easy. Yeah, hey. I make it look easy. I feel so good, you got to believe me. The way I move, I make it look easy. Extra, extra, I'm the main attraction. You can spread it, tell it to the masses. And decode it.
Every moment is a chance to redefine your limits. It's a decision to grow. Every drop of sweat, every beat of your heart. So let us remind you of you. Your pain, your sweat, and every goal you've already met.
Workout completed.
Amazfit T-Rex 3.
You're going to have a lot going on, and it's going to be very beneficial to not write your own programming.
The community that has been brought to us through the Mayhem affiliate programming. Just the programming, like you think it wouldn't bring much, but it really does.
This allows me to spend more time with members, allows me to spend more time coaching my coaches and making sure the gym's running the way it needs to run. Programming would take up all that time.
It made me feel more like a professional because I came in and I had a game plan.
It's like if you need anything, as an affiliate owner, reach out, and you mean that.
Building client relationships, building retention, and increasing our impact. And Mayhem allows us to do that a lot.
We align with what Mayhem stands for.
We don't preach a lot about being like a faith-based gym, but it brings in a lot of people who, hey, I signed up because I just want to be around good people.
And so, no-brainer, Mayhem affiliate.
Yeah. And we have a purpose, and they feel that purpose when they come in.
It just helps us grow, and our impact is larger.
And it's just awesome to see the whole community come together in that 1 hour. Like, it's their best hour of the day.
It's like that.
It's like that. It's like that.
Do it like that. Yeah, just like that. It's like that.
It's like that. It's like that.
Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna?
I say, yeah, buddy. Rolling like a big shot, got cleaned up and I only serve a big guy. Fresh start time, fresh new mind, free on the inside, free on the outside. Why you worry when you know that he gon' make a way? I done seen him make a blessing like 100 ways. Everybody got a time, a dog gon' have a day. Only running to the Lord, I never run away. Curving him, demons try to get me, but I'm swerving him. Circle him, target in my flesh, I had to murder him. Satan only come to steal your joy just like a burglar. Smirking him, I know he got it covered like a pergola. We go ahead and knock it out the park and turn the bases. You was walking faith and started running out of patience. I sat at the table with my plate, I'm saying graces. We cast all our cares, forget the past and turn the page. I say, yeah, buddy, rolling like a big shot. Got cleaned up and I only serve a big guy. Fresh start time, fresh new mind. Free on the inside, free on the outside. 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 Yeah, okay, do what you gon' do to get the message. What you mean? Had to cut you off cause you was messy. Look, all my dogs got it off the strength, bench pressing. 10 plus, I can never quit, I'm invested. I can't fill you in with the crew cause you ain't real enough. Try to knock it down, but I can't let you ain't build it up. You can't eat the crock cause you was not out in the field with us. We got back in fellowship with God, how they gon' deal with us? Heard somebody talking from the benches. Yeah, they was like, no, don't shoot, I ain't listen. I feel like I'm Curry in the clutch, I ain't missing. I'm a trusting God without the luck, I ain't wishing. I say, yeah, buddy, rolling like a big shot. Got cleaned up and I only serve a big guy. Fresh start time, fresh new mind. Free on the inside, free on the outside. 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 Through my review, I've been on that brand new like lace in a new shoe. It's off to Orion, I'm too busy flying. Stay roll like a lion, I really can't break you. Haters gon' hate, but we keep going up. We let the future see us blowing up. Year after year, we just keep showing up. Shining the brightest, see that glow is up. Look at the top, that ceiling is glass. Bringing my squad, we breaking it fast. Slowing me down, that ain't gon' last. Taking the beast, more foot on the gas. No limitations, 100 on every occasion. I'm on a rampage, tell me now how you gon' stop me. I wouldn't engage, you better bring the whole army. Better think twice, paying that price. Talk to me nice, cause we got that power. We got that power. What you gon' say? No, we don't play.
All right, welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games 2025. My name's Tiana.
And I'm Chris Lewis.
And we are here about to take off with heat number 1 for our male individual athletes, all gunning for one CrossFit Games qualifying position.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this next heat or this next event for the individuals. And we were just chatting about the interesting movements of the lunges. We've got an overhead lunge and then we've got a back rack lunge.
Yeah, and the catch with the back rack lunge is that the bell itself is not actually allowed to touch our athletes anywhere except their back. So you can't rest the bell on the shoulder. It needs to be a full grip on the handle onto the back of the athlete. So after all of these legless rope climbs, the overhead lunges, it's going to be a very testing grip challenge.
Yeah, I haven't seen this movement ever before. I know the double overhead kettlebell lunge is really challenging from a mobility perspective. You're definitely going to find some athletes, the ones who have better mobility, really cruising through those. The weight isn't crazy heavy overhead, but like you said, the cumulative work on the grip is really going to play a role here on that back rack lunge.
Yeah, and like you said, I think because it is a lighter weight for this level of athlete, it's going to be a little bit of a trap because you are going to move faster than probably you would if it's not a roadblock. Now, we have 6 meter increments for the movement, so they are not allowed to drop before they step over each section at 6 meters, which again is going to make it a little bit more testing. Maybe they'll go unbroken in those first rounds, but it will catch up with them if they're not smart as they attack this workout.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really interesting. We did see in the last workout that the last sort of quarter of the workout was where it really took a toll on them, and we're going to see whether that happens. Even though the team workouts and individual workouts are slightly different, I think there's still going to be an element of that race to the finish line, as well as I think we might see some drama on those lunges right at the end.
Yeah, and I think as well, we see that in that second portion of the workout, you have rope climbs, and people read that and think, oh, well, a rope climb, you can use your legs. It's going to be significantly easier. What you don't think about is the 36 meters of lunging, well, actually 72 meters of lunging, because you've done 2 rounds prior to that you do before even getting to those rope climbs, and the grip fatigue that you're going to be experiencing from those first 2 rounds.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see how fast these athletes can do this. We were chatting now just about the teams and how some of the teams were able to go literally in half the time cap, so a 40-minute time cap, in fact less than that, finishing just over 6 minutes. Will we see these individuals halve the time cap? Their time cap only 12 minutes. Could we see someone go under 6 minutes, do you think?
I definitely wouldn't put it past some of our athletes, in particular those with a heavy gymnastics background or those that are super proficient and comfortable with those legless rope climbs and rope climbs in general.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I think it is going to be fast. I think it's going to be a little wild out there, but I'm really looking forward to it, especially those last 2 heats. Those are going to be really cool to watch.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take it down to the floor where heat number 1 of our individual male athletes are about to run out to take position for workout number 3.
Where you going? Straight to the top. Yeah, straight to the top. Straight to the top. Where you going? Going straight to the top. To the top. To the top. To the top.
All right, heat number 1 for our individual males are about to take the floor. I'm going to hand it over to Chris, who's going to give our athletes a shout out as they run out to take their position.
Looks like they are almost ready.
While we're waiting for our athletes to come out onto the floor, let's first of all give a big shout out to our title sponsor, which is Rebel Elite Fitness. You would have seen their Hurricane bikes used in workout number 1 yesterday. And they are a fantastic company local to South Africa and the UAE. And we are forever grateful to have them as our title sponsor for this event. And of course, to Mayhem Athlete for the wild programming across all 9 events this weekend. We're seeing some incredible work by all of our athletes, and the Mayhem Athlete program really delivering a very versatile and well-rounded test for each athlete so that we can find that one qualifying athletes that will make it to the CrossFit Games this year, 2025. It's looking like these athletes from 21 to 29 are about to come out onto the floor.
It's nice to see the stands sort of filling up as well.
All right, we've just been given notice they are going to start this event at 4:25. So in the meantime, we're just going to have a little chill in the background as our athletes get ready, and we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Let me clear my throat for a minute. You don't live in my world, you are only here to visit. Let me take a minute and stop pausing for the pictures. Here I am, the ruler and the president, the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on, the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on, the list goes on and 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 on.
Don't believe me, just watch. Watch, 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 watch. Don't believe me, just watch, 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 watch. Don't believe me, just watch, 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 watch. Don't believe me, just.
Strength isn't just muscle. It's precision, resilience, and control. On site, every move matters. Every decision shapes something greater. But strength doesn't clock out. Whether building structures or breaking limits, precision is everything. Rebel safety gear, built to work.
Every moment is a chance to redefine your limits. It's a decision to grow. Every drop of sweat, every beat of your heart. So let us remind you of you. Your pain, your sweat, and every goal you've already met. Workout completed. Amazfit T-Rex 3.
From us here at CrossFit Mayhem, We just want to let you know that we know. It's not just the classes you coach or the challenging moments that crop up. Dang it! Or helping those who lead your community. It's also the countless things that no one sees. We know your gym is not your job. And just like us, it's your way of life. We designed Mayhem Affiliate to free you, to focus on the real reason you started your gym. Building community, challenging each other, and watching lives improve every day. Not only do we provide you with CrossFit programming for every class you could offer, but we will be your partner, sharing everything that we've learned to run an effective gym. Yep, you can email us, you can even call us, and of course, you can always visit us here in Cookeville. We're here to help. Find out why thousands of gyms are Mayhem affiliates. Together, let's continue to change one life at a time.
These legs ain't running. I'ma keep it 100. Never been a crash dummy. All I do is get money. Dummy. They want me to stop, but I keep it going. Don't like to talk, so leave me alone. Yeah, you wanna be safe or strong? I'm ready for war. I'm covered in armor.
It's a movie, red carpet, the lights going through me. Anytime I arrive, it's the new me. Real diamonds on my neck, there's groupies. Flashing lights, all these things come to me. Dressed in price, all my rings got weight to it. You feel that? You feel that? Already it's a classic. Classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic, classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. Only do classics. I spit fire through the matches. You can call me Mr. Fantastic. I be hitting all the spots like that's it. Hey, that's the motive. Rockin' 23, that's golden. Your girl spinning my vinyl, that thing golden. That's the memory of me that she holding. Flashing lights, all these things come to me. Dressed in price, all my rings got weight to it. You feel that? You feel that? Already it's a classic. Classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic, classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. I'm on top, yeah, I'm on the move. Watch your step when I'm coming through. Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through. I'm on top, yeah, I'm on the move. Watch your step when I'm coming through. Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through. classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic, classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic.
I need a brand new whip. Slave for the cash I grip. I don't wanna hear no lip. No, hey, ooh, dark when I drink that fit. Black when I'm off that lid. Love how you move those hips. Keep going, you might get tipped. Yes, I'm the shit. Walk in with the click. I say it again. No, I do it big. Life is a movie and this is a clip. I just shot the tap flight plans. I'm a trip. Flow through the air like a zip in a blimp. I was hit by a car, so I walk with a limp. Z brought the tree. I'ma hang like a chimp. But she throw it in the air. I'm a Sam Shaw Kemp. We got supersonics. Cook that heat and drop it. Magic card, no flopping. Ain't no other option. Baby girl, keep popping. Put yourself through college. Oh, I know you got it. They go stack them dollars. I need a brand new whip. Slave for the cash I grip. I don't wanna hear no lip. No, hey, ooh, dark when I drink that fit. Black when I'm off that lid. Love how you move those hips. Keep going, you might get tipped. Hit Broadway when I'm halfway lit. Grab 2 shots and they both get sent. Plus my dog had to bring that pen. Take 3 puffs and the bar's not bent. Downtown Dallas, view from the pen. House going down, pocket straight to the chin. Wake up, write a few bars and a spit. Combat link with a cow, make a hit. I'm too legit to quit. No MC Hammer, can't afford to slip. Save it. Way too clean to stay. Dimitri on the bass. Hey, let's vibe today. I need a brand new whip. Slave for the cash I grip. I don't wanna hear no lip. No, hey, ooh, dark when I drink that fit. Black when I'm off that lid. Love how you move those hips. Keep going, you might get tipped. I need a brand new whip. Slave for the cash I grip. I don't wanna hear no lip. No, hey, ooh, dark when I drink that fit. Black when I'm off that lid. Love how you move those hips. Keep going, you might get tipped.
We're here to set it off. We're here to settle the score. We're here to take off. We ain't here ready for war. We don't care what you think. We didn't come here for peace. You better watch how you speak. You about to wake up the beast. Wake 'em up. Yeah. Beat on my chest, I'm giving my best. Stepping on all of your necks. Can't give it a rest when put to the test. You know that I am the threat. I love when you taunt me, that's gonna cost ya. I'm about to take out your roster. Look out, I'm coming to haunt you. Showing the whole world that you an imposter. We're here to set it off. We're here to settle the score. We're here to take off. We ain't here ready for war. We don't care what you think. We didn't come here for peace. You better watch how you speak. You about to wake up the beast. They say I'm crossing the line. Outside your box and I'm doing just fine. They say I'm out of my mind. I'm fueling the rage. It's growing with time. Beast out the cage. Do not engage. You know I cannot control it. Shooting it straight like a bullet. I know this my moment, so I cannot cool it. Get out the way, better move it. Pushing the limit, no cruising. Bring all you want, I'm not losing. Watch how I prove it. I need to let it go. Beast out the cage, I'm an animal. We're here to set it off. We're here to settle the score. We're here to take off. We ain't here ready for war. We don't care what you think. We didn't come here for peace. You better watch how you speak. You about to wake up the beast.
us, that's my family. Wanna go higher, turn up the tempo, increase the BPM, okay. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Raise the roof, we got dogs in here, got God on our side, yeah. All smiles like new veneers, got favor all on our life, yeah. Many doors, we bustin' now. Team getting bigger, need a bus now. We bustin' now. You gon' fail. Wait, when I do this for my mama, daddy, brother, sister, wife, and kids, this is celebration, me and my squad, yeah, we doing this. This is elevation, homegrown, yeah, we really brewing this. See, we souped up in the word, go and sit and stew on this. It's a whole lot of us, that's my family. Wanna go higher, turn up the tempo, increase the BPM, okay. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BP, dig up the flow on repeat. S don't take it too easy. Grow like CC, grind like Riri. Fiji, that's that simile 3P. The up ain't never gonna beat me. The one I love ain't gonna leave me. When I'm in a word, I hear the sum must increase. I gotta decrease, I gotta take it down completely. Like in a world wherever you see me, me and my queen, she never teach. Look at my king, he'll never leave me. Too many of us, we up in the
We are back. Rebel Renegade Games 2025 here in South Africa. And we're about to take off with our elite male individual athletes. They've got about 4 minutes before they're going to hit the floor. A little bit of a funny story here. Chris, do you want to tell us what happened?
Well, just a little bit of a scheduling miscommunication, but everyone's back on track, and I think we're still going to make up that time during the day, so I think we'll be just fine.
And from a perspective of an athlete, you do need to check when the heat changes, but we're back on track. We're not going to finish too late, and we're going to call our athletes out now.
And that's lane number 1, that's Keegan Muir. Lane number 2, we got Gary van Aswegen. In lane number 3, that's Jason Dix. In lane number 4, Chris Ngoma. In lane number 5, this is Justin Swart. In lane number 6, Willem Snyman. In lane number 7, Winston Lanridge. And number 8, Abdullah Abdul Rahman. And lane number 9, Lucas Hogberg.
And that picture of Lucas, exactly what we were just having then. It was actually Lucas who didn't realize the heat change for this event. So he was out chilling somewhere else, not realizing he needed to warm up and get onto the floor for the event. But he's here now, and he's going to show us all the veteran CrossFitter that he is in this event. Chris, can you take us through what event number 3 is for our individual males?
So this is a 12-minute time cap as opposed to the 14 minutes on the teams. They're going to be getting through 2 rounds of 3 legless rope climbs, and then into 18 meters up the floor and 18 meters back on the floor of overhead kettlebell lunges. That'll be 24 kilos in each hand for the males. And once they've done those 2 rounds, they're going to go into 2 rounds of 3 rope climbs. This round, they're allowed to use their feet. And then 18 plus 18 meters again on the back kettlebell lunges. That movement that I haven't seen before.
Yeah, and like we were saying earlier, that back rack, they need to have a full grip on the kettlebell, both for the athlete's safety and for the movement standard. And we've kicked off heat number 1 for our individual males, working their way through their legless rope climbs.
It's Keegan Muir making light work of that rope.
For those watching on the live stream, they only need to touch the white part of the rope or above. They do not need to touch the beam. Oh, and they're going straight onto these lunges. We were saying before, this is not a heavy weight for these athletes, which is why it can actually be a little bit of a trap. You can move a little bit too fast, and then your grip is going to catch up with you.
But what it does do is it really does test the athlete's mobility. So while all of these gentlemen are really strong, you're probably going to see the ones who are the most mobile who move through the floor the quickest.
And if you're watching right now, if you look into lane number 4, Chris Ngoma doing exactly that. With a background in gymnastics, he's going to have fantastic mobility, but also those legless rope climbs are going to be very easy work for him. He's taking a tactical break here, and we'll watch him pick that up nice and quickly.
And
There he goes.
And I think that's going to be a really important part to see where these athletes choose to break. There's not going to be a lot of moments where they absolutely have to until perhaps that very last round of lunges, but they're going to have to make some very tactical choices as to when they put those kettlebells down and how much they save their grip.
Yeah, and one of my favorite sayings as a coach even is just because you can doesn't mean you should. So you have an 18-meter lunge here. Just because you can go unbroken does not always mean that you should. You need to think about yourself as an athlete, not get caught up in what everyone else is doing around you. Chris Ngoma making it look very comfortable and very easy right now. Let's hope that this tactic pays off.
Yeah, we've seen in the past where the athletes go out a little hot in the beginning and it costs them closer to the end of the workout. But I'd love to see some of these guys go out hot and just finish the same way.
I definitely think we're going to see that happen quite a bit, in particular as we get further into these heats. Seeing a little bit of a struggle here with this overhead position.
Yeah, this is where we see that's Keegan Muir, a very, very, very strong athlete and probably one of the strongest athletes in the field. But you see, he's not struggling from a strength point of view. He's definitely struggling a little bit more on the mobility of this movement and the challenges therein.
And I guess that's the beautiful thing about a kettlebell, having the weight equally distributed in each hand, not a barbell or something like a dumbbell where you can kind of rest it in a particular way. A kettlebell has no hiding element. You have any discrepancy is exposed.
Yep, and even something like a small discrepancy in strength between your left and right arms here in these unilateral movements, or having to use both arms with weights on them, it's really challenging.
Yeah, and an overhead walking lunge as well. Just a challenging movement at the best of times.
So that's Chris Ngoma again. He's still way out in front. He's already finished his, or almost finished his second round.
You'll see here as well, he does have quite good shoulder mobility, but he is having a little bit of compensation through his lower back. So we're going to have to look a little bit later on when he moves into his rope climbs and his back rack lunges, if that actually comes into play when it comes to stability, or if he's able to compensate the entire workout.
It's going to be so interesting to see how quickly these athletes move through this. Only 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock of that 12-minute time cap. And a lot of these athletes are already looking pretty fatigued. In fact, I must admit, a little bit more fatigued than I would have thought at this stage.
I definitely think the light kettlebell is a trap, and it's definitely something that people probably didn't factor in. Adrenaline kicks in, you go that little bit faster than you did in training. And we can even see here Abdurrahman struggling with those legless rope climbs. A kettlebell holds no prisoners.
And I think it looks like it's going to be a very grippy workout like we discussed earlier. I think that's going to play a huge part in this workout.
Chris making his way back. Took a little bit longer between his lengths of overhead lunges here. He's still ahead of the rest of the crew. The rest of the heat, I should say. He's taken a tactical break here, stopping 12 meters into the 18.
That's Winston moving nice and smoothly through his overhead lunges.
So when Chris gets back to the end of this 18-meter lunge, he's allowed to use his legs. However, the last two lengths of lunges, well, the last four lengths, if you include the first and the second round, are definitely going to pay their price when we're trying to use our legs on the rope climbs.
Yeah, here we talk about the mobility. You see Winston there with those elbows just slightly bent, and that is super fatiguing on the shoulders. Rather than being able to lock your arms out completely, he doesn't quite have the mobility for that. So he's really sort of brute forcing his way through these, as opposed to someone like Chris who has that beautifully straight arm position overhead.
It's looking like everyone's realized the workout might be a little bit harder than they expected. Taking a breath, shaking those arms out.
Justin Swartz picks up the kettlebells first and off he heads.
Look at that beautiful overhead position.
Justin Swart also has a history in gymnastics and coaches some gymnastic seminars. So we'd like to think that he does have that good mobility that you're seeing there.
I think Chris's face says it all. Oh dear. We've just hit the halfway mark in this 12-minute time cap. This is Chris's third rope climb on his first round of this second section.
Jason Dix just finishes up another set of overhead lunges, and he's going to head back. There, Justin Swart, you can see in the middle of your screen in the white shirt, heading back on his last set of overhead lunges.
And an absolutely textbook overhead position for a walking lunge.
Yeah, he's doing a beautiful job.
You can see he's opted to use a belt as well. Very smart decision. Although it's light, it's a lot of load through the spine. All right, Chris is making his way through his back rack lunges. Now, one of the rules of this movement was that you had to have a full grip on the kettlebell. So you'll see that he's got his hand in a very awkward position to make sure that that's still there. And that's going to tax his grip just that little bit more when he gets back to this second round of rope climbs.
As I said before, it's the first time I've ever seen this movement used in competition. And it's something that we've actually used in the past, though, as a front rack mobility drill to try and help people get their elbows up higher before they start squatting or cleaning. And it looks like it'll work beautifully for that, but definitely very hard on those triceps, the elbows, and the wrist and forearms. It's going to take a lot of strain during that movement.
And what we forget is that our athletes have done 6 legless rope climbs already. They've done a whole lot of lunging. And now you're getting them to move into that back rack position and fatigue all of those muscles they've just utilized even more.
And the pain of this workout is written all over these athletes' faces.
They've got 4 minutes to get it done. Most of these athletes finishing off that first section, nothing worse than getting half your foot on the line and having to do another lunge. Copped it like a champ.
And we see the rope climbs now, the assistance of the feet. And that'll definitely be a relief for the athletes, but still having to somewhat pull their body weight up with their arms is going to be challenging at this stage. Someone like Justin Swart, who's really good on his gymnastics, doing a great job there, gets up pretty comfortably.
I think you'll be able to see the fatigue in their legs as well, though, as they go to jump onto that rope. I think the jump doesn't go as high as they wanted it to.
A little bit more like a bunny hop than an actual jump.
Sometimes it's better to just grab and hook from there. Oh, little half bite there. There we go.
Another important factor about this workout, I think, is going to be that the DOMs that this, or the stiffness that this puts into the guys' legs for the next 2 events, or next 2 days of events, should I say. This lunge typically gets the guys and girls' glutes pretty badly, and they're going to feel really stiff from having done this many lunges.
Probably a good thing that they got the 333-ish out of the way this morning and the Mayhem 30 last night. Look at that face. Uh-oh. You gotta love the communication with the crowd from the floor.
Keegan and Justin almost rep for rep there as they walk their way down with that back rack lunge position. Both tall guys, big strides, and they're really trying to make use of that. You can see they're almost overreaching on the lunge to make sure that they cover as much ground as they possibly can. Justin's going to have to do a little half lunge, unfortunately, at the end there.
Our athletes have 2 minutes. Looks like Chris has made his way to his final set of lunges. He's quite ahead. However, he's not racing this heat only. There are 2 heats remaining in our individual males. So he needs to remember that he's not just racing these guys. He's got the other 2 heats of men coming up after him.
Yeah, and a nice long pause before he picked those kettlebells up. I wonder whether he's going to try and go unbroken or whether he's going to set them down tactically. This is this light at the end of the tunnel. He just has to get to the finish line, and he is done.
I feel like if you are on the last legs, you don't want to be putting those kettlebells down. You want to close your eyes and pray you'll make it over. Oh, another half step there.
And here comes Chris. This has been an incredible performance from him. He's led from the beginning. He went out hot. We weren't sure whether he was going to be able to hold on to the pace, and it looks like he's going to finish.
He's got to turn around. He's got to get another 18 meters. Looks like he's got it. He's got 45 seconds to get it done. Now, I did say our athletes who are comfortable with the rope and have reasonable grip strength are going to find this workout not too shabby. And with Chris's background in gymnastics, it makes sense that he's as far ahead as he is. He's got 20 seconds to get the workout done. He needs to finish his lunges and run to the finish mat. That run after those lunges is going to be a bit special. He's got to run. He's got to run.
And I wasn't sure whether he was going to make it, but it looks like he is.
Just in time.
Wow.
I think we can safely say that that was a rough workout.
That was incredible. We weren't sure if Chris was going to finish 18 meters unbroken, and he went 36 meters unbroken. He turned around and came straight back. What an incredible finish.
Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. And I think our team down on the floor are going to have a chat with Chris about how the workout went. We're going to send it down to the people on the floor.
When you fall, okay, this right here, my solo. Okay, picture perfect photo. And you know the game always come with low blows. But if I'm rocking, you about to get bulldozed. Yeah, hard work, always beat talent.
Okay, I'm here with Chris and Goma. Chris, you were the only one to finish that workout. It sort of went out from the start as well. Putting your gymnastic qualities to the test, you flew up the rope on those legless, made those lunges look easy. Tell us how you're feeling.
I'm really tired, to be honest. I couldn't even have time to warm up, and I know I'm good on whole climb, but the lunge was really tough. 36 meters is not easy, and my judge helped me a lot. He kept warming up, like, you have to do this properly, so I was a bit aware to do the good standard to finish really good.
And how did those back rack lunges feel compared to the overhead? Which one was the harder position?
For me, the back rack was way easier. Just like you accumulate already the fatigue for the overhead. So even when you go on the back rack, you feel more your legs fatigue. So it's tough, but the position is way easier than the overhead.
Amazing, Chris. Well, it's amazing workout, amazing result. Heat winner, ladies and gents, Chris Ngoma.
And that is heat number 1 of our male individual athletes done and dusted. We're about to bring heat 2 onto the floor. Now, only one athlete finishing the workout so far on the buzzer. Let's see how this second group of athletes go attacking the workouts.
In lane number 1, this is Dane Nordier. In lane number 2, Reinhard van der Westhuizen. In lane number 3, we've got Tariq Miller. In lane number 4, Skalkberger. Lane number 5, we've got Matthew Riltmeyer. In lane number 6, we got Faree Moller. Lane number 7, Trent Sneyman. Straight on. Lane number 8, Liam Mott. Lane number 9, Yobay Boshoff. And lane number 10, Yusuf Ahab.
And the workout, for those of you who are watching on our live stream, it is a 12-minute time cap, 2 rounds, 3 legless rope climbs, and then 18 meters out, 18 meters back, overhead kettlebell lunges at 24 kilos for our male athletes. Once they finish those 2 rounds, they will then proceed to 2 rounds of 3 rope climbs, and again, 18 meters out and 18 meters back with a back rack kettlebell lunge at the same weight.
And I think if you see from the last heat, Really tough workout. We saw it written all over the athletes' faces, and be very curious to see how our next heat goes.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see if anyone else can get in under that buzzer with only one athlete getting it done so far. And we are off heat number 2 for our individual male athletes. They're here vying for their one CrossFit qualifying spot out of this event. These athletes are placed from 11th to 20th.
There's the Amat, very strong athlete as well. We'll see what that overhead mobility looks like, but so far looks pretty good.
Now,
Yeah.
all athletes getting those 3 legless rope claps done in under 30 seconds.
All the athletes making their way down the floor now. Those legless rope climbs, pretty quick. But I think there may be a couple of athletes looking to pace themselves a little bit more in the early part of this workout than in the last heat. I think maybe there was a little bit of, as you say, a little adrenaline that starts ramping up as you're about to get going. And if these guys paid attention to what happened in the last heat, they might want to start a tiny bit slower or potentially break these lunges up into smaller sets.
Yeah, we've already seen 2 athletes break at the 6-meter mark. Definitely a tactical choice. And that saw Dane Duarte, who came in onto the lunges actually after everyone else in the heat, overtake a lot of people as he went unbroken. Yep, another tactical break here. Athletes needing to be smart in these earlier rounds. Very easy to get caught up in the excitement of it all.
And it's interesting what you said earlier about not just competing against the guys in this heat, that they are competing against the whole men's field. And I think sometimes the guys get a little bit caught up in sort of doing what the other guys do around them. So if the guys are going unbroken through these big sets, then a lot of the field tends to do that. I think it's very important that they run their own race here. You see the guys breaking, but you see a lot of the athletes, once they see another athlete break, they also put down the kettlebells. And whether that was the plan or not, I'm not sure, but interesting to see.
Yeah, and I think you can definitely tell the difference between our veteran athletes, those who have been on the competition for a little bit more in comparison to maybe some of our newer or less seasoned athletes. Our veteran athletes tend to go out there, you don't notice anything going on around. Those newer athletes kind of look around, and a perfect example, Toby Buckland spoke about it earlier, that when he first started competing, he used to look at what everyone else was doing and try and emulate what they did. And then he kind of realized that that wasn't doing him any favors. He needed to play to himself as an athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a big element of being in live competition as opposed to competing online, where it's very easy to just do your own thing. But there are lots of little battles and races that go on the floor there that, as spectators, we don't really even notice. But the athletes are certainly keeping eyes on other athletes.
Oh, absolutely. And I think anyone that's been near or around a warm-up area will know the amount of smack talk that goes on as well in that warm-up room. Always in jest and always in a good place.
Yeah, they're actually really fun places, those warm-up areas. As you say, lots and lots of friendly banter between the guys and girls.
In particular, those who've competed against each other for quite some time. Daniel D has made up a lot of time and a lot of space in this workout. I think he's a very comfortable overhead lunger. He looks very comfortable. And that's locked in that position.
I think that's Fareem Molla. Also a beautiful overhead position on his lunges as he takes a tactical break. You see Skalkberger there as well, also taking a tactical break. And I think that's really key, is that making sure you put these lunges down or the kettlebells down before you have to. That's really important here for these athletes.
Yeah, whether these athletes were watching the heat prior or they've just come in with a different approach, this is definitely looking a lot different to what our first heat of male athletes looked like.
Yeah, absolutely. A much slower start. And very curious to see how these guys finish up, whether that slower start will sort of pay good dividends in terms of their finish time, or whether they're just going to run out of time. So it's a fine line always.
It really is. You don't want to risk it for the biscuit if it means that you're going to get a no rep. In particular with these walking lunges, if you don't get over that line, you have to go back and start the 6 meter segment again.
Yeah, nice intent there from Skalkberg as he finished his lap of lunges and turned around and did another length. He did that first quarter straight away without putting them down. And it's little moments like that, instead of taking the break when everyone else does, that can kind of push you ahead. He's working nicely through those overhead lunges.
So most of our athletes moving into their final set of walking lunges before they're going to move on to their 3 rope climbs, and then that back rack walking lunge that we saw in the heat prior. Oh, that was a very close one. He just got over the line. Nothing worse than having to do a half lunge. Yusuf Ehab there. I think he is our heat leader right now. He's just got his first rope climb in, looking very comfortable, I must say. These guys either have better poker faces or they have approached the workout in a very different way to our Heat 1 gentlemen.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just saw there Fareem Muller also just finishing his lunges. He's got that great overhead position, and that definitely fatigues him a little bit less as he works through. He is taking a break before he jumps up onto the rope, even though he can use his legs now.
Like I said, those lunges are definitely going to have taxed the legs, the hip flexors, a little bit more than what we would think. Oh, there's a perfect example of that.
Fareed did manage to get up there, but that lock on his feet wasn't very tight.
It was definitely a moment. I think his heart would have dropped just slightly. Like I said, though, it's definitely a plus for these athletes that they are only having to touch that white line and not having to completely let go to touch the beam. Plus side of having a beautiful high rig.
Crazy to see how once the fatigue sets in, skills for these athletes that would normally be very, very, very easy for them to execute, like wrapping their feet tightly around a rope, is all of a sudden becoming really challenging.
And there's nothing worse than being an athlete on the floor and going, what is going on? This should be easy.
Trent Stratham also just finished his last set of those overhead lunges, and he'll head off to the rope. That's Liam Mott. I think he has 1 lap left to go on an overhead lunge.
So we're coming up to the 8-minute mark. Our athletes have 4 minutes to get this done. We're seeing less stress on the athletes' faces in comparison to the heat prior, but I'm not sure if we're going to see anyone else finish this workout after Krista Goma just got over the line with a few seconds to spare in heat number 1.
We haven't seen much of Yusuf Ehab, who was our heat leader earlier on.
So I think, if I'm correct, he's now on his 2nd lap of rope climbs.
Daniel Deere here in picture now, moving really nicely.
One of our veteran athletes, but also one of our younger athletes. Only 22 years of age. 23 at the end of the year. He'll remind me of that.
But he has been competing for a while.
Absolutely, and he's been doing CrossFit for longer than probably a lot of the people on the floor. He started at the age of 11.
That was a super interesting dismount that he just performed in terms of getting the kettlebells off from behind his back. I suppose it's an interesting question. We haven't seen many of the other athletes do that. They're sort of sliding them around their shoulders.
Just whatever works to get it down. The rule is full grip on the kettlebell, so they need to see the thumb wrapped around and the bell on the back. No part of the bell is allowed to touch your shoulders.
This is Skalkberger. He's heading back for his 2nd set of normal rope climbs and able to use his feet there.
What you're going to notice now, and what we just saw here on the screen, as our athletes start to get a little bit tired, their eye level is going to drop and they're going to start to lose balance. They've got about 400 things to think about.
Two rope climbs left for Scott, but you see those small little technical errors as he waits for the rope to swing between his legs. When he was fresh, he would definitely not be waiting for that. Those legs would have locked into place super quick.
That's those lunges paying off.
It's tough now, man. It's really tough for these athletes.
So we've got just over 90 seconds here. I'll be interested. We don't have Yusuf on the screen. I'd be interested to see where he's at in the workout.
Yeah, these guys are going to have to move if they want to finish. It's possible we won't have anyone finishing this heat.
They got 90 seconds. Dane's done with those lunges.
Another interesting dismount of the kettlebells there.
I think the faces are starting to show. There he is. Yusuf comes over. 10:49 unofficial time. So we've got someone across the line and pipping Christogova out of his first place position. There's still a minute to get it done.
Yusuf in lane number 10 there, quietly going about his work, what it seemed from what we could see, but really, really well, moved brilliantly on those overhead lunges in the beginning of the workout. Obviously held a nice pace, and he's done really good to see him finishing so well in this workout.
Yeah, and you can see he's a really proficient rope climber. There was no question of whether he was going to lock those feet, get onto that rope. He's a slightly taller athlete, so obviously a rope climb is going to be beneficial for him in a workout. He doesn't have to put as much effort in. Does not take away the grip factor though.
I think Skullberger's just going to fall short here. He's only got 10 seconds, but every rep counts. He wants to make sure he gets over that yellow line so that this full lap or this full length of lunges counts.
One in, there we go.
I don't think those last few lunges will count, but he did brilliantly, finishing probably second in that heat.
And it was really good to see him really fight to get it done. Sometimes you can see an athlete realize they're not going to make it and just stop. He really fought for that last 6 meters. But with only one athlete over the line in this heat, that is 2 athletes across the field that have finished this workout so far. And our heat winner here was Yusuf Ihab with an unofficial time of 10 minutes and 49 seconds. Let's head down to the floor where he's going to take his heat win interview.
Classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. Hey, yeah, I'm about to shut it down. I'm about to shut it down. I'm about to shut it down. I walked in on a high note. I'm the one that everybody looking for. I just want to see your body on the floor. You ain't got to guess that I want more. These days I'm just trying to get it right.
Yusuf, heat win, fastest time so far. How are you feeling after that workout? It looked like you made light work of it. It was easy for you.
The rope climb is a good advantage for me. And the lunges, except the overhead lunges, I don't like it. So I tried to push the overhead and take the lead first, and then push the last 2 rounds, and then I take the lead.
Oh, you did amazing. This morning you had a long workout, a lot of legs with the running, with the jumping, with the double unders. How are the legs feeling for those lunges after this morning's workout?
The legs is dead. I don't know how we are going to do the last event, but it is what it is. We will try to push as hard as we can. But the leg is dead.
Legs are dead. Yusuf, amazing work. Congratulations on your heat win. You've set the time to beat. Ladies and gents, Yusuf Ihab.
Welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games live stream. We are about to have our third and final individual male heat for event number 3. We're going to head down to the floor to see our top 10 athletes take position before the workout.
All right, in lane number 1, we have Mike van Tonder. In lane number 2, we have James van Dongen. Lane number 3, Rwanda Elias. In lane number 4, we have Daniel Grissel. In lane number 5, this is Toby Buckland. In lane number 6, Radwan El Gardine. In lane number 7, Marlu Prinsloo. In lane number 8, Jacob Hendry. In lane number 9, that's Josh Kerno. And lane number 10 is Caden Stain.
It's pretty awesome to see Josh Kerno coming from 30th position into the top heat within 2 events.
Yeah, Josh is a serious competitor. He loves his in-person competitions and often flies under the radar, but generally finishes really well. And I'll look to see, I'll be surprised if you don't see him climbing the leaderboard throughout the weekend.
Yes, and for those tuning in to the live stream from home, this is individual event number 3. It is 2 rounds, 3 legless rope climbs, 18 meters out, 18 meters back, overhead kettlebell lunges at 24 kilos. Then 2 rounds, 3 rope climbs, and 18 meters out, 18 meters back rack kettlebell lunges at the same weight. They have a 12-minute time cap.
All right, so up to this point, we've only seen 2 athletes finish this workout under the time cap, but these are your leaders so far. These are your top 10 on the leaderboard, and we expect them to be a little bit faster than everyone else. But again, super interesting to see what the tactics will be from these top athletes.
Jake Hendry, a very proficient rope climber and a taller athlete. Touch and go on those rope climbs, but not the first one to the lunges. Now, we did say this was going to be a fast heat. These athletes proving it.
Now, really interesting. You saw him walk quite slowly to those kettlebells. He certainly didn't run across and jump on them straight away. So definitely the guys looking to pace themselves out the gate here and see perhaps if maybe they can speed up as the workout goes on.
And like we were saying earlier, this is definitely a fatigue management workout, whether that fatigue is your grip fatigue or your legs, because those lunges are deceptive. They look easy, but that's 36 meters each round that you're doing.
That's Mike. So there's Mike van Tonder moving really, really nicely there. Beautiful overhead position again.
When we're talking movement quality, Mike van Tonder definitely moves incredibly well. Textbook. Toby Buckland, incredibly strong athlete. Doesn't even drop those kettlebells, just turns around, put them on his shoulder, pops them back up. Toby Buckland, one of our golden ticket recipients, said last night he's here to prove a point. And prove a point he did with event number 1, taking the win. Event number 2, proving he's worked incredibly hard at his capacity. That was a very smooth transition there by Mike van Tonder, bringing the kettlebells through the legs so as to not lift them too much, save the grip a little bit. Quick little shake of the arms for Redwan.
I think this is a really fine balancing act between going too fast in the beginning, but also make sure that you go quick enough that you've actually given yourself enough time to finish this workout.
It is that catch-22, yeah?
Very much so.
Comes down to execution as well as fatigue management.
Yeah, and these are your top athletes. We would expect them to be slightly better in both departments, or top athletes at this stage.
When you're looking at the field right now, the majority of these athletes in this heat are quite tall. So a rope climb for them is not going to feel as much of a challenge when it comes to getting onto that rope. They'll be looking at 2 bites probably once they start to use their legs, pending how their legs feel after these lunges.
It looks like our early leader is Redwan. They're working really nicely down the field.
Red One's really been a surprising athlete, or not a surprise. He qualified very high in the qualifiers. However, I think he is someone who slips under the radar. He's not someone that people generally talk about a lot, but he's a very proficient, capable athlete.
That's Caden Stain, also doing really, really well. In fact, it actually looks like he might be out in front.
A little bit of an arm shake there.
He's one of our young up-and-coming athletes in South Africa, been to the games as a youth competitor, and really looking forward to see how he does this year in this men's field. He competed last year as well, did brilliantly, but I feel like we'd love to see some of the young guys coming through. And Caden Stain, when you think of young CrossFit in South Africa, he's sort of first on the list.
And the fact he set foot on the Rebel Renegade floor at the age of 17 and held his own was an incredible feat.
Yeah, and for a youngster, he is strong. Really, really strong. He moves beautifully, but genuinely strong, which is quite tough for young guys to sort of develop that strength that normally happens over years and years. And we'll be curious to see how he goes on the strength events later on in the weekend.
I mean, he did start CrossFit at the age of 11, starting after watching a documentary, the Rich Froning documentary actually, begged his parents to start CrossFit. They said he could as long as he didn't lift too heavy. And I was chatting with the seminar staff that are here at the Rebel Renegade Games, and we all agree that the fact that his parents probably didn't want him to lift too heavy actually meant that he executed really beautiful technique from a young age, and that's why he lifts as well as he does now to the level that he does.
Yeah, I can totally imagine that, and he looks like he's still leading the field out here. Couple of lengths ahead of Red One, and when I say lengths, I mean sort of quarters of the lunging lane. But Toby Buckland coming back into the four here. He's also fighting for his position.
It's a very delicate balancing act because they are in the first 2 rounds. There's 2 more rounds coming up. And what we've seen in the prior 2 heats is that this first little section is a trap. The real workout starts actually when you can use your legs on that rope. Looks like Mike Van Tonder has come on to the rope climbs now.
And while he's taking a little bit of a break now, there wasn't that sort of pain on his face that we've seen in some of the other athletes. It looks like he's managing his fatigue quite well at this point. Having said that, though, Toby Buckland finished his lunges and went straight into his next rope climb, so no rest for him.
Touch the chalk, yeah. Straight on there. Now, if you saw there, he got his hand onto the white line. That is the standard. You have to touch the white line or above.
The athletes now allowed to use their feet. They're welcome relief to them.
Mike Van Tonder moving, I believe, onto the lunges. Oop, a little bit of a whoopsie there with the footlock. Oh, no, it looks like Toby Buckland has overtaken Mike Van Tonder.
Yeah, there was a lot of intent from him when he put those kettlebells down. He went straight over to the rope and just started moving straight away. So he's onto his back rack lunges now. We can't see how Caden Stain and Red One are doing on the other side, but Toby Buckland is
just there, starting his rope climb.
So Toby's definitely taken the lead, and I can't see Caden Stain in the background. So I want to say that Toby is now taking the lead and is moving very quickly. It almost looks like he's speeding up.
I think he might have come out with a tactical start slow and then build over each round. And he's hitting that standard of the bell touching only his back, full grip on the handle. Mike Van Tonder coming for him. It's always the exciting thing with a lunge. You can't see where anyone is around you. There he is taking a little sneaky peek.
There's Caden Stain. There's not much in it between Toby, Caden, and Mike as they work their way through the end of these lunges.
Jake Hendry coming onto the kettlebell now as well. Someone who's been quietly chipping away that we haven't actually seen very much on the screen. And there's Red One coming onto his first 18 meters of back rack lunges.
Yeah, he seems to have slowed down a little bit while some of the other athletes actually seem to be speeding up a little bit.
Yeah, perfect example here is Jacob Hendry. He's going to have to take one more lunge there. Caden Stain coming on his second lap of his 18-meter back rack lunge. Could see there Toby's thumb around the handle as per the standard.
But only 8 minutes gone, so these athletes have got 4 minutes left to try and finish. I think we probably are going to see a couple more than just one person finish this heat, which we would expect at this stage of the competition.
Yeah, and our top time from the event so far is 10 minutes and 49 seconds. Whoop, lock it in. It always seems to be that second lock on the first rep, doesn't it? So Toby has about 2 minutes to get it done in that time frame of our top current time from heat number 2.
Yeah, I think that's actually going to be quite tight to get there. I definitely expect him to finish the workout as I do with a couple of the other guys, but it is going to be tight to see if he takes the actual event win.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got just under 2 minutes to do it. Coming those kettlebells now. Belting up. Smart choice. I wonder if he's going to do exactly what Chris Goma did, which was just go unbroken. He may need to get the event win. Depends what his plan is. As we were saying before, there are 9 events over this weekend. This is only event number 3. They have Heavy Isabel tonight.
Wow, and your legs are going to feel special after this. It's going to be very interesting to see whether the guys can get to their sort of 1 rep maxes on those on Heavy Isabel, or not 1 rep maxes, but how well they can move that bar, because they are going to be very, very, very fatigued.
Knowing Toby Buckland as an athlete, he is very strong. So that 102 kilos is not going to be too crazy for him. However, he's done 3 insane workouts prior. But I would imagine he would be power snatching that movement.
There's Josh Kerno. That's Josh Kerno with one last little lunge there to get over the line.
He's got to get it done in 39 seconds. It's going to be interesting to see if he can. It looks like this event time may stand.
Do you think he's aware of the time before he went out on the floor?
Normally you would think they would be. I'm not sure. He doesn't seem to be in too much of a rush. Having said that, he might not care too much about this workout in the overall standings of things. Like we said, there are 6 more workouts after this. And that time is gone. So the event win still stands with heat number 2 with Yusuf Ihab. So Toby's going to have a 2nd place finish in this workout.
There's Caden Stain also over the line. Not actually very far behind at all. I think that was probably a closer race than we think.
That was a sneaky one there. We didn't catch him on the screen. He must have really pummeled through those lunges. They got 30 seconds to get it done.
I think it just shows you how incredibly brutal this workout is, to have so many of these athletes not being able to finish under the time cap, and a lot of them actually quite a long way behind in terms of how much work they've actually managed to get through. So a really brutal workout here.
The humble kettlebell, a piece of equipment that a lot of people take for granted and don't realize how efficient it really is to use.
3, 2, 1.
And that is our final male heat. Done and dusted. Now, our event win from Yusuf Ihab has stood true. So he takes the win for event number 3. 2nd place will go to Toby Buckland. He was about 15 seconds behind Yusuf. We're going to take it to the floor now to hear what Toby Buckland has to say about his heat win.
Crossing the line, outside your box and I'm doing just fine. They say I'm out of my mind, I'm fueling the rage, it's growing with time. Beast out the cage, do not engage, you know I cannot control it. Shooting it straight like a bullet, I know this my moment, so I cannot cool it. Get out the way, better move it. Move it, move it. Pushing the limit, no cruising. Bring all you want, I'm not losing. Watch how I prove it, I need to let it go. Beast out the cage.
Okay, I'm here with Toby Buckland taking what is unofficially his second event win. We have to clarify what the previous time was. But Toby, that looked like a very sort of calculated performance there. You seem to be breaking up your lunges very strategically, set to 12 meters. What was the plan going in, especially after this morning's long endurance workout?
Loud. The plan was just basically to avoid failure on the overhead, which is a riding a knife edge, because if it goes, it goes. So really much trying to stay under my threshold there, and then as soon as it gets to the rope climbs, you've got no excuse, it just hurts on the back rack lunges.
But it's a great performance, man. You could see as you were going through the workout, you're taking a look to your right, taking a look to your left. Was there anyone that you were worried about during that workout that you were paying close attention to?
No one I was worried about, but you don't get extra points for beating someone by 20 seconds versus a second, so basically just trying to keep some juice in the tank.
Absolutely. Great point to make there, mate. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. All the best. Fair few points still left on the table. Ladies and gents, your leader at the moment, Toby Buckland.
Well, that is our individual males done with event number 3. I'd like to say thank you to the Humble Kettlebell for showing our athletes who's boss. We didn't have too many of our athletes finish that event, but our event winner coming from heat number 2, Yusuf Ihab, showing us how it was done in an earlier heat as well.
Yeah, and Yusuf's going to be climbing that leaderboard really, really nicely. An exciting workout, lots of tight races. I think that's one of the benefits of being able to sit in the crowd here. We weren't able to see them perfectly like you would be able to here. So if you do get a chance and you are looking to come down over the weekend, buy some tickets, come down and actually see those races in person. It's a really cool atmosphere out here.
There's nothing more exhilarating than watching a foot race to the end with 2 athletes. And we're vying for 1 spot at the 2025 CrossFit Games. This is Rebel Renegade Games, your official 2025 CrossFit Games qualifying event. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes with our female athletes. Let's see how they handle the kettlebells when it's their turn.
Last minute briefing.
Estamos aqui ainda. Independente, não é que apesar de desgaste, eu ouço muito desgaste.
Eu acho que ela tem que tentar.
Yeah, he's just getting a final briefing as to what a rack positioning is. Don't have one of those things where it's a little bit, I understood something, you understood something else. And for our head judges, just clarifying for these ladies what the judges are looking for and what is expected of them during this workout. Again, a reminder, the ladies' event has been increased to a 14-minute time cap.
Smile, say cheese. Wow.
All right, and we are back, guys. In lane number 1, we have Ashton Finkel. In lane number 2, we have Jessica Obisi. In lane number 3, Rika Marks. In lane number 4, Marika Hartman. In lane number 5, Elzan Trotsky. In lane number 6, Shimonique Verster. In lane number 7, Jenna Goldie. Lane number 8, Kaylee Wilmans. Lane number 9, Sarah Bailey. And in lane number 10, Janine Martin.
All right, so we have our individual women event number 3. They have a 14-minute time cap for this workout. It's the same workout as what we've just watched our individual males do. They've got a 2-minute addition, and the weight of their kettlebell is going to be 16 kilos. So they have 2 rounds, 3 legless rope climbs, 18 meters out, 18 meters back, kettlebell overhead lunge. Then 2 rounds, 3 rope climbs, 18 meters out, 18 meters back rack kettlebell lunges. Now, the person I'd be looking for in this workout is Jess Goldie, former gymnast. We had a great chat yesterday, and she really loves the gymnastics elements when they come into workouts. So we're going to be looking at lane number 7 for Jenna Goldie. That's who I have my pick for this heat.
This is going to be really interesting to see. We only had, I think, 5 sort of teams on the men's side who managed to actually finish this workout within the time cap. And I wonder whether the weight for the girls being 16 kilos as opposed to 24 for the guys, whether that, I understand that the weight is obviously relative, but is it going to play a big enough factor that the girls are going to be able to move faster than the guys?
Look, looking at it, I would say a lot of these girls at this level would be training with the weight that the boys were just using. So my guess would be that they're going to feel quite comfortable with that 16 kilo kettlebell. And there she is, Jenna Goldie, straight onto those kettlebells. First one in the heat.
And that's Ashton Finkel as well.
Closely following behind.
Yeah, really nice overhead position again.
And Jess Obisi as well. So we've got 3 ladies on to their overhead lunges. All 3 taking a tactical rest.
Jessica's back at it there. Yeah, just a minute gone in this workout, and those girls really did start quite fast, but choosing to break up those overhead lunges quite early on, definitely earlier than we saw from the guys.
Now, it's really good to see Jessica back on the field. Last year, having a really big injury happen on the floor in the handstand workouts. She's looking really solid. She had an elbow injury, so it's awesome to see her punching those 16 kettlebells over the top of her head and being strong in that position.
And there you mentioned it, Jenna Goldie looking also very strong, and I think probably just in the lead so far. Not that it seems to matter, though, who starts fast. We saw in the last heat, Toby Buckland was deliberately slow in the beginning of the workout, and he sped up as he went along, and obviously ended up winning the heat with a really, really quick time. So I think definitely seeing whoever starts fast is not necessarily the person who's going to be winning this heat.
It is definitely not indicative of who is going to take the win of that heat. Now, when we were looking at the lunges before, Jenna Goldie, tell me you were a gymnast without telling me you were a gymnast. Her overhead position looking completely comfortable there. Like nothing's even in her hands.
I'm trying to get a handle on, how hard these lunges are for the girls. At this stage, it does look quite comparable to what the men were doing. From an effort perspective, does still look really challenging, I must admit.
Elzan Trotsky, that's on our screen just before, always smiling on the floor and out the back as well. Now, this is only the first round. So we're not going to see too much struggle just yet. It is going to be interesting to see what happens when they get back to this second round of legless rope climbs, though. Do a little dance while you're resting. Why not?
Yeah, so cool. You know, you got to take little moments to enjoy the crowd and enjoy competing. While it obviously is very serious and everyone's going to be doing everything they can to get some points on the leaderboard, it's great to see little moments like that where people do just enjoy themselves as well.
Yeah, and Natalie was saying earlier, you know, a competition like this, for a lot of these athletes, this is a grand scale competition that they don't get the opportunity to be at very often. So a huge thank you to Rebel Elite Fitness, our title sponsor, for making this event happen.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. You know, this really is like the CrossFit Games for the Africa region. You know, there are very few people obviously who qualify and will actually get to go to the games ever. So for the vast majority of the top athletes in this country and through Africa, you know, this is the pinnacle of the sport for them, and it really is an incredible event.
Yes, and because it is a CrossFit qualifying event for this year's CrossFit Games, the Africa region, or the Rebel Renegade region, I should really say, because it is Africa, UAE and Gulf region, all of those athletes, we get one spot to go to the games. So all of these girls, I mean, it's early days yet. This is only workout number 3. There's 6 more events coming up, and they're all vying for one spot.
Yeah.
To set foot on that floor at the CrossFit Games later this year.
No, and you know, it's almost like it's really challenging to see it at this point because we're only 3 workouts into the whole competition. But these athletes really need to be fighting for every single little point they possibly can, because by the end of the weekend on Sunday afternoon, there's going to be 1 or 2 points pretty much that separate these guys. And it could be one of these workouts where you took 1 lunge too few or 1 lunge is just enough to make sure that you are qualifying for the CrossFit Games. So everything's to play for. A really, really, really big and fun competition for these guys.
Yeah, and I think we were saying it earlier, you just need to know yourself as an athlete and know that you can give all that you possibly can and be happy with your effort at the end of the event. You can't be having those moments of what if, or I wish I'd done this. And this is not a workout to push if you cannot, but you also don't want to be complacent and not be pushing hard enough.
Yeah, it looks like from what we can see here, it looks like Jessica is in the lead. Jenna Goldie just getting a little no rep as she sets off for her overhead lunges.
I think that was because her knee did not touch the ground, to the judges' satisfaction. And you know what? What your judge says, you need to listen to. No use arguing. Look at that gorgeous overhead position there. Looking very calm, very composed.
It's really tough to argue with your judge while you're exhausted as well.
While you're trying to come to terms with the fact you can't feel your forearms.
Exactly.
Like we were saying, this weight is not excessively heavy for these athletes, but it's light enough that you cannot really go slow. It's not a roadblock, which means that it will catch up with you over time.
We're coming up to halfway through the workout, almost up to that 7-minute mark. The girls aren't quite halfway through the work that they need to have done by this stage. Having said that, we'd love to see them maybe speed up on that back rack lunge as opposed to the overhead lunge. A slightly easier movement, even though there is a bit more fatigue at the end. If they can really push home at the end of this workout, we still have a chance to finish under that time cap.
Yeah, I think as well the ability to use your legs in this second round of rope climbs should be beneficial to most of these girls. And we did see many of our Heat 2 male athletes get faster as they came into that second section.
We did indeed, and I'm really rooting for these girls. I'd love to see someone from this first heat finish this workout.
So looking like Jess Ubisi is in the lead. Now she might have overtaken Jenna Goldie. Big step. Oh.
Oh, that was close at the end there for Rika Marks, I think.
That was very close. Look at that smile. She's having the best time ever. I don't think I've ever seen anyone smile that much doing an overhead walking lunge. She's going to go unbroken.
Jessica with a little tactical break there, representing Mozambique, doing beautifully out here today.
Now, this is either paid off or we're about to have a little issue on these rope climbs. Going unbroken there with Elzan. It's where we're starting to see our focused faces coming out. All right, she's looking okay so far, but we are, like all the heats prior, seeing those footlocks start to get a little bit sloppy.
It's amazing how quickly the time goes in this workout. 9 minutes gone, only 5 minutes to go. A lot of the girls still working on their overhead lunges.
Yeah, still not done through that first little portion of the workout. We only have 2 athletes onto that second round, which is 3 rope climbs. And then they're going to have 18 meters out, 18 meters back with a back rack kettlebell lunge. Elzan here on her last rope climb before she moves to her lunges.
Nice smooth movement through the lunges there. Actually a really quick set to finish up.
Take a second, comprehend what just happened. There we go. Elzan is now our heat leader, moving into her walking lunges. Maybe she was really smiling because she does enjoy overhead walking lunges.
I find that hard to believe. It's really tough to really enjoy that movement, I must admit. But she is very tall. She's taking really long lunge strides, and that seems to be paying off as well. But she's moving quickly.
I met Elzan yesterday when it was athlete registration, and the first thing I said was, "Wow, you're tall." I mean, that's not hard though when you stand next to me, who is 5'1".
Marika just finishing off there. Another length of her overhead lunges, and she's going to have to go back probably for one more, it looks like, before she can move on to those rope climbs. Taking a little breather here.
These athletes have just over 3 minutes to get it done. I'm not sure if we're going to see anyone finish the workout. I'd love to see someone just get over the line, just the way Chris Ngoma did in the first heat of our males.
Yeah, a bit of a buzzer beater would be awesome here, but they're going to have to move.
They are.
That was Ashton Finkel just finishing up another rope climb on her side. I think she's got 1 or 2 left.
Just hanging out on the floor, taking a breather. Oh, and we've seen Elzan break. I thought she was going to go unbroken. I'm going to say that grip fatigue is starting to sink in. The way that you have to hold the kettlebell will catch up with you. Very tricep and forearm heavy.
And she's back off, heading down the floor again. Let's hope she can make it all the way. There's unfortunately not a lot of time left. She's going to have to move.
She is going to have to move, and she's going to have to watch her positioning. If she sinks her elbows any further forward, her judge will have to call that that's a no rep. It needs to stay on her back.
Yeah, considerably easier. Not that she's doing that yet, but it is considerably easier when the dumbbell or the kettlebells get onto the shoulders. And they've been very strict with that rule of making sure that they really are behind you. And it's a very different thing when they're in the correct place. Very challenging. So
It looks like she's found the fine line, though.
Yeah, 3 more rope climbs for her, the lunges, and then she's done. But she's going to have to move really quickly through these rope climbs.
She's got 90 seconds to get it done. That rope climb looked very comfortable. It's whether she can back herself with her climbing capacity.
But again, like we said before, she's not just competing against the people in this heat, the athletes here. She needs to work as hard as she possibly can. I don't think there are going to be a lot of athletes across the board who finish this workout from what we've seen based off the last couple of heats. So every rep that she can do as she heads down the floor now is crucial.
Having to do another half lunge here. There we go. She's going to get onto those rope climbs. They've got 55 seconds on the clock. Every rep's going to count now. She's going to have to move. And I think she knows she's going to have to move. Can hear the crowd going nuts.
Yeah, a lot of support here for these athletes. Really screaming and urging her to keep moving. 25 seconds to go.
See her judge confirming there with that position. There we go. We said it earlier. She was riding the line. Awesome work by our judging crew on the floor today. Kitted out by Puma. Looking very sharp.
Oh, there it is. You
so close.
You called for the buzzer beater. I wonder whether she get there. I wonder whether she got there. It was super close.
So she got the first 18 meters. She's capped by 18 meters on the way back.
Yeah, I wanted to see if she got that last lunge because that makes a big difference.
Oh, yes. Did they count the extension at the end? It looked, on where we are sitting, it looked like she just got in. It's going to be based on what they see on the floor.
Yeah, I don't know whether there's a little bit of a delay or not, but from what I could see here, it looked pretty good. I think she might have just done it, but we'll have to wait to see what the official score is.
And that was a really exciting finish. I mean, we said we wanted to see them push for it. Elzan definitely did. And that's heat number 1 of our individual women. Heat number 2 is coming up now. Now, these ladies are in our top 10 positions. And I know, looking at the names here on the list, someone that I know that's really looking forward to this workout and absolutely loves a legless rope climb is Evie Hollis, who's going to be in lane number 6. But let's head down to the floor as we welcome our top 10 female athletes to the floor for Rebel Renegade Games, event number 3. To the floor.
This is lane number 1, Lisa Marie Guillemette. Lane number 2, Sarah Sigmundsdottir. Lane 3, Carly Smith. Lane 4, Jess Skinner. Lane 5, Christina Lividatakis. Lane 6, Evie Hollis. In lane 7, we've got Lani Fenter. In lane number 8, Shanae Spannenberg. In lane number 9, we got Emma Morgan. And in lane number 10, Ashley Tarr.
And if you've just tuned in, the workout is 2 rounds, 3 legless rope climbs, 18 meters out, 18 meters back, kettlebell overhead lunge at 16 kilos. Then 2 rounds, 3 rope climbs, 18 meters out, 18 meters back, kettlebell lunges in a back rack. Now, our ladies have a 14-minute time cap. Our heat number 1 top finisher got 18 meters out on the final round. We have not seen a female finish this workout yet.
Yeah, I really am rooting for them here, I must admit. I'll be super keen to see a couple of these ladies finish the workout, and based off the ability on the floor, I think there's a very strong possibility that we've got a few finishes here.
Absolutely. And as I was saying, one athlete to definitely look out for who loves a legless rope climb is Evie Hollis in lane number 6. Christina Levedakakis also missing out on her spot to the CrossFit Games last year by only 1 lunge. I feel like she and lunges have a bet to settle.
Well, she's going to do enough of them here to be able to prove any points that she needs to. Very quick descents from the ladies here, which also helps to save those arms. If you watch Sarah Sigmund's daughter descend from the rope in that fireman style, very, very, very fast.
Levedakakis straight onto those lunges within 30 seconds, closely followed by Sigmund's daughter. Evie Hollis, as I predicted, just in front. This is very reminiscent of the lunge workout last year. Funny story, Evie was here as Gemma Rader's coach. Gemma actually got that game's ticket last year. I think Christina's going to say, not this time.
Yeah, this weekend is going to be very closely contested between these ladies, but a very fast pace that they've set already, much faster than the previous heats. Less breaks on these lunges intentionally, going unbroken, a lot of the girls, and we're going to see how that either pays off or whether they've gone out a little bit too hot. It's going to be very interesting to see.
Bottom left of our screen, we've got Sarah Sigmund's daughter here in the bright yellow sports bra. Hard to miss her. Now, event number 2 for Sarah was a little bit of a damage control workout. I was chatting to her after the event, and she said she didn't care about the placing. She just had a moment of, I'm running. She hasn't had that ability to run, in particular for that distance, since she did her ACL. So she just said, I don't care about the placing. I'm just enjoying the fact that I'm running right now.
Yeah, that's so cool. Interesting how that plays on an athlete's mind and how the mindset changes completely from wanting to win the event or to do really well just to having some fun and actually really being able to be happy to be running.
Absolutely. And like we were saying earlier, there are 6 more events after this event. This is only event number 3. They have 9 events over the weekend. It's okay to have one damage control workout and then continue to try and work your way up that leaderboard. She's still sitting pretty in that top 10.
She is indeed. She doesn't look as comfortable as some of the other girls do on that overhead position in the lunge, but we know what a strong athlete she is, and I think when she gets to that back rack lunge, she's going to be powering through those movements.
And Christina's rope climb's looking absolutely easy peasy. No problem there. Quick little chalk up. And off she goes. Looks like Sarah's just overtaken Christina. I'll be interested to see where Evie Hollis is in the workout right now. I think we're about to see.
She just started her overhead lunges on the right there. But there's sort of a 3-way race at this stage between Sarah, Christina, and Evie as they're all moving their way down the track. I think they are the only ones on those overhead lunges in the second round.
And as we were saying, though, that first 2 rounds is not really where the workout starts. It's going to be about these next 2 rounds when we come into that back rack walking lunge and the really strict standards that these athletes are being held to in that movement.
And this is a fast pace. This is considerably faster than the pace of the last heat, which we do expect, but we are going to see whether it has been too quick.
Yeah, Honestly, watching from here, I feel like the difference between this heat and the heat prior comes down to the legless rope climbs. I think a lot of these athletes are veteran CrossFitters and very, very comfortable with that movement. In particular, the three we have in those top three positions in Sarah, Christina, and in Evie.
And while I said Sarah didn't look quite as comfortable with the movement, she really is powering through it. From this angle, the shoulder position maybe not as perfect as it could be, but my goodness, she is just powering through.
Yeah, from this angle, the elbows look a little bit scary, but I don't think it's anything to worry about. It's just the angle. She's moving on to her rope climbs.
Looks like she's opened a fairly decent lead now. There we can see Evie Hollis. So definitely Sarah has opened up a nice lead on her competitors.
I'm wondering if Evie and Christina weren't realizing what was going on in that far corner, and if they were kind of just focusing on each other. Very easy to do. In particular, when you're doing a workout with someone who's around about the same level when it comes to a skill like a legless rope climb. Both girls very proficient in that movement.
So the girls at this stage definitely on track to finish the workouts under the time cap, which is awesome.
Straight onto the rope for Evie Hollis. Boom. No question on the feet there. So maybe those little legs are the right level of fatigued.
So 3 rope climbs now. She's able to use her feet. And all the athletes, once they get to that point, will be very relieved to be using their feet on those climbs.
And honestly, watching them right now, all 3 girls, very comfortable. A little bit of a hunch there by Christina. Sarah, very comfortable moving through these back rack lunges. No question on the standard, that bell is 1,000,000% on her back, not 100, 1,000,000.
Yeah, that's exactly where the judge will want to see them. And that looks like an unbroken length for her. So really, really good. She's opened up a considerable gap now. But there's going to be a super close race for second place here, assuming Sarah keeps her pace up.
Evie, really stoic, no emotion whatsoever. She's got that poker face down pat.
Yeah, and I think sometimes that body language is really important. You know, if you're hunched over and leaning and pulling faces, and while that is how you feel inside, it's also sometimes a way to signal to yourself that you are really feeling that. And I think that sometimes, as you say, if you can be a little bit more stoic in your body language, I think your head appreciates that and is able to push you through a little bit more work.
Yeah, and I think I was mentioning it in one of the earlier events, event number 2. Evie and I had a chat yesterday, and she said that she's done a lot of work with a mindset coach, and she's really worked on the way that she presents herself as an athlete, not just to others, but also to herself, and that she was really excited for the athlete that she is bringing to the floor this weekend, and that this Evie has never competed.
That's very cool. Very, very cool. And I mean, we talked about running your own race, making sure that you're just doing what you need to do. But I think that if you do see athletes around you who look really strong, or like you say, present themselves in a strong way, it's definitely a little bit of a mind game that can go on as well. If you see an athlete next to you sort of hunched over, looking really tired, it can give you that little boost that you need to push further on.
So Sarah doing what I was saying earlier is sometimes a little bit easier than trying to jump. She's just locking her feet from that bottom position and accepting that she's going to have to do one extra bite than what she might if she jumped. But she knows her capacity. And obviously, with what she did earlier today with the run and the double unders and the rowing, she knows that her knees are probably going to want a little bit of extra rest, in particular when we're coming into this final set of walking lunges. But she is in a league of her own right now. She's well ahead of the 2 girls chasing her tail.
Yeah, and really showing her experience, not only in the movements, but also in the way she's paced this workout. She's got the back rack lunges to go, and then she's going to be finished. So 2 lengths here, and Sarah will be done with the workout. Definitely enough time to finish, and we just hope that some of the other girls will finish close behind her as well.
Yeah, it's awesome to see that sometimes you look at a workout and you watch people do it and you think, oh, it's not possible. It is possible. You just have to be ridiculously good to get it done. And if you think about it, these athletes on the floor right now are spectacular athletes. You just have to be that level up to get it done.
Yeah, as you say, there's levels and there's levels, right? This is a consummate performance from Sarah here. She really is putting her foot down. You see, she doesn't even put the kettlebells down there, turns around and heads back for her final length.
Sarah showing us exactly why she's been on the CrossFit Games podium multiple times.
Having said that, though, Evie Hollis doesn't look too far behind.
I'm wondering if Evie's going to go unbroken or if she's going to she's putting him down. She might realize that she may not. Oh, no. She's got to do an additional. She didn't step over the line. Oh, we've called our head judge over to check on that. Yep, all right. She's got to go back. This is leaving space for Evie Hollis to come in and take this win. Evie's done a sneaky little check to the right.
Evie can smell blood in the water. She saw that little mistake. She picked up the kettlebells and set off as quickly as she possibly could. She's moving faster. I think she might take this.
I think this is going to come down to a foot race. Evie's got to get it. She's going to take the event win. Sarah just behind her.
Wow, these ladies are impressive. That was incredible. Both of them under 11 minutes.
I think this may come to a dispute. But even still, what a spectacular way to finish the event.
Yeah, absolutely. If there was any kind of dispute, they'll resolve that afterwards. But out on the floor, Evie Hollis, she took the opportunity that she was given and she put the pedal down. She was amazing. What a performance from her.
I loved the sneaky little side eye when she realized, hang on a minute.
She's got a chance.
I genuinely think she got to the end and thought, I'm not catching her. I'm going to take a little second, shake my arms out. No one else has finished the workout. I'm still going to come second regardless. And then she realized there was 100 points up for grabs.
Yeah, like we talked about how important every single point is. You never know. This is Christina now finishing off.
All three girls getting it done in what was the men's time cap. There's still 2 more minutes here for the girls to finish this workout. All these athletes here chipping away, all onto their final set of rope climbs.
I think this might be Lani Fenter's last length as well, in which case she'll drop the kettlebells and head off to finish the workout under the time cap as well. Good performance from her.
She's had an exceptional weekend so far. One of the 3 athletes that got onto the bike at the last minute in Mayhem 30 last night. All 3 girls onto the bike at the same time. Coming into today in 3rd place. We've got 60 seconds to go until time cap.
That's Emma Morgan still working through her rope climbs. She's got a couple left. Probably not quite going to finish the workouts, but every rep counts. She knows that. Also a very experienced competitor, just coming back after having had a baby, and just that is incredible. And I don't think too long ago either, so really impressive.
Honestly, Mum Strong is a thing. And I was saying earlier, watching the team events, it's incredible to see how many athletes we have on the floor that are mums.
Yeah, super impressive. And it's amazing to see how quickly they can get back on the floor as well. I'm always blown away. Really impressive.
They've got 10 more seconds. She's going to try and get as many reps as she can.
She has to make it to the yellow line for it to count for anything. So she threw caution to the wind.
Oh,
But unfortunately, those lunges are not going to count.
Oh, let's watch back to this replay. What an event. I think I've had enough excitement for the next 3 days. Can't believe we still have 2 more days of competition, not to mention tonight's events. Evie Hollis taking the event win in a very sneaky way. She saw the opportunity and she took it with both hands. I think we're going to head down to the floor now to have an interview with event number 3, individual female winner, Evie Hollis.
One race. Okay, I'm here with Evie Hollis. She has just taken that heat win, and obviously until the scoreboard is finalised, an unofficial event win. Evie, a little bit of confusion there right at the end, but you sort of stuck to your guns, stuck in your lane, and like, what's the process going through your head when you see no reps called in the middle of a competition?
Well, I saw an opportunity and I took it. And like, nothing is final, so you should always just keep going until the end in case something happens, and then you can grab some extra points on the event.
I think that moves you up top of the leaderboard so far. So again, unofficially our event leader, as it were. You've had a great start to this competition, and this morning as well, I think you surprised yourself with your paces that you were holding in your runs. How are the legs holding up after the run and the double unders, and also after all these lunges?
Well, I think this morning, just the momentum from that's like carrying me through, because normally running an event is like my worst finish on the leaderboard. So the fact that I got a good finish was like, it's a really big boost for me. My body feels fine, to be honest. And like for the 2 lifts, I'm gonna power them both, so I can save my legs a little bit.
There we go. Well, we've got Heavy Isabel to come. How confident are you with that workout? I'm sure you've probably done it a number of times already this year. And obviously, it's a lot of reps, under pressure now, under the lights of the competition floor. Hopefully, you've got your tactics in place and how you're going to work through. But are you confident moving into Heavy Isabel?
Yeah, and I'm going to try and channel my inner Julia Cato. One of my friends from Abu Dhabi, she turns into this beast on the floor. So I'm going to channel inner Julia for this workout.
Well, hopefully Julia's at home watching you as well. Everyone, give it up for Evie Hollis, your heat winner in this event number 3.
Thank you.
And that is event number 3 here at Rebel Renegade Games, done and dusted. What a way to finish event number 3.
That was wild. That's what we come down to see. I mean, a foot race like that, potentially a mistake that was made, another competitor taking advantage, putting the pedal down. Man, that was awesome. That was really, really cool to see.
And can we just say that was only the 3rd event of the weekend? There is still more to come.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited for the other workouts. I'm specifically looking forward towards some of the lifting events. I think we haven't seen any of the big weights being thrown around yet, so that'll be really, really cool. Yeah, lots to look forward to.
And speaking of lifting events, we are going to see event number 4 very soon. So stay tuned and be ready for team event 4 coming up soon.
Been at the top so long, everything below is twisted. Trying to find a safe place, home
nothing less. I'm a beast ripping out of my vest. Going hard every day, nothing less. Checkmate, I'ma take my respect. Going hard every day, nothing less. Run it all, never break in a sweat. Going hard every day, nothing less. What you expect? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at? I shut the whole game down. Where my crown at? Better kneel in my presence. Where my crown at?
It's a whole lot of us, that's my family. Wanna go higher, turn up the tempo, increase the BPM, okay. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Raise the roof, we got dolls in here, got God on our side, yeah. All smiles like new veneers, got favor all on our life, yeah. Many doors, we bustin' now. Team getting bigger, need a bus now. We bustin' now. You gon' fail. Wait. When I do this for my mama, daddy, brother, sister, wife, and kids, this is celebration, me and my squad, yeah, we doing this. This is elevation, homegrown, yeah, we really brewing this. See, we souped up in the word, go and sit and stew on this. It's a whole lot of us, that's my family. Wanna go higher, turn up the tempo, increase the BPM, okay. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BP, they got the flow on repeat. S don't take it too easy, grow like CC, grind like Riri. Fiji, that's that simile 3P. The up ain't never gonna beat me. The one I love ain't gonna leave me. When I'm in a word, I hear the sun must increase. I gotta decrease, I gotta take it down completely. Like in a world wherever you see me and my queen, she never TT. Look at my king, he'll never leave me. Too many of us, we up in the cup, but still we standing freely. We go through the fire, taking it higher, brother, you better believe it. It's a whole lot of us, that's my family. Wanna go higher, turn up the tempo, increase the BPM, okay. Increase the BPM. 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 Increase the BPM.
Ready, set, go.
Turn up the decibels, I decimate the competition. Can't relate to opposition, my DNA is different. Cut from that cloth, I'll get you washed like y'all was dishes. They dissing, I dish it back. Gold on my family tree, y'all lumberjacks. Nah, they won't get a cut of that. Over the head, they running the back, blowing the gas, sparking the match, blowing up, and y'all about to get put on blast. Bang! This land's mine, you'll be gone if you step wrong. Yeah, my bar game stronger than Teflon. They taking shots at the dawn, but it's not yours. Thought you aimed right, but you dead wrong. Get up, stand up, jump into the anthem. Get up, stand up, everybody hands up. Get up, stand up, jump into the trunks and a fur vest. Top down, sunset, next level, not stress. When we were young, we couldn't rest. Gotta break the game to be the president. So here's to the freedom we know. Better hope you're ready to go. We're coming for ya. We're coming for ya. And everybody's gonna know. We're coming for ya. We're coming for ya. And everybody's gonna know. Feeling good, getting rings. Drinks to the sky for the new king. More gold, more swing. Tiger strong, laser beam. Triple threat, the real thing. From Malibu right to the West Wing. So here's to the freedom we know. Better hope you're ready to go. We're coming for ya. We're coming for ya. And everybody's gonna know. We're coming for ya. We're coming for ya. And everybody's gonna know. We're going high, we're getting higher. We're gonna fly till we touch the sky, yeah. I'll ignite, never gonna tire. We're gonna shine till we catch a fire. We're gonna fight, I am the tiger. You looking at me cause I put on a show. So here's to the freedom we know. Better hope that you're ready to go. We're coming for ya. We're coming for ya. And everybody's gonna know. We're coming for ya. We're coming for ya. And everybody's gonna know. We gon' make the party go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We gon' make the party go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We gon' make the party go. We gon' make the party go. Dun, 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 dun. We gon' make the party go. Dun, 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 dun. Gotta keep it fly, no runway. Feeling so blessed like Sunday. Whoa. Meeting the crew on the runway, straight to the party. Here's an update. Go. Got our eyes on us. Nobody crew is fly as us. Can't wing that, no eye in us. The team's everything, no stopping us. Joy so free, gotta have that. Pay that price, gotta add that, no tax. When I think about that, I tell the DJ, gotta spin it right back like. We gon' make the party go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We gon' make the party go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We gon' make the party go up. Dun, 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 dun. We gon' make the party go. Dun, 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 dun. We gon' make the party go. Dun, 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 dun. Aerial view so scenic, flow stay hot so Phoenix. Oh my, flow so cooked so seasoned. Gotta keep it going all season. Tell them, party go up, party go up. Gotta spread light from the start to go up. Even when it's low, go hard, go up. Living one life, don't doubt it's us. It's us, the crew. Looking at the time, get you looking for proof. About to take over, ain't nothing they can do now. Tell them it's we gon' make the party go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We gon' make the party go. Go, 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 go. We gon' make the party go. Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, welcome back. Just me by myself at the moment. We're just going to quickly recap the previous event. We just saw the males and the females go through their legless rope climbs and the kettlebell overhead walking lunges. Bit of controversy at the end, but that's all getting cleared at the moment. So as we look forward, it is Toby Buckland and
Evie Hollis that took their event wins, obviously shooting themselves up the leaderboard. We have another event to come. First of all, we've got the teams going off with 30 worm clean and jerk. So essentially, it's a team version of Grace. We'll then switch over divisions and go back to the elite males who have heavy Isabel at 102 kilos, and then through to heavy Isabel for the ladies, which is at 70 kilos. So still a lot of action to come tonight. Hopefully you guys will stick with us. I'm going to leave you now to go onto the floor for Heat 1 of the team's event number 4.
Underdogs. Lane number 7, Uncontained Brave. Lane number 8, Vibe Warriors. Lane number 9, CrossFit Blue Sky Cobalt Crew. And in lane number 10, Lions Bay CrossFit.
All right, for those of you wondering what the workout is, we have Worm Grace. 30 worm clean and jerks for time.
Also, just to mention, if anybody has lost a bank card, we're going to keep it 1 minute. I have it with me. It belongs to a lady.
It's my world and you're just living in it. You get one night only, then you have to relocate. You in my world and it's not up for debate. When it's my birthday, I can cry if
Athletes,
I want to.
30 seconds.
Drive what I want to. I ain't spoiled, but I'm rotten. Think I got a problem, especially when shopping. Snap of a finger, I can get it if I want it. I don't like to wait, I have to get it. Chop, chop. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. Baby, this whole world
10 seconds.
is mine. This whole world is mine.
Athletes, stand by.
And we are off. Heat number 1 for workout number 4. Team Worm Grace. So what you're going to see here is our athletes making their way through their first 10 reps of 30. They need to move the worm every 10 reps for the first 2 sets, and then they will finish with 2 sets of 5 reps. True test of communication here between athletes when the worm comes into play. CrossFit Artax's Warriors here, moving very smoothly through these reps.
Cobalt Blue Sky having a little bit of miscommunication on this worm. But they seem to have put it together now. They're advancing.
So like we said, you're going to see our athletes advance up the lane every 10 reps for these first 2 sets. So they're going to go 10. They'll do another 10 to get to 20. Then they will move to 25 and finish their final set of 5 to take it to 30 reps before they cross the finish line.
So we have Cape CrossFit Werewolves, our Plot Box CrossFit, and also our Uncontained Brave that are our current heat leaders. And they are now joined by our Taxes Warriors.
We're a quarter of the way through our time cap here with 2 minutes down. They have 8 minutes to get through the workout. All our athletes making their way through the second set of 10.
It's like that. It's like that.
3 reps of Plot Box CrossFit before they advance over to the 5 rep station. It's just 30 reps, but this worm weighs 175 kilograms, which requires almost expert and precision on communication and working in synchronization.
Yeah, Natalie, famous last words. It's just 30 reps. How hard can it be? The answer is pretty damn hard.
All right, we have multiple teams that have advanced now to their set of 20.
We're just about to come up to the halfway point. They have 8 minutes to get through it. We've just hit 4. Athletes are needing to show control at the end of the movement. We don't want to be just flopping down onto the ground.
One rep for Plot Box, and then they will advance over to their final 5 reps of their 30 worm clean and jerks.
CrossFit Blue Sky Cobalt crew. A little bit of a height discrepancy in this team, which is making the movement that little bit more challenging. First team over the line.
5:22, the time set by Plot Box CrossFit unofficially for the heat win. Right behind them, we have our Cape CrossFit Werewolves taking second place in this heat.
NCC coming into a little bit of communication error here. Very easy to do when you've caught the worm.
Athletes, 2 minutes.
We've just seen Vibe Warriors cross the finish line. Josie Underdogs get across. We got just over 90 seconds to get this work done. Like we said, it's just 30 reps. Not when we've got the worm. Anything but just 30 reps. Let's get behind our final 2 teams here on the floor. Turn up the noise. They got just over a minute.
All right, there's 1 minute to go in this time cap. Let's make some noise so we can help our final 2 teams on the floor get as close to the finish line or cross it as possible. 45 seconds.
It's a movie. Red carpet, the lights going through me. Anytime I arrive, it's the new me. Real diamonds on my neck, there's groupies. Flashing lights. All these things come to me. Dressed in price.
With 30 seconds to go, we're starting to see some athletes get a little bit stressed. It's a reminder to breathe. You've got the time. Try and get as many reps as you can. We're not just in this heat. We're up against every heat that's coming up after it with just under 15 seconds to go.
NCC advancing forward. Athletes, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, time.
And that is heat number 1 of event 4, done and dusted.
Flashing lights, all these things come to me, dressed in price. All my rings got weight to it. You feel that? You feel that? Already it's a classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic, classic, classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any move that I make, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic. I'm on top, yeah, I'm on the move. Watch your step when I'm coming through. Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through. I'm on top, yeah, I'm on the move. Watch your step when I'm coming through. Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through.
All right, I'm here with Heat 1, event number 4 winners, CrossFit Blockbox. Now, you've just informed me we're missing a team member. Talk me through it.
I don't know, I wasn't there for it. I was just here on the front of the worm trying to hold on for dear life, but apparently she almost lost a fingernail. Well, she did lose a fingernail.
And we say, oh, it's just the worm, it's just 30 reps. I can confirm it's definitely not just the worm. Did things go the way that you'd planned in training?
Yeah, I think better than we had planned, and we kept our game plan. Things went perfectly. We couldn't have done it better, yeah.
Amazing work. Well, you were the first team to cross the line, and you've got the time to beat. Let's see if you can hold on to it. Congratulations, guys. CrossFit Blockbox, Heat 1 winner for event number 4.
Thank you.
Right, now we're getting ready for heat number 2 to take the floor.
The injuries you get from CrossFit. I lost a fingernail, as you do.
All right, heat number 2. Let's make some noise as our athletes take the floor. Out in lane number 1, we have CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph. Lane number 2, PFC Honey Badgers. Lane number 3, CrossFit Acrestad Bomb Squad. Lane number 4, CrossFit Art Taxes Avengers. Lane number 5, Taniwa Kaha. Lane number 6, Kaima Send It. Out in lane number 7, Pack Life CrossFit Santon. Lane number 8, CrossFit Blowback Units. Lane number 9, RTF Misfit. And in lane number 10, Top Gun Fitness.
All right, these athletes are about to set off on heat number 2, event 4, Worm Grace. Just 30 reps for time. They're going to be advancing the first 2 sets of 10, and then they're going to finish with 2 sets of 5.
Athletes, 1 minute.
I'm about to shut it down. I'm about to shut it down.
30 seconds.
I'm about to shut it down. I walked in on a high note. I'm the one that everybody looking for. I just want to see your body on the floor. You ain't got to guess that I want more. These days I'm just trying to get it right. Top floor, sunbeam, high life. Add another round of my own tab. I don't see her leaving in her own cab. When I pull up with my
10 seconds. Athletes, stand by.
We are off heat number 2 for event 4 here at Rebel Renegade Games. 30 worm clean and jerks for time. And like we saw in the first heat, this is all going to come down to communication and execution between these four athletes.
Top bill on a highlight, what now? I'm about to shut it down.
So CrossFit Kaimer Standard has been hit with 2 no reps.
Let's get it.
There we go, and getting a good rep. Just trying to iron out the kinks with this worm.
It's coming down to showing
Communication is
control.
gonna be key in this workout.
So I'm looking over here. CrossFit Artax's Avengers just chipping away, really clean, solid reps. They might not be looking like they're going as fast as everyone else, but every single rep they're doing is counting, which is the most important part.
Yeah, with a workout like this, smooth is fast.
I'm about to shut it down.
RTF Misfits hitting the same way. Slow and smooth is fast.
PFC Honey Badgers are advancing their worm forward, closely followed by Artax's Avengers. 2 very different strategies. Artax's Avengers are looking at single reps, where the PFC Honey Badgers have just done 10 unbroken touch and go worm, clean and jerks.
You would have seen a tactical change here by the Artax's team as well. They switched their athletes. Their male that was at the front is now to the center. And same with the girls. The female at the back is now the second position.
These athletes have 8 minutes to complete this workout, and they're about 2.5 minutes in, and everybody has moved over to their second set of 10 reps.
We're looking for a judge's hand to raise to let us know that they're ready to move to their next section in 5 reps. Over here in the corner, Top Gun Fitness, a hand is up. Sneakily chipping away here in this corner.
Two reps for CrossFit Bloberg units before they'll advance forward. 1 rep for our Artax's Avengers.
They proceed forward to their first set of 5 at 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Out in heat number 1, Plotbox CrossFit put up a time of 5 minutes and 23 as the standing time to beat, and it looks like that time is going to stand for this heat.
Yeah, they've got 90 seconds and just over 5 more reps, including a transition. Over halfway now into our 8-minute time cap.
PFC Honey Badger still opting for that touch and go, but their athlete at the back has decided to take a quick break. She's communicating, guys, we need to do singles.
You better watch how you speak. You about to wake up the beast.
We've got under 3 minutes to go to get it done.
CrossFit Artax's Avengers are our current heat leaders with 2 reps to go. They're chasing down that time to beat with 1 rep to go.
They're going to have to run across that line. And they've done it.
Our Texas Avengers taking the Heat win.
You better watch how you speak. You about to wake up the beast.
And another team has crossed the finish line. One loss rate for Taniwa Kaha.
They got 2 minutes on the clock.
PFC Honey Badgers have crossed the finish line. Our Kaima Sender team has got 1 more rep. And they are done. They made up good time in this workout. Closely followed by Pack Life CrossFit Santon.
That was closer than I realized. We got 90 seconds on the clock to go.
We ain't here ready for war. We don't care what you think. We didn't come here for peace. You better watch how you speak. You about to wake up the beast.
CrossFit Acre Bomb Squad crossing the finish line. But let's make some noise for our final team out on the floor, RTF Misfits, as they complete their final 2 reps in this workout, and they have a minute to do it. But out in lane number 1, we still have our Juggernaut Triumph team also chipping away.
We got 45 seconds remaining. Every rep counts here. They've got 30 seconds.
Let's get behind our final team out on the floor, you guys. Let's make some noise.
"15 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, and time.
I'm joined here by our heat winners for event number 4 for our teams, where they just completed 30 worm clean and jerks. How do you guys feel that workout went?
I think it went excellent. What do we say? Smooth is fast, and don't have any no reps.
Yeah, you guys really look smooth. Did you feel that the communication was key in a workout like this? And did you have a strategy going into the workout, and did you guys execute?
Yes, we had a strategy. It was counting 1, 2, 1, 2, and then drop. And it worked perfectly. And I mean, if you look at Rich Froning, how they do it, consistency is key.
Brilliant. But congratulations on taking that heat win, you guys. On to the next one tomorrow morning. See you guys then. All right, heat number 3 for our teams coming right up.
Rolling like a big shot, got cleaned up and I only serve a big guy. Fresh start time, fresh new mind, free on the inside, free on the outside, 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 free on the inside, free.
So if you're watching right now, you want to take a look at these big clocks that we have in the corner. That is what this next heat is trying to beat. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it.
All right, we are getting ready for heat number 3 that are about to make their way out onto the floor. Out in lane number 1, let's make some noise for Valley Made. Lane number 2, MCC Aya. Lane number 3, ATG, the guys. Lane number 4, CrossFit Taxes Assassins. Lane number 5, Uncontained Strong. Lane number 6, CrossFit Blowberg Pumas. Lane number 7, Willoway Mavericks. Lane number 8, REF CrossFit Josie. Lane number 9, Sub 6. And out in lane number 10, RTF Vigor.
All right, so for those of you who've just joined us in the crowd, we have Worm Grace, 30. Worm clean.
Okay, welcome back to event number 4 of the weekend here at Rebel Renegade Games 2025. You're joining us now for heat number 3 of event 4 for the teams, which is heavy worm grace. That's 30 clean and jerks for time. I'm Mike Bourne, and alongside me this time is Matt Hearn. He's going to join us in the commentary booth and take us through these heavy lifts as we work through heavy grace with the worm and also heavy Isabel later for the individuals. Matt, great to have you.
Exciting. That's going to be exciting. Oh, good to be here. Good to be back.
Back behind the mic. Okay, so we'll be getting started in a few seconds. Lane 1, Valley Made. Lane 2, MCC Yeah. Lane 3, ATG The Guys. Lane 4, CrossFit Taxes Assassin. Lane 5, Uncontained Strong. Lane 6, CrossFit Blueberg Pumas. Lane 7, Willoway Mavericks. REF CrossFit Josie in Lane 8. Sub 6 in 9 and RTF Vigor in 10. So I think one thing to note here when we go into worm clean and jerk is the clear communication that we need between the athletes in order to work in synchro.
Yeah, teamwork is a serious thing. Also, lining up your athletes correctly, art-wise, all that kind of stuff, definitely going to play a big part in this.
Yeah, you can see sub 6 currently center of our screen. They would have struggled slightly as they had one slightly shorter athlete. MCC yeah, they're looking to go some touch and go reps there.
Yeah, shame they're really going to struggle with the shorter ones in the team. It's starting to show already.
And the problem with the worm as well, sometimes when you do struggle in certain positions, you have to remember certain parts of the worm are heavier than others. So it's not easy just to switch around straight away. So we've got our first team there moving forward.
But some really good teamwork. Some really, really good teamwork.
So 2 teams in the center lanes. It looks like Uncontained Strong and CrossFit Bloomberg Pumas.
Yeah, the hip thrusts all work same time, moving magically.
Like we said earlier, it's all about that timing. It's about being able to pick that worm up at the same time, make sure the worm is at the shoulder at the same time in order to get that jerk up and over.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Going to have to re-clean.
Obviously, our judging standards are being held meticulously as we go through this weekend, really trying to keep the standards high, make sure that we're not letting people get away with the obvious no reps.
That has been one really good thing that we've seen this weekend, is the consistency.
There has been some great consistency. We've had some appeals, but we've gone back to video reviews and we've sorted them out as soon as possible. So 2 minutes in, just over 2 minutes to this workout. And obviously they're working through 30 worm clean and jerk. So worm grace. Great bit of programming by Mayhem. Obviously making sure that there is something heavy for the teams, and the fact that it is the worm means they have to use way more teamwork instead of it just being a straightforward heavy lift.
Yeah, it's much better that it's not a barbell. Much, much better. And the fact that it's still a classic, like 30 clean and jerks, just puts it right at the top notch.
So 3 minutes in now. And we've got our first.
Already got a finisher. Nice.
And that team that has just crossed the line is CrossFit Bluebird Pumas. One of your co-hosts, Matt, was in that team, I think.
Oh, that is. He'll be in the booth in a bit. He's actually just come back to CrossFit. He took a little break from training, and now he's back. His back was sore, but now he's fixed.
Little hiatus from that hard work. Well, another team in.
Another team coming through.
That's CrossFit Willoway Mavericks.
And the problem with this heavy lifting, if you take your time to finish these workouts, they really become long and hard. The quicker you finish it, pain is done, finish your workout. These guys that are slogging out, they start to feel it.
Well, this is the team's second workout of the weekend with the worm. So obviously they got to know it a little bit better earlier, but with two completely different movements. They obviously had the worm squats and the worm lunges. Now their legs have taken a beating today from the running and the double unders this morning, the lunging and the squats with the worm earlier. So obviously now they're sort of relying on a bit more power from the back in that hinging position to get the worm up to the hips and to the shoulders.
Let's go.
See their lane number 4, CrossFit Artaxis Assassins working through their last few clean and jerks. There they go.
Oh, almost a tough finish.
Closely followed by REF CrossFit Josie. So 5 minutes in now. It looks like the majority of these teams are going to finish underneath the time cap. We'll take a moment to go over some of our sponsors this weekend. We've got Amazfit, we've got Discount Biogen, Mayhem Athlete providing the programming, Puma, which is our apparel sponsor, Rebel Safety Gear, and Rebel Elite Fitness. Just are some of our main sources of funding and prizes. We've got Sub 6 there just coming over the line. Last year's champion from the individual male category there, subbing in last second with his team to make sure that they can complete this weekend together.
It's really cool that he did that. Just quickly jumping in for them. Because he was injured at the last comp.
Right, yeah. I think it was either he's in or no one else can compete. So
he just took him for the team. And that's the last one to the finish.
And then we got lane number 1, Valley Maid, crossing the finish line. All of our...
Everyone under the time cap.
Amazing to see.
Amazing.
Okay, so we're going to cut back to some replays there of the teams working through their 30 worm clean and jerks, and then we'll take it down to the floor to have a little chat with the winners of that heat.
I'm here with our event winners, the CrossFit Bluebird Pumas. Now, I've got Matt here. You are the affiliate owner for this gym.
That I am, sorry. Ooh.
And you were just telling me you've had 2 years off. What a way to return to the floor with a group of people from your gym.
It has been amazing. I've been behind the mic for the last 2 years, roped in these guys for an epic team competition this year. Didn't ever think that we would be sitting in this position, but just massive shout out to our people back home. The support coming to the CrossFit Bloberg crew has been incredible.
I mean, you guys just delivered a clinic on how to execute Grace with a worm perfectly, just over 3 minutes. How do you feel about absolutely demolishing the time in the heats prior?
We were looking forward to this one. We've been putting in a lot of time on the worm, our homemade kind of resemblance. But yeah, we knew that our teamwork on that thing is top-notch. And what a way to display it.
An example of backing yourself and just going for it.
There we go.
Well, well done, guys. Welcome back to the competition floor. Good to
Thank
see you on this side of the camera.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your heat win.
Okay, we are back for the fourth and final heat of the team's event number 4, Worm Grace. That worm weighs around 175 kilos that all 4 athletes have to get up and onto the shoulder and over to the side to complete their rep. So the final heat coming up, top 10 teams so far. Okay, so in lane number 1, we've got CrossFit Eikstad, Little Oaks. Lane number 2, we've got Bounty, Fantastic 4. Lane 3, RTF Born. Lane 4, Uncontained Humble. Juggernaut Unstoppable in lane number 5. Caution CrossFit lane number 6. MCC Misfits in lane number 7, sorry. Lane number 8, Pack Life CrossFit Wanderers. CrossFit Tiger Valley Phoenix in lane 9. And Fast CFA in lane number 10.
This looks like it's going to be a solid race.
Yeah, and Juggernaut Unstoppable had a great run today in the first two workouts of the second day here. So I think they'll be looking to continue their momentum on and see how they can fare as they move through in this 4th event and rounding out day number 2 here at the Rebel Renegade Games 2025. So just a few seconds away now before we start this 4th and final heat. And we're
on it.
Okay, so we're here with that final heat with the 30 worm clean and jerks.
Lots of these teams are off to a speedy start already.
We'll see who the first team is that's going to move through to that second section.
One minute in, already moving.
Lane number 2. That is bouncy. Fantastic 4. RTF Born also moving through.
So it looks like most of the people up. Most of the people have moved on. Except for Little Oaks.
Yeah, there's one team hanging back there. Majority of the teams are working through their second set of 10 worm cleaner jerks. They'll then move through to the final 2 sections of 5. So it is broken down in 10, 10, 5 and 5, just to get some discrepancy and some space between people having to move the worm forward. So we see here in lane number 9, we've got CrossFit Tiger Valley Phoenix working through there. And in the center lanes, we've got Juggernaut, Unstoppable, Caution CrossFit, Uncontained, Humble moving through to their first set of 5 worm clean jerks before moving through to their final. But by the looks of it, taking the lead.
Bounty Fantastic 4.
Bounty Fantastic 4 moving really well. Clearly they've been working together with that worm, being clear and precise with their communication and making sure they're all working in unison. We've seen multiple teams still moving forward, and there we go.
Hey, Dan.
Unofficial time there of
2:49.
Yeah, 2:49, 2:48 roughly, depending on when the last person crosses the line. And there we've got Uncontained Humble. Guys, this is an 8-minute cap for this workout. So these two teams have just absolutely flew through.
Juggernauts.
Yep, Juggernaut.
Yeah. And
Juggernaut, Unstoppable. They must be extremely happy with their performances today. Top 3 finishes for all 3 workouts from what I remember. That should see them towards the top of the leaderboard.
Shame Little Oaks are having a little bit of trouble with their worm. But they look like they're moving well.
They are.
Maybe just a little bit fatigued from the rest of the...
They also look to be slightly smaller on the scale for all athletes. There's some big boys in those center lanes that are obviously used to moving some weight, whereas Little Oaks were moving well this morning in the endurance race. Then we've got another team crossing the line.
They wanted to take the worm with it.
Did you? Lane number 8 there.
Backlav CrossFit Wanderers coming to the finish.
Super important here. Lane number 10, Fast CFA. They've just crossed the finish line. And they're coming up to the 5-minute mark. This team still has 3 minutes remaining. It looks like they're moving through their last set of 5 worm clean and jerks. So they should get in under the time cap as well.
Their technique is really, really good.
They move well.
Yeah, really, really well.
They probably just had to take a few breaks in between. Those first 2 rounds where you're having to do 10 before moving on, that can really jack your heart rate, spike up the breathing, and obviously you're only as fast as your slowest teammate.
100%.
Some great socks and great shoes there for the lead athlete. Powerpuff Girl socks and pink sneakers. And there we go. They're going to cross the line. They're going to cross the line. Unofficial time, 5:35. We've got one more team left on the floor. And that is the MCC. Misfits.
Come, let's go. Let's get it done.
They had a great result in the previous workout. They moved so well on their legless rope climbs and their handstand push-ups.
They actually got a worm that they train with often, so not sure why they were struggling a little bit.
Yeah, they came in around the 6-minute mark. They've rounded off that fourth and final heat there for the teams. But all teams made it in well underneath the 8-minute cap. And we said we'd see some fast lifting there, and that's what they delivered. So I think it was Bounty Fantastic Four that took the heat win and the event win. And we will go down to the floor now, where they'll be standing by for their post-win interview.
I'm joined here by Bounty Fantastic Four, who are current heat winners, but I think that time is definitely the time that was set up, the fastest time in this workout today. Tell me, Naomi, how did you guys get it right to finish this workout in such a fast time?
We moved as one person and just trusted each other.
Did you guys have a specific game plan going into this workout? And if so, it obviously was executed. Did you guys have to adjust at any point? Jacobus?
Yeah, so we just said, listen here, this is a 4-minute workout basically. You just go. If you want to race, you don't touch the worm. If you touch the worm, we go. So we trusted everybody and we went for it.
Yeah, you guys truly did put up a clinic on how to navigate the worm successfully. How do you guys feel about the final workouts coming up? Because you still have 4 worm workouts to go for this weekend.
All right, no, we are definitely excited for the next ones coming. We practiced most of the workouts a lot, so we were actually excited about this one. We practiced it, this was our 4th time touching the worm, doing a grace basically. So yeah, we're excited for the next ones coming with the worm. We had a good practice with it, so hopefully it pays off for what we've done.
Awesome stuff. But congratulations, Bounty Fantastic Four, on taking the event and the heat win. We look forward to seeing you guys smash it for the remainder of the weekend. Good job, guys.
Back here in the studio, we've just wrapped up event number 4 for the teams with heavy worm grace. It was Team Bounty Fantastic Four that took the win. Extremely quick, extremely fast. So they're happy with their 100 points that they've finished day number 2 with. We are going to cut to some replays shortly, but we have the individual men and the individual women coming up with heavy Isabel. Now, the men are working through 30 snatches at 102 kilos, and the women will work through 30 snatches at 70 kilos. So you're definitely going to be in for a show tonight with some heavy lifting. Make sure you tune in. The first heat of the men is coming up around about 7:15, so around about 20 to 25 minutes time. Before we cut away, we want to take a time to thank our sponsors, Amazfit, Dischem Biogen, Mayhem Athlete for their programming, Puma as our apparel sponsor, and Rebel Safety Gear and Rebel Elite Fitness for our prize sponsors. Guys, don't go too far. We've still got some amazing competitive athletes coming up with this heavy Isabel. We will be joined in the studio as well by Facundo, who's going to give us some great insight into what to look out for this final event of the second day here at the Rebel Renegade Games 2025. Don't go far. See you soon.
Every moment is a chance to redefine your limits. It's a decision to grow. Every drop of sweat, every beat of your heart. So let us remind you of you. Your pain, your sweat, and every goal you've already met. Workout completed. Amazfit T-Rex 3.
to have a lot going on, and it's going to be very beneficial to not write your own programming.
The community that has been brought to us through the Mayhem affiliate programming. Just the programming, like you think it wouldn't bring much, but it really does.
This allows me to spend more time with members, allows me to spend more time coaching my coaches and making sure the gym's running the way it needs to run. Programming would take up all that time.
It made me feel more like a professional because I came in and I had a game plan.
It's like if you need anything, as an affiliate owner, reach out, and you mean that.
Building client relationships, building retention, and increasing our impact. And Mayhem allows us to do that a lot.
We align with what Mayhem stands for.
We don't preach a lot about being like a faith-based gym, but it brings in a lot of people who, hey, I signed up because I just want to be around good people.
And so, no-brainer, Mayhem affiliate.
Yep. And we have a purpose, and they feel that purpose when they come in.
It just helps us grow, and our impact is larger.
And it's just awesome to see the whole community come together in that 1 hour. Like, it's their best hour of the day.
All go, no breaks, hard work over hard breaks. We gotta win, all go place, 'cause we want it, yeah, 'cause we want it, yeah. Look, yeah, you know we want it, yeah, I'm going hard. Every time I'm in the game, know I need the ball. I do it by myself, yeah, I could do it all. And if you got it, I'll be laughing at you when you fall. Okay, okay, this right here, my solo. Okay, okay, picture perfect photo. And you know the game always come with low blows. But if I'm rocking, you about to get bulldozed. Yeah, hard work, always beat talent. When the talent fell to work hard, ain't talking about it. No, they ain't talking about it, 'cause they not really about it. We gon' leave them in the dust, leave them with the crowd. All go, no breaks, hard work over hard breaks. We gotta win, all go place, 'cause we want it, yeah, 'cause we want it, yeah. Big rock in a hard place, no matter, we gon' keep pace. Gotta win, all go place, 'cause we want it, yeah, 'cause we want it, yeah. Look, yeah, I'm back again, back up on my bully. Look, it is what it is, and that's what it should be. Yeah, you lying to yourself, you think you could guard me. I'm Mr. Unguardable, and you just my crony. Yeah, you just a phony. Look, I'm the real spill. Tell your favorite team your boy finna need a deal. And when they talking about the GOAT, know my name in there. I'm too smooth, I got slick up in my hair. Yeah, hard work, always beat talent. When the talent fell to work hard, ain't talking about it. No, they ain't talking about it, 'cause they not really about it. We gon' leave them in the dust, leave them with the crowd. All go, no breaks, hard work over hard breaks. We gotta win, all go place, 'cause we want it, yeah, 'cause we want it, yeah. Big rock in a hard place, no matter, we gon' keep pace. Gotta win, all go place, 'cause we want it, yeah, 'cause we want it, yeah.
It feel good to be me, 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 me. It feel good to be me, 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 me. I got all that I need, 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 need. Now it feel good to be me, ooh. It feel good to be me, ooh. It feel good to be me, me, me. Now it feel good to be me, ooh. It feel good to be me, ooh. My whole team we got now, got no time to be waiting. I ain't going to no doctor, got no time to be patient. I can't pretend to like you, I'm too real to be faking. I don't got attitude, I got magnitude that I had the world really shaking. I got rings on my hand, from my index to pinky. Boy, my name ring bells, talking LA to Sydney. Boy, I'm out here watching, your whole move looking risky. Man, I heard of y'all, I ain't scared at all. If you ready for war, come and get me. It feel good to be me. It feel good to be me. Now it feel good to be me. Ooh, it feel good to be me. Ooh. I'm too cold to be hurting. I'm too up to be sleeping. Every day I've been working. I don't got me no weekend. Rumors say I've been slacking. Man, just give me a reason. You won't like my reaction. If I say it, I mean it. It feel good to be me, 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 me. It feel good to be me, 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 me. I got all that I need, 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 need. Now it feel good to be me, ooh. It feel good to be me, ooh. Me, 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 me.
weekend party. I'm just getting started. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Oh, I think I like it. I get too excited. Since you was invited, I wanna divide it. Why am I the flyest? I should be a pilot. Don't turn me down loud, ain't nobody silent. See what's going on now, strobe lights blinding. Every day's a dance floor, you know where to find me. Front and center, never hard to find me. You ain't get the memo, baby, it's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it, baby. This whole world is mine, mine. 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 Oh hey, it's you again. Don't know what you're doing here. This my world and I think that you're new to this. You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta go hard. We don't look at those stars, you are looking at one. Let me clear my throat for a minute. You don't live in my world, you are only here to visit. Let me take a minute and stop pausing for the pictures. Here I am, the ruler and the president, the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on, the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on, the list goes on and 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 it's my world and you're just living in it. You get one night only, then you have to relocate. You in my world and it's not up for debate. When it's my birthday, I can cry if I want to. Buy what I want to, drive what I want to. I ain't spoiled, but I'm rotten. Think I got a problem, especially when shopping. Snap of a finger, I can get it if I want it. I don't like to wait, I have to get it. Chop, chop. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. It's my world and you're just living in it. Baby, this whole world is mine, mine. This whole world is mine, mine. This whole world is mine, mine. Baby, this whole world is mine, mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine, mine.
It's like that, it's like that. It's like that. It's like that, it's like that.
It's like that, just like that. It's like that. Do it like that. Yeah, come on, swing like this. Check it out, don't miss. Yeah, come on, swing like this. Again. It's like that. Just like that. It's like that.
It's like that, it's like that.
Do it like that. Just like that. Yeah, it's like that.
It's like that, it's like that.
Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Don't stop, do I make it rock? Don't stop, do I make it rock? Don't stop, do I make it rock? Don't stop, no, don't stop. Yeah, come on, swing like this. Check it out, don't miss. Yeah, come on, swing like this. Check it out. Yeah, we so dope. It's like that. It's like that. Just like that. It's like that.
It's like that, it's like that.
Do it like that. Yeah, just like that. It's like that.
It's like that, it's like that.
Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna?
It's a whole lot of us, that's my family. Wanna go higher, turn up the tempo, increase the BPM, okay. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Increase the BPM. Raise the roof, we got dogs in here, got God on our side, yeah. All smiles like new veneers, got favor all on our life, yeah. Many doors, we bustin' now. Team getting bigger, need a bus now. We bustin' now. You gon' fail. Wait. When I do this for my mama, daddy, brother, sister, wife, and kids, this is celebration, me and my squad. Yeah, we
Back in the studio here, we are ready for heat number 1 of the men's heavy Isabel workout, which is event number 4 tonight on the Rebel Renegade Games 2025. We're about to bring out our first athletes. They're going to be working through 30 snatches at 102 kilos. And currently just looking at the heat list, we've got Lucas Hoberg, who is in that first heat. So one to watch with a listed snatch PR, I think, of around about 135 kilos now.
Oh, this is going to be an exciting one. 100 kilos, 102 kilos for quite a few guys is quite a heavy barbell. But let's see how many get it done. Maybe a small strategy, like every minute on the minute, 5 reps or something, just to get through it if you can't go singles all the way.
Yeah, I think we've got a 9-minute cap for the males and females in this workout. We'll definitely be interested to see who does finish their 30 reps. I think the likes of Chris Ngoma should do pretty well. Maybe Abdul Rahman, he should also do pretty well. Looking at this current heat list for heat number 1. And we are about to welcome the athletes onto the floor.
So we got Keegan Murray, lane 9, Gary van Ochen, lane 2, Jason Dix in lane 3, Chris Norma in lane number 4. Lane 5 is Justin Swart. Lane number 6 is Will Sneyman. Lane number 7, Wilson Lackridge. Up to the Avran. And then we've got Lucas Hoberg in lane 9. Lucky they found him.
Yeah, Lucas did go missing earlier. We did rearrange the heats. I think he missed the communication there that we had rearranged. So it's good that he's here. We're not waiting for him this time. The athletes will just be setting up their barbells, chalking their bars, chalking their hands, having a little last-minute chat with their judges just to clarify what they're looking out for and when and where they need to move forward with their barbell. So they will be moving forward, I think, the same as the teams, 10, 10, 5 and 5. Correct me if I'm wrong, Matt.
I'm not sure. I think it could be similar. I haven't seen the format yet, but we're going to find out right now.
Okay, so we'll get underway shortly with heat number 1.
And the other thing is that this is a pound workout. So most of these guys are snatching 100 kilos for reps, but nobody's snatching 102 for reps. So that's also quite a difference when you got 30 reps on 2 reps, 2 kilos, 2 kilos, 2 kilos.
Yeah, we're off now with heat number 1 of event number 4. Heavy Isabel for the men. Chris Ngoma there, center of the screen, hits his first rep.
Nice and smooth. Justin Swart also nice and smooth.
Chris Ngoma looking good there actually on his first couple of reps.
Yeah, nice and smooth, easy singles. I think that's could be the best way to go through this.
Yeah, so if we look at some of the faster times around the world so far in this workout, obviously the fastest time is Guy Malheiro, 3:47. And Nick Matthews has also hit 4:03. But an interesting stat to bring up is the fact that Rich Froning did this in 4 minutes 34, and that was around 6 years ago, Matt.
And 6 years ago, not everyone was snatching 100 kilos. There was only a handful of guys that could do that 6 years ago.
Especially for 30 reps.
Yeah.
Lucas Hoberg, center screen there, showing his experience. He can still lift that 102 kilos. Like I said, I think he has a listed snatch PR of 135 kilos. Jason Dix there, center screen. He's just completed nice rep. Swart
Getting it done. He's got a good gymnastics background too, old Justin.
Langridge there. He looks pretty comfortable on the bar, having a look down across the competition floor just to see where everyone is, see if anyone's moving forward. No one moving forward just yet, so everyone's still within their first 10 reps. 2 minutes in, if you're just joining us, you're joining us for heat number 1 of men's event 4, which is heavy Isabel, 30 snatches for time at 102 kilos. There's a 9-minute cap on this workout. And all our athletes are trying to get those 30 reps done well under that 9 minutes. So Chris Goma looks like he's the first athlete to move forward. Chris had a great performance in the previous workout. Again, Chris also has a great gymnastic background. He was moving through those legless rope climbs like it was nothing.
I also think he's doing it the right way. His pace hasn't changed. He's doing one, resting the same amount of time, doing the next one. So no heart rate changing.
Just still looking pretty strong there. And Hoberg making sure of his reps. So I think as fatigue sets in this workout, we've got to remember that technique is key.
Definitely.
Technique is key to making sure that we complete these reps. You've got to keep that bar close, keep that bar path similar through each rep. And all we're looking is pretty much pressing the rewind button and replaying each rep as it goes in order to make sure that you hit each rep each time.
And I think also things like keeping the arms loose. If you start using your arms through this, by the time you get to the end, the grip strength is just going to fade away.
Yeah, exactly. If we do start to pull too early, that can play in as a factor. So Jason Dix has also moved forward to his second round of 10. Justin Swart has moved forward into his second round of 10. Hoberg, top of your screen there. The top of the screen now, Lucas Hoberg is in lane number 9. He's in his second set of 10 as well. Lane number 1, Keegan Murr. He's taking time to re-chalk. Power snatch there.
Yeah, still power snatching.
I think we'll see a few athletes in the later heats power snatch the majority of their reps for the first 10 at least, and then maybe drop into that squat snatch just to save a little bit of energy for each remaining rep.
Yeah, if you were able to, it would be the best way to go, to hold that for as long as possible. And even just start catching the bar lower and lower, not getting straight into that full depth squat till the very end.
Now you say that, but then Guy Maleros, he actually squat snatched the majority of his reps when he was at the Mayhem Classic, from what I remember.
Yes.
Christian Gomer again, center screen. Still looks looks strong.
He looks strong. He just looks like he's slowing down a bit too much. Starting to take a bigger rest in between each set.
Slight stumble there for him on that last rep, but actually getting under the bar looks pretty easy. Just a little bit of a stability issue in the bottom before he stood it up. Jason Dix there, little step forward again. Still
looking easy.
Yeah. I think that's the question that we had moving into this first heat was, are there any athletes that are going to really struggle and not move through these 30 snatches? And so far, everyone seems to be working pretty well and moving the bar well. Just they need that little bit of extra rest between each rep in order to make sure that they're completing and not no repping and losing that bar behind them or in front of them.
Yeah, that's one of the key points, is to make sure each rep. Because the minute you start missing, that's when you start becoming way too fatigued. I think missed lifts hurt way more than actual landed lifts. Lucas still getting them, a little bit wonky on the stand-ups there.
Taking the barbell for a bit of a run. Forward that back
go getter, go getter. Yeah, you better go figure, go figure. Baby, I'm a go getter, go getter. Yeah, you better go figure, go figure. Try and get a big stack in my bag. Boy, no, I'm getting to it. It's like that. Try and get a big stack.
Yeah, so coming up to the 7-minute mark now in this heat number 1, event number 4. There's 2 minutes remaining, 9-minute cap to complete their 30 snatches. So it looks like Chris Ngoma is going to be moving forward into his final set of 5 reps. He's got 2 minutes, or just under 2 minutes now, to complete those 5 reps. Be interested to see if he does manage to get through them. And obviously now it's sort of clinical, making sure that you're not rushing those reps and getting no reps towards the end. We do want these athletes to finish this workout.
90 seconds to go. I think he's going to make it. Definitely still looking very strong, nice and smooth.
Yeah, rep every 15 seconds pretty much. That should close out his 30 snatches. Close out a good day for Chris.
Yeah, and he's taking less rest now. So he's starting to get that speed back up.
That's 3 reps remaining for Chris. And don't forget as well, this is at the end of a long day. They had a long workout this morning. Endurance workout, a lot of running, a lot of jumping. And obviously that row takes a lot out. And then the second workout, all the legless rope climbs, so the pulling with the rope climbs, and then the grip fatigue that they had in that workout is going to play a massive factor into these 30 snatches when looking at the grip. And there we have Chris Ngoma. He's crossing the line. 8:26 for Chris, unofficial time. So our first finisher of Heavy Isabel here in heat number 1. Last 15 seconds. 10. Athlete's going to try and get through as many reps as they can.
Hold it, hold it, hold it.
Okay, that wraps up our Heat 1 action there with Heavy Isabel. We're going to cut through to some highlights and then maybe pop down to the floor to have a little chat with Chris. If not, join us back here in a few minutes for Heat number 2.
Going straight to the top, yeah, straight to the top, straight to the top. Where you going? Going straight to the top, to the top, to the top, to the top. Yeah. Where you going? Where you going?
We are here with Heat 1 male individual winner, Chris Ngoma. You are the only athlete to finish the workout. Did this go to plan? Have you done this one before?
Yeah, I did it on the online semi-final, and I finished at 8:30. I just beat my time by 4 seconds. I'm happy. Yeah.
Nice. So you did it on the online semis. You've beaten your score. What more can you want? First athlete to cross the line, and you've had an absolute banger of a day. You've had 2 heat wins today. How does it feel to be on the floor here at the Rebel Renegade Games?
It's given me just more confidence to push more for the next event and to attack all the next workout with more confidence and to believe on myself that I can do well. Yeah.
You've still got 2 more days of competition. Are you looking forward to any more events coming up?
Handstand walk.
How did we know that one? Former gymnast. Congratulations, Chris. Great work. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Okay, so you are joining us here. We're ready for heat number 2. You can see that the Master Facundo has joined us. He wants to get involved and tell us all the tales of mayhem and how this heavy Isabel came about. And also he's got loads of notes on all the times that we're looking out for from previous competitions so far this year. So Facundo, great to have you in the booth with us again. Looking forward to your insights going through with these second 2 heats of the men's heavy Isabel.
Well, first of all, happy to be here. It's been a great day today. And, well, we'll see what now this heavy Isabel brings. You know, a couple of months ago, we started talking about heavy Isabel. I remember he did it once against this very famous Russian weightlifter that I just forgot his name. But anyways, back to back, you know. Klokov, exactly, with Klokov. And there was a share screen. Klokov beat Rich, which kind of hurt him. He kept practicing because Rich is one of those person. And then during a conference or something like that, he did it again. And his time was back then 4:34. And I think it's very fun to see this work in different regions and see, okay, you know, Americans have these times, Europeans, Africans, and well, we'll see what today brings these new hits of men in this heavy Isabel, which we remind is 30 snatches at 102.5 kgs. We have kgs here, right? Yeah. 225 pounds, which is a heavy weight. And if we now think that the original Isabel was 30 reps at 135 pounds or 60 kilos. It's incredible, as we spoke yesterday, how our sport grew in the last years, that we can afford to have athletes doing this kind of work, right?
Absolutely.
Also, there's a French athlete, very well known, Willie George. He did it a couple of years ago against a medalist of weightlifting of the French team. And in that case, Willie kind of took the lead from very, very early times. I think it's a very tricky workout. You need to know yourself extremely well. You need to know where to push, you need to know where to rest. And of course, try to avoid having no reps.
Clinical execution, making sure that we're not having any costly no reps. Because each no rep is not only the rep that you've lost, but it's also then the rest that you need before taking the next attempt.
Well, you know, snatches at this weight, they require not a lot of strength, but a lot of demand from your nervous system. So it's already extremely taxing, you know, physically wise, but your nervous system suffers a lot of it. It's such a complex movement that you don't want to, you know, push it too hard and go into a no rep or, you know. So I do have some times of the last workouts, competitions where this workout took place. The first one was in the Classic, Mayhem Classic, the first qualifying event. Guy Maleiros, of course, took the lead at that time with a time of 3 minutes 58 seconds, followed by Nick Matthew, 4 minutes 3 seconds, and third, Colton Mertens at 4:19. It was a show. It was really a show. And the girls, well, we can talk about it later. Copa Azul, a couple of weeks later, we had João Pedro Barcelos at 4:45. Enrique Moreira was actually the person who was the champion at 5:31, and Victor Loffi 5:57. Now we start to see the athletes here on the floor being extremely careful, which I think is quite clever at this stage. And, you know, I have the chance to work with many athletes doing this workout, and they all try so many different approaches. I remember Roman was 16 seconds for the first 10 reps, in between reps, then 13 seconds, and then make it faster at the end. One of the things that I think need to be avoided is to, you know, get yourself carried away too early and push it too hard on the first 10 reps.
Yeah, good pacing. Good pacing is definitely something that's needed. But we were also saying earlier that lots of these guys train with 100 kilos in South Africa and not 102 kilos.
It's true.
Because they work on kilograms, so they get to 100 and they think that's the one they're going to use. And now you've just bumped it up 2 kilos. That makes a world of a difference when you start this.
Absolutely, and we're looking at some athletes moving forward into their second set of 10. So again, this workout is broken down. 10 reps, they'll move forward and advance to do another 10 reps. They'll move forward, do 5, and then advance forward to do their remaining 5 to finish off their 30 reps. Here in lane 1 with Dane Norday.
That was a really good snatch, eh?
Yeah. Dane has amazing mobility. His positions are beautiful. He's so upright with each work. Commentators curse.
Mustn't jinx him.
Commentators curse. No, but he has some extremely strong legs, and his positioning is beautiful to watch. He's a good friend of mine back in the UAE, and I love watching him lift whenever I can.
We also need to remind ourselves that these people started the day with a very long aerobic piece that included 3 miles running, 300 double unders, 3 kilometers rowing. So it's a long day. This is the last event of the day, and I'm guessing that they are not in the top shape at the moment after such a grueling day of work.
No, and yeah, not to mention as well the second event, all the grip fatigue that they've got from the rope climbs and holding those kettlebells, but also legs again with those lunges. So their central nervous system has taken a beating so far today. So these 30 snatches are definitely going to feel probably a lot heavier than 102 kilos should usually feel.
That was the goal. When we thought about this workout, that was the goal actually.
And 100 kilos for some guys is the ask in the first place. So for them to do this after all of this, quite a huge amount.
So just over 4 minutes in, Dane Norday hitting another rep there. He's in his second set of 10 by the looks of it. Remember, this is a 9-minute cap. So we are just coming up to the halfway mark.
Because we remind that you cannot put your feet outside of that box. The moment your feet touches any of those white lines, it would be a no rep. So athletes also have the stress of not dancing with the barbell or walking with.
You can see the size of Dane's legs there. He's got huge quads that he's working with.
Yeah, I saw him warming up. I think he was looking forward for this event.
Yeah, he's known as a good lifter. He moves well. I think he's also looking forward to the complex tomorrow.
Which tomorrow is another complicated day. They are not going to get to the complex fresh.
So doing quite well, moving smoothly through each rep. Nice pacing, slow, relaxed.
This workout has also been included as one of the workouts for the online semi-final, where we had Jeff Adler with a time of 3 minutes 19 seconds, which is crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
I think that was a sticky to-you moment there for Jeff, because everyone sort of looks at this workout and thinks Guy Maleros, he's the one to beat, he's the lifter, whereas I feel like Adler's probably had a bit of a walk-off moment there saying, yeah, I can do this too.
Well, he did it at his gym, and he was maybe the first workout of that day, so that puts him in a little bit of an advantage. But at the Classic we have 3 workouts in 3 hours, so it was back to back. So by the time we got to Isabel, you were pretty fatigued.
Yeah, and this is the 4th event of the weekend so far for these athletes. It's their big power output, gymnastic volume last night, this morning. Long sort of monostructural endurance movements, very cyclical, and then a bit more of a repeat gymnastic and lunge workout before hitting this barbell this evening. So it looks like Dane in lane number 1 has taken the lead. He's on his first set of the 5. So once he's completed this 5 reps, he'll be moving through into his final set of 5 reps. Just coming up to the 7-minute mark now, so just over 2 minutes remaining for these athletes to get through their 30 reps. And I know that Dane has already done this workout because he also did the online semi-final qualifiers too. It's be interesting to see if he's anywhere near his time or anywhere near his rep count for that workout. Because like you say, Facundo, you're doing that workout in a completely different environment, a completely different time, under less fatigue. And the majority of people probably did that workout first.
Yeah, well, so for example, we have Elisa Fuliano that did the workout in Malaga, and then 2 weeks later, she did it for the French Throwdown. Roman did it in the Classic, And a couple of weeks later, he did it again in Malaga. So there are many athletes who had the chance to repeat this workout. And I think that it's an important learning curve, because while you're performing, you take notes, oh, that was right, that wasn't right, I need to be careful here. And that I think is an advantage for them.
So we're coming up now to the final minute of this heat. So 8 minutes gone, 1 minute to go. Will we see any finishers here? I think Dane is probably the closest to finishing. Dane is the co-founder and head coach.
I think he's got 2 more reps.
Yeah, he's the co-founder and head coach at Elevate CrossFit DIP back in Dubai. He's originally from Zimbabwe. Now he wants the crowd to make some noise for him as he moves through his last few reps.
Take your time, get composed again. Yeah, there he goes.
There we go. That's what we wanted to see.
Yes, hold it.
And there we go. Dave sees the finish line. Unofficial time there, 8:36. He's very, very happy with that performance and with that result.
Very well deserved. He moved very beautifully. Does not just look pretty much the same throughout the whole 30 reps.
He certainly does move very well. Liam Mock here, last 5 seconds.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that
he wants it.
No, we know there's this attitude now of letting people, finish the movement as long as the bar is off the floor, but not in this case.
But at least he laughed about it. He knew what was coming. But again, it's probably a confidence thing there that he did finish that rep and not fail the last one.
Also, you always got to try your luck. You never know.
That is true. Lovely snatch there from Dane. So we're just going through some of the highlights here. We're probably going to go down to the floor now, where either Natalie or Tiana is going to be on the floor with Dane to talk us through that heat win for him.
I am here with the heat number 2 winner, Dane Nordy. Now, you are one of the owners of CrossFit Elevate DIP in Dubai. How does it feel representing your affiliate here on the ground?
Yeah, great. But this is the first event I haven't worn their clothes. So,
The one time you needed to wear it. How did it feel? I know you've done Heavy Isabel prior on the online semi-finals. How did it feel doing it here in front of a crowd?
it felt great, but I probably went out hot for the first 10 because I was like a minute slower, but I finished, so I'm happy.
I mean, what was running through your head that last rep? You hyped everyone up. We thought you had it. Just that lapse of focus.
Again, just bad luck calling on the crowd and then failing it, but I got the next one, so I'm happy.
And you are one of 2 athletes to have finished the workout so far, so congratulations.
Thank you.
And good luck over the rest of the weekends.
There you go.
We're coming for you.
I grip. I don't wanna hear no lip. No. Hey, ooh, dark when I drink that fit. Black when I'm off that lid. Love how you move those hips. Keep going, you might get tipped. Yes, I'm the shit. Walk in with the click. I'll say it again. No, I do it big. Life is a movie and this is a clip. I just shot the tap flight plans. I'm a trip. Float through the air like a zip in a blimp. I was hit by a car, so I walk with a limp. Z brought the tree. I'ma hang like a chimp. If she throw it in the air, I'm a Sam Shaw Kemp. We got supersonics. Click that heat and drop it. Magic card, no flopping. Ain't no other option, baby girl, keep popping, put yourself through college, oh, I know you got it, Lego stack them dollars, I need a brand new whip, play for the cash I grip, I don't wanna hear no lip, no, hey, ooh, dark when I drink that fit, halfway when I'm halfway lit. Grab 2 shots and they both get sent. Plus my dog had to bring that pen. Take 3 puffs and the bar's not bent. Downtown Dallas, view from the pen. House going down, bucket straight to the chin. Wake up, write a few bars and spit. Come back, link with a cow, make it hit. I'm too legit to quit. No MC Hammer, huh? Can't afford to slip. Save it. Way too clean to stay. Dimitri on the bass. Hey, let's start today. I need a brand new whip. Flame for the cash I grip. I don't wanna hit no lip. No. Hey, dark when I drink that fit. Black when I'm off that lid. Love how you move those hips. Keep going, you might get tipped. I need a brand new whip. Flame for the cash I grip. I don't wanna hit no lip. No. Hey, dark when I drink that fit. Black when I'm off that lid. Love how you move those hips. Keep going, you might get tipped.
Okay, we're back now for men's heat number 3. So the final heat here in event number 4, Heavy Isabel, programmed by Mayhem Athletes. We're just about to introduce our competitors. So the leader, or the list will come up on the screen soon. So in terms of the athletes that are coming up, we're probably looking at a fair few to finish this workout. Mike Van Tonder being one of them. Also Toby Buckland and possibly Cadence Dine that's going to finish as well. Hoping for some outliers, some dark horses that are going
to come through and
exactly showcase what they've got. Is everyone that you're looking at here in this heat?
Well,
nice finish. Never mess with the mustache, eh?
I mean, I'm looking forward to see. I mean, I'm very surprised by Caden. Yeah, it's very young. How old is it?
18.
18. You know, he did great before. He did great throughout the day, and you know, I understand it. Of course, he wants to win at this age already. To know that he's here. Standing next to the fittest people in Africa, it's really an achievement, and I'm looking forward to see what his strategy for this workout is. I've been told that he's very strong, so hopefully he knows how to tackle this workout for his capacities and get a good score. And of course, Toby, who's been having a great first and second day so far. He's number 1 in the leaderboard, I believe. So, you know, in any case, as I said before, I'm always happy to see dark horses here. People that nobody knows and, oh, bro,
look.
Yeah, like just hit it before with Dane. But yet again, it's a hard workout. And the more experienced you are, maybe it's a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, Caden Slime's only 18 years old, came second at last year's CrossFit Games in the 16 to 17 year category. So again, you know, are we going to see someone that's very wise, you know, before their years, as it were?
And he was also a dark horse last year. Guys were like, oh, he's too young, he's going to do it. And then he just came second.
So Toby Buckle on their centre screen does look focused here. I think he's definitely relishing this workout and power snatch straight away for that.
Could have just muscled it.
Toby's known for his strength. He's had some great results before in the past. DFC's had some great results for his lifts. He's also had some good results with online qualification. I remember one year with the quarterfinals, there was the other total that we worked through, the clean bench press and overhead squat. I think he had one of the heaviest cleans in that competition, around about 180 or 185 kilos, I think it was. So he's known for his strength. And Josh Curnow there in lane number 9. He's worked his way back up the leaderboard, having started in the first heat on day number 1. Mike Van Tonder in that blue top. Comfortable rep there. But again, as you mentioned, he's sort of pretty close to that white line, so you need to make sure that he's centering his lane, doesn't get any no reps for coming out of his box.
Yeah, I will be maybe standing a bit further back in the square, so to be sure that I can afford myself to have 1 or 2 steps forward, like now. You see, that's what you don't want to do.
There we go. It's a
commentator's curse once again. Aiden's making easy work of these power clean.
So Toby the first to move forward there with his barbell in the centre of the screen. No reps getting given here. Mike Van Tonder got one there, walking out his box. Caden looks comfortable in lane number 10.
Very beautiful snatch.
Elias standing that up easily. And also Daniel Griesel next to him on the left. Making these snatches look great within his first 10 reps.
And I remind you again, these people have been going through a very long day of work. So this is here 7:30 p.m. They woke up relatively early. They've been doing a lot of running, rowing, jumping, climbing, lunging. This last workout of the day, I think it becomes really a challenge.
So interesting to note there, Jake Hendry we just saw complete his rep. 102 kilos is relatively high up on his percentages. I think he's got a listed max of 107. So he's hitting some very high percentage reps here. So again, to see him complete these reps after such a long day, it's what we want to see, it's what we like to see. And obviously we want to get behind all the athletes and make sure that they, finish this workout. That was Marlo Prinsloo there, looking good next to Radawayne. But it looks like it's still Toby Buckland in the lead, centre of the floor. Josh Kerno, no mistakes that time.
And Toby looks really poised. I think he knows very well what he's doing. He has a strategy, he's sticking to it, and I think it's paying off so far.
Yes.
Wow.
Still power snatching. Still looks good.
Yeah.
And again, he made a great comment earlier in the post-event interview where he said, you don't always have to win by absolutely loads. Sometimes you only need to do just enough to get that event win. And at the moment, it looks like he's staying controlled, staying composed, and looking across the floor to see where he's at.
Because if you go too hard, wasted your energy, what do you do tomorrow? Use everything that you've got left in your tank.
So if you're just joining us now, you're joining us for heat number 3 in men's event 4, which is heavy Isabel. 30 snatches for time at 102 kilos. The 9-minute cap for these guys to finish the workload.
Have you guys already done this workout?
Myself.
Have you
I've done it once.
Once?
Yeah, 6 minutes.
Oh wow.
Every minute on the minute, 5 reps.
Wow, that's very impressive.
Yeah, you won't catch me doing this workout. My PR is 107, so this is far too high percentage for me to hit 30 reps. And I'm not getting any younger either, so.
Yeah, that's why I don't do this anymore.
Yeah.
So I used to weightlift, and that was our background. So these workouts are really interesting to us because when you're weightlifting, most weightlifters only do like 20 reps and they get lactic and lock up. And then the lactic guys start to run away with it.
So Mwanda Elias there, he's finishing his first set of 10, moving through to his second set of 10. 5.5 minutes gone of this 9-minute camp. See Malu Prinsloo there working through his first set of 5, and I think we've got Toby Buckland there who's on his last set of 5 reps. So we should be seeing him cross the finish line soon. Again, still power snatching. This looks easy for him.
He's so strong.
He's really just doing what he needs to do, that's it.
I think we've got to give Toby some credit. He really has honed in on everything recently. Honed in on his training, honed in on his nutrition. Also, not to mention, he's actually a diabetic, so he has to deal with a lot of the other factors that not everyone has to. So to be able to manage that and train at the intensity and keep himself going, it's extremely impressive. And there we go. Toby Buckland. He's extremely happy with himself. 6:22 unofficial time.
I feel like he could have done double Isabel at a heavyweight. That's the next workout.
Next year.
That's the next workout.
Next year would be a good test.
Malu Prinsloo there. Malu Prinsloo working through. He's still power snatching as well, to be fair to him. So obviously he's a powerful athlete to be able to hit these power snatches under fatigue. And like we say, it's still 30 reps. He's in his second set of 5, so he'll be finishing soon, well under the cap. This is where Toby now is going to be looking across the floor to see who's finishing, who's coming in between him and his closest competitors to take a nice lead going into day number 3 tomorrow. Hayden still looking strong in lane number 10.
His snatches haven't changed. His positioning from the start to now has been exactly the same.
1 rep remaining. Marlow.
Very strong pull.
He's going to cross the finish line. 7:30 an official time. 3 reps remaining for Caden. Make that 2. We can see now in the background, as the fatigue does set in, some athletes do start to try and pull that a little bit early, don't quite finish their extension or finish their pull. And they're just trying to get under that bar as quick as possible. That bar is just slightly in front of them.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive.
Caden Stein is certainly one of the athletes we are going to be watching out for over the next few years to see his progress.
And I see that this workout is going to shake the leaderboard. We see people that were in the top 5 spots, but maybe they're going to change that position, which is actually what we wanted, right? We wanted a competition in which these things can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly at the moment, the way the leaderboard is going to shake up, it sort of means that Toby is kind of running away with it after day 2 here. But again, there's still 5 events to come, still 500 points up for grabs. Someone like Dane is probably going to make his way up the leaderboard after his performance from the previous heat.
One last rep.
And the judge didn't give it to Vanderbijlpark the heat.
It's fair, you know, it's fair.
It is fair. It is fair. Then we've got Toby there, centre screen. Again, he looks so poised and controlled all the way through. Power snatched every rep.
I have to also call, the judging here seems to be very, very good, very fair. I've been in the competition floor since yesterday, and the judges are, I believe, doing a great job.
Okay, so as we cut away to our replays, we're going to go down to the floor where Toby Buckland should be standing by for his post-event win interview.
All right, Toby, we're here again. This time you're standing up. That's a positive thing. Heavy Isabel, you made that look like light work. Now, we know that you are known for your strength. How did that workout go for you?
It went as planned. The goal was just basically the first 20 reps and then start looking over the shoulder. So yeah, the amount of snatches at 102 kilos I've done in the past few months, I'm really glad to have this workout behind me and maybe stop snatching this weight for a little bit.
And honestly, your first reps look the same as your last, so that's a testament to your accuracy and your strength.
Thank you.
And how do you feel about heading into the next workouts over the next couple of days?
Yeah, I feel great. Just trying to use the momentum going into each event. I know the boys are going to be sore tomorrow, but try and let that get in their heads and just crack on and do my thing.
Yeah, you've had a fantastic weekend so far, and I can't wait to keep watching you continue as the weekend goes on. And congratulations, event number 4 winner. Is that 2 event wins now? What a way to start the weekend. Good job, Toby.
Enough. Try to knock it down, but I can't let you. You ain't build it up. You can't eat the crock cause you was not out in the field with us. We got back in fellowship with God, how they gon' deal with us? Heard somebody talking from the benches. Yeah, they was like, no, don't shoot. I ain't listen. I feel like I'm Curry in the clutch. I ain't missing. I'ma trust in God without the luck. I ain't wishing. I say, yeah, buddy. Rolling like a big shot. Got cleaned up and I only serve a big guy. Fresh start time, fresh new mind. Free on the inside, free on the outside. 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 Free on the inside, free on the outside.
We're here to set it off. We're here to settle the score. We're here to take off. We ain't here ready for war. We don't care what you think. We didn't come here for peace. You better watch how you speak. You about to wake up the beast. Wake 'em up. Yeah. Beat on my chest, I'm giving my best. Stepping on all of your necks. Can't give it a rest when put to the test. You know that I am the threat. I love when you taunt me, that's gonna cost ya. I'm about to take out your roster. Look out, I'm coming to haunt you. Showing the whole world that you an imposter. We're here to set it off. We're here to settle the score. We're here to take off. We ain't here ready for war. We don't care what you think. We didn't come here for peace. You better watch how you speak. You about to wake up the beast. They say I'm crossing the line. Outside your box and I'm doing just fine. They say I'm out of my mind. I'm fueling the rage. It's growing with time. Beast out the cage. Do not engage. You know I cannot control it. Shooting it straight like a bullet. I know this my moment, so I cannot cool it. Get out the way, better move it. Move it, move it. Pushing the limit, no cruising. Bring all you want, I'm not losing. Watch how I prove it. I need to let it go. Beast out the cage, I'm an animal. We're here to set it off. We're here to settle the score. We're here to take off. We ain't here ready for war. We don't care what you think. We didn't come here for peace. You better watch how you speak. You about to wake up the beast.
It's like that, it's like that. It's like that. It's like that, it's like that.
It's like that, just like that. It's like that. Do it like that. Yeah, come on, swing like this. Check it out, don't miss. Yeah, come on, swing like this. Again. It's like that. Just like that. It's like that.
It's like that, it's like that.
Do it like that. Just like that. Yeah, it's like that.
It's like that, it's like that.
Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you want it like this? Or do you want it like that? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Don't stop, do I make it rock? Don't stop, do I make it rock? Don't stop, do I make it rock? Don't stop, no, don't stop. Yeah, come on, swing like this. Check it out, don't miss. Yeah, come on, swing like this.
Okay, we're back for heat number one of the ladies. We've just readjusted the floor, changed the weights. Obviously, the ladies going to be using a 70 kilo barbell, so 155 pounds. Just to run through this first heat, we've got Ashton Finkel lane 1, Jessica Bissy lane number 2, Rika Marks in lane number 3, Marika Hartman lane 4, Elzan Trusky lane 5, Shimonique Förster lane 6, Jenna Goldie lane 7, Kaylee Wilmans lane 8, Sarah Bailey lane 9, and Janine Martin in lane 10. So if we look forward towards this first heat of the ladies, we're a bit unsure about who we're looking out for, in all honesty, and hopefully we get as many of these ladies through this workout as possible.
Hopefully this is where the dark horses arrive.
This is where
they just end up smashing this.
Be interesting to see who shines. And like you say, Vakundo, we also had a long day of competition behind us. So those legs are probably feeling heavy and tired. Those shoulders are also probably feeling it, and also the grip as well.
I love if you're going to a lifting workout with a bottle of water on your hand. you know you're up for a treat.
There we go, no aggression moving forward to the barbell. These ladies know that there has to be a nice bit of time between each rep, making sure that they're gaining composure before they move through.
You know, something we take in consideration, sometimes you have a long corral time. Corral time is a time where the athletes call to come into competition floor, and then you rest, you need to wait. So your body, cools down. So you need this first rep to, wake up your nervous system again, to understand what it's all about. You don't have to rush it on this first 10 reps.
She fought for that rep, but she got it. Seeing lane number 1, Ashton Finkel. She looks strong in her lifts as well. Nice positioning. I remember her in event number 2. She had amazing overhead mobility, great overhead position. So maybe this is a good one for her in terms of her snatch position.
I feel like they could be moving a little bit too fast for this workout at the moment. A little bit of a pace change could help them slow it down a bit and just last till the finish.
It's always a shame to see some athletes failing their rep behind them as well, because I'm sure we all know when you do fail it behind, you've sort of done all the work needed, you've just not stabilised in the bottom. Alexandra Trotsky there to the left of the screen, she hits her rep. Marika Hartman just completing one of her reps. Back in centre screen is Jenna Goldie.
She's got a good pace going. Nice rest in that set.
I think she also did very well in the previous workout with the rope climbs and the lunges.
Just looking down at the bottom of the screen in lane number 1, looks like Ashton Finkel has taken a seat on the floor. Not too sure if there's any injury concerns there, or whether she's just literally sitting down to take a rest in between reps. So 1 rep remaining for Jenna Goldie here in the first set of 10 before she advances through to her second set of 10 reps. There she goes, rep completed. She will be the first to move through into her second set of 10.
Talking about the athlete, I think she went for a rep and now she's sitting down, relaxing. So I saw her moving the barbell.
Had more tissue brought in.
I know she. Well, when I remember, I talked to Roman after the first time he did this workout at the Classic. He says, "Coach, this is too cardio. This is strength cardio." It's, and he actually, many athletes on the elite level said, after the 20th rep, it really becomes a struggle because it's where your systems mix. Of course, you need your strength, your stamina, but your heart rate is really up high, and you need to control that in order to be proficient in the movement.
Elzan Trotsky is the second athlete to move through to her second set of 10. Goldie looking strong still.
Very strong.
Yeah. Maybe she's our dark horse of this heat.
And she's got that good pace. She's just 1 rep, take us 2 steps back, come back.
Trotsky there. She's still hitting power snatch each rep.
She has to develop a technique on her own, but it's paying off so far.
I just wish she would look up.
Yeah.
She just look. Her posterior chain switch on so much easier, and it'll just last a little bit longer.
She just sort of throw her head back towards the back end of the snatch, doesn't she? That's the first step forward. We've seen Jenna Goldie take all the other reps looking pretty much the same.
That 20 rep mark. Starting to approach.
Rika Hartman there.
It's her first miss. Gain this.
I think at this stage of the game, when you have a no rep, a fail, you need to really take your seconds, try to reset what happened, understand what happened, and try to correct it. Because, you know, it's not just the strength. Your brain is, you know, exploding with all the demands of performing such a complicated movement.
Yeah. It's being able to deal with the frustration of missing a rep as well. Being able to compose yourself, take a breath, and make sure you're ready before stepping back into the bar.
Like I said earlier, those no reps feel like they're heavier than normal reps. When you catch the snatch, it feels smooth and light. When you miss it, you're like, oh, that was heavy. Yeah, how do I get back into this?
And obviously, if you do miss that rep, it's not just the time that you're losing from missing that rep, it's the time that you take to then take your next attempt. Yeah. That bar was just slightly forward for Jenna Goldie there. She tried to fight for it. Sometimes it's best just to drop.
They will start to need to make a move if they want to finish the workout.
Yeah.
They're still on the 15 to 20 reps, I think.
Yeah, so we're at the 6-minute mark now. 9-minute cap for the women as well. 2 reps remaining for Trusky in her second set of 10. Yes. 2 reps remaining for Jenna Goldie in her second set of 10. So Trusky's made up some ground there. Six minutes, 30 seconds gone. So 2.5 minutes remaining. See a slight rush back to the barbell.
She needs to keep that same pace she had earlier, taking the steps back, breathing, not letting the clock counter down. Just at her own rhythm.
And then we've got Trusky moving forward. She's the first athlete to advance through to her first set of 5. Remember, they're working through these 30 reps in a set of 10, a set of 10, a set of 5, and then a final set of 5 before crossing that finish line. There we go, recompose, got that rep done. 1 rep remaining for Jenna Goldie before she advances to her first set of 5. Marika Hartman there, completing her rep. Now Jenna's had a couple of reps looking the same as that, where she sort of waits in the bottom, just trying to find that stability before standing up. Ashton Finkel down in lane number 1 still looks very composed with each lift, but she's taking a seat after each rep before she takes her next attempt. And it's a shame because each rep looks very smooth. Her positioning is great.
He needs to be careful there. I think he started to get tired.
Yeah.
When your nervous system get tired, it leaves a lot of room for you know, something to go wrong. So she really needs to take her time and try to understand what makes her fail at this stage and try to correct that.
Trusky still moving well there. She's in her first set of 5.
She's really speeded it. She's speeded up through this rest of this workout. Like her rest has got shorter.
Yeah.
She's starting to move a lot quicker.
Yeah, I feel like she's sort of progressed as she's gone through the day. She had a decent finish in event 3 today. And obviously now she's taking that momentum forward with her to event number 4. Still power snatching as well.
Getting the work done.
1 rep remaining on this first set of 5, and then she'll advance through.
Seconds to finish. 10 seconds. It's down to the wire.
And it looks like Trusky did get that final 5th rep then. gives her a heat win. I'm sure we're going to go down to the floor. You can see Ashton Finkel's positioning there. Lovely snatch.
Very
Looks
beautiful
great.
snatch, yeah.
Too much resting, too much water. Never take water on the
Never
dance
take
floor.
When I saw her come, I said, oh.
Okay, so we're going to play a few replays, then we'll head down to the floor. I think Tiana's going to be waiting with Elzan Trotsky, who was our heat winner there in this first heat of the women's heavy Isabel.
I'm joined here by Elzan Trotsky. She's our current ladies event for heat winner. She managed to complete 25 of the 30 snatches on heavy Isabel, which is our score to beat. Elzan, how do you feel that went for you?
I think I stuck to my plan, so it went well. I'm happy.
Did you intend on power snatching all the way throughout, except for your very last rep?
No. I tend to go for power snatches, but I warmed up both.
Would you classify yourself more of a power girl than a squat girl?
Totally.
Fantastic. Congratulations on taking that heat win. Good luck for the remainder of the weekend.
Thank you.
Lane number 2, Sarah Sigmund's daughter. Lane number 3, Carly Smith. Lane number 4.
Okay, so we're just bringing our final heat of the day through. It's our second heat of women as we work through the heavy Isabel workout. So lane number 7, Lani Fenter. Shanae Spangenberg on lane number 8. Emma Morgan, lane number 9. Lane number 10, Ashley Tarr. So we have a few athletes to look out for in this heat. Obviously, eyes are going to be on our current leader, Evie Hollis, Christina Lividatakis just behind, and also we know that Sarah Sigmund's daughter is also going to be vying for that first position in this workout. If we was to look at their fastest times so far that we know of, we know that Sarah completed her heavy Isabel in the online qualifiers in 5 minutes and 18 seconds. So that would be well underneath the 9-minute cap. But again, they've been through a lot today, so we'll see what that central nervous system still has in store for us. A few seconds will be underway with this final heat. You see Sarah is eager to get to that barbell and get going. Her and Christina getting their first reps underway. Again, I think between these two, it's just going to be an execution matter. Who is able to hit their reps? Who is able to have the least amount of rest in between their attempts? Christina looking strong there, center screen. Lani Fenter looked pretty good previously. And holding a fast pace here at the start for Christina.
Just one after the other. Moving.
Definitely have some faster female athletes in this heat, but if we were to look at some of the fastest times in the world so far. Fastest time that we've got is Olivia Kerstetter, 3:05. Absolutely insane time, and again, she's still so young.
Yes, I mean, she did a great job last year at the semifinals in the snatch ladder event. She's very, very strong. I also had the chance to see Elisa Fuliano in both Malaga and the French Showdown, and she also put a show in both heavy levels.
See Sarah there, she's just completed her 10. She is going to move through to her second set of 10. Christina Lividatakis is currently in the lead in this heat. She's already forward and advanced, and I think it is between those two athletes as we move through this workout. You can see they're sort of going rep for rep, but it seems like Christina has the slightly faster cycle rate in terms of getting back to that barbell.
I think she's one rep ahead of Sarah at the moment.
2 minutes gone. There's our first no rep for Christina.
As we said before, it's very important not to get carried away in this workout. You know, you feel that it's going well, and then you start making mistakes because you are stop paying the attention you need to pay.
Yeah, I remember watching Sarah doing her first attempt at heavy Isabel in the online qualifiers, and she was honestly absolutely flying through the workout. Just a little lack of concentration in one of the workouts, and then jumping straight into the next rep too quickly, and it lost her sort of 30-40 seconds on her overall time. Luckily, she managed to redo and get herself a fast time at 5 minutes and 18 seconds.
And like you can see, Christina's movement still as good as it was when she started. She just literally lost concentration and made that one mistake. And that cost her the lead win.
Absolutely.
But yet again, we see it very clear. You see, that's the mistakes you need to avoid.
Over the box.
You are 1 millimeter or a couple of centimeters next to the line. When your feet touch this line, it's a no rep. So get yourself space, place yourself properly within the center of the box, and then you will be able to afford one step back or forward. But another unlikely situation for her.
You'd much rather get a no rep from actually failing the rep than complete the rep and then stand on the line. It must be very frustrating, but again, when you go back to that sort of execution style of the workout, you've got to recompose yourself and make sure you don't allow it to affect you. Now, both Sarah and Christina moving forward onto their first set of 5 now. They're literally rep for rep. Other notable times that we've got throughout the year at the Mayhem Classic, Abigail Gomit hit 3 minutes 55 seconds, Alexis Raptis 4 minutes 45, and Christine Holenbrander 4 minutes 21. Down in Copper Sur, Luisa Marquez, she hit 5 minutes 33. She eventually punched her ticket to the games as well.
Yes.